the Media Research Center, Newsbusters. What would we do without Newsbusters, Justine, or Media Research Center, calling out the media year after year on their bias? It's incredible. But even when you look at these morning shows, like CBS morning shows, they made sure they had DEI picks. The executive producer's a DEI pick. All the hosts are African American except for one. I mean, it doesn't really show a clear catalyst of America or sheer groupthink of America, right? But this is what they wanted to push the agenda. I want to play this clip about Gayle King first, because that's who they were saying. The New York Post broke the story on the word, said she might be on the way out because they're paying her $15 million a year for terrible ratings. What business, right? Let's go watch this cut one here.
What do you think when people say, oh, it's frivolous? Number one, they call it a ride, which I find very irritating because they never say men went for a ride. What do you say to people who think that this was frivolous or just a ride? I think the message that it sends is very, very powerful. And the people that say that, by the way, weren't there.
Silly, blaming somebody called it a ride, and you're saying that's anti-feminist, right? It's so silly. What are your thoughts on the CBS morning show about the report that they might cut Gayle King because their ratings are in the tank? The ratings are solely down 20-30% over the last few months.
Well, first, thank you again for having me. This is a house of cards. This is what happens when your company and when your show is built on DEI, when you hire people not for their skill or the fact that they're entertaining, but just simply the fact that they're so ideologically based, and their skin tone and their genders, their entire personality. Eventually, nobody wants to watch it. The only people who think these ladies are interesting are themselves and their girlfriends. They had a drag queen on a while back who did this DEI version, wrote this DEI book about Harriet Tubman. Nobody wants to hear that in the morning. It's supposed to be about news. It's supposed to be more lighthearted, and it's not supposed to be about their misery.
People wake up in the morning, they do meditation, they do yoga, they try to get their mind uplifted because you gotta, everybody just got a hard day ahead of you. You gotta achieve goals. They don't want to be lectured about such negative things that the Democrats and the hosts and the media like to lecture. Nobody wants to hear, especially in the morning, right? You want to have a bright day, and that's not what they think. The politics takes their religion over even common sense. Let's just cut to. She tries to blame these cuts on this crash. Gayle King does saying when she's interviewing the Delta CEO. It's going to cut too.
After looking at all these mishaps, a lot of people are very nervous. Do these cuts affect you?
The cuts do not affect us, Gayle.
And she shakes her head. You notice that? It was mishap. She was like, she wanted the answer to be what? See the bias right there, Justine?
They have their heads so far up their tushy, they're so egotistical that they can't just look in a mirror and say, hey, wait a minute, maybe we're not that interesting or entertaining after all. Instead, they have to point fingers at everybody else. They're going to point the fingers at the audience, which is basically what they're doing, for not wanting to watch them anymore.
So I got Terry Moran. He was legendary anchor, well-known anchor, ABC, Nightline. And then he was given this last interview with President Trump. And he had to be biased as ever, but he never, through his whole history of him on TV, we're fair. We're not biased, right? Gets fired from ABC. And now, what do you know? In his Substack, he admits we're biased. Funny, it comes out now after the checks stop, right? After he has to play along with the crowd. Finally admitting what we've known for years. The legacy media stacked with anti-Trump bias. And when you're on this inside, you protect the narrative. But I like this clip, and it was put together by one and only Newsbusters. So watch this. Let's go to cut 3 here.
I like to say that in some ways, Barack Obama is the first president since George Washington to be taking a step down into the Oval Office. I mean, from a visionary leader of a giant movement, now he's got an executive position that he has to perform in.
The question you can sense on everyone's mind as they listen so intently to him, is he the one? Is Barack Obama the man, the black man, who could lead the Democrats back to the White House? Around here, they're even naming babies after him.
In 2016, Bernie Sanders changed the Democratic Party. He made democratic socialism cool for millions of voters. Bottom line, Roe versus Wade is overruled. There is no constitutional right to an abortion. Let's not mince words. Women will die because of this ruling. This is a court not of judges, but of politicians in judges' robes. Fight for Trump, not fight for America. He has the Republican Party as a personalized power like we haven't seen. It's a caudillo, it's a Caesar, it's a Führer. We don't see that in this country. We do now. It's much more like sometimes you see in other countries, an authoritarian figure, maybe who has crossed the line of legality, still with an army of supporters. And that, in fact, the White House at this point is a laughingstock. That's right. In the capitals of Europe.
Looking to shore up shrinking support with the white voters he needs to recapture the White House, the president boasted about rolling back an Obama-era fair housing rule, stirring racist fears.
This is why he was sent here, by people who want to hear that message of America.
So, looking back, it's amazing that he got away with such racist towards the president, such blatant disregard of truth towards President Trump, racist, Führer, all these words that are like, shouldn't be allowed in ABC News. And, back in 2008, with that coverage of Obama, there was no Real America's Voice News, there was no Newsmax, there was no podcasts. That coverage that Obama got, there's no way he was ever going to not be allowed to be the first black president. They all want to sit in adulation. We elected the first African-American president. Even though that before that they loved John McCain. He was this maverick streak, independent Republican, the kind of Republican they loved. But he didn't have a shot. And then what they did to Sarah Palin was one of the worst hit jobs, making her look like a buffoon. But the coverage that they provided to Barack Obama was hundreds of millions in free ad. They didn't even need his own advertising. They had the mainstream media back then. But what's your thoughts on Terry Moran? Now he finally admits it, Justine, right?
He's a grifter. He was the biggest purveyor, one of the greatest purveyors of left-wing orthodoxy at that network and in our legacy media. And now that his own team threw him out after bashing President Trump too hard because now they're afraid of their ratings, suddenly he's pretending he's level-headed. It reminds me so much of Jake Tapper, because it's the same thing that Jake Tapper did, where he was biased. He covered the Biden administration's failing, yet suddenly now that he's basically got nothing to do, he's trying to cozy up to the other side and pretend that he was just level-headed all along. Terry Moran was just a moderate all along, even though just a couple of weeks ago he was the one who went on this diatribe against everybody in the Trump administration, and he got sacked for it. And now he's turning in his own ilk. These people have no values. They don't have a ground to stand on. They don't have morals. They're so untrustworthy. They're snakes. The journalist class, they're run by a bunch of snakes.
And you've been in the room with them recently in the new Trump administration. Recently, you were in the White House press office when Carolyn Levitt does our press conferences. Do you see any difference, or they're all smug there? What do you see in the room?
Well, I have not been in the room yet. I hope to be.
Oh, I knew. I saw you at the White House a couple of times, so I wasn't sure if you were at the press availability.
I was at a couple of events at the White House, and they're really incredible people. But we do cover the White House with the Media Research Center. So we follow the live stream of the briefing room, and we hope to be in there. But we notice how you'll have these legacy media types. All they do is complain and moan about the other people in the room who are finally having a voice. And they wanted to keep their orthodoxy for so long. The legacy media felt like there should be no new voices whatsoever. And now that there are new voices and they're actually being heard, the same legacy media types that wanted to censor you and me, suddenly they're the ones crying censorship because their ratings are going down the drain.
Justine, I want to thank you for joining us as always. Thank you so much. And hopefully you'll be in that press room any day now. Well, after the summer break. Thanks for joining us. Stand up coming up. The New York Post is changing the game. They're heading out west. Next, Kamala steps in the spotlight again and reminds us why she wasn't elected. Boy, was this a bad interview. That and more are coming up on Media Exposed. Welcome back to Media Exposed. Kamala's new book might be climbing Amazon charts already. But let's be honest. It's not because Americans are reading. It's because the liberal publishing machine, the media, throws money and marketing at its political allies, not because of merit or demand. She's doing the media rounds with hosts who've been fired or discredited, preaching to the same insulated echo chamber that put her approval ratings in the basement. It's not an outreach, it's damage control. Kamala still can't answer basic questions. She was on Colbert, and it was the same old Kamala. Nothing new. She leads like the Democratic Party leads these days. But sure, let's give her a book deal and a soft landing on Colbert. This isn't transparent. It's a narrative laundering. It's if a conservative woman delivered the level of incoherence and underperformance, she wouldn't get a book deal. She wouldn't even get a comic book deal. She'd get buried. The double standard in publishing media is the real story here. The brutal reviews aren't coming from the right. They're coming from everywhere. This rollout proves what we've already knew. Kamala Harris is great at getting the spotlight, terrible at using it. I want to welcome my next guest, Anthony Siccardi. He's the publisher of Post Hill Press. Anthony, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, Adam.
Anthony,
great to be here.
I saw this book, and I didn't know what was Kamala was going on Colbert, and I said, what? And I can't find the exact numbers, but some ridiculous $10 or $15 million they're paying her for what? There's no content. It was a terrible campaign. Only in the publishing industry does the left get rewarded for losing, right? I mean, you fight so hard for some of your authors, and I've had some of the authors that we did Pastor Darrell Scott and other authors we did with your house, but you know, the amount of fighting and hard work you have to do compared to what the left throws at these people, it's ridiculous. And I want to go to a first clip here, it's cut 4. And this is what we got to witness on Colbert. It's so, let's go to cut 4, watch this.
I mean, there's a lot of personal stuff in the book. I mean, poor Dougie.
You're blowing the lid off of Doug? What's going on?
For example, my birthday's in October. The election's in November. You see where I'm going. And Dougie kind of dropped the ball on my big birthday.
He didn't get you anything?
Oh, you have to read the book.
All right. Just tell me the page. Tell me the page. We're going to take...
Same old cackling Kamala. I really want to go out and buy the book now, Anthony, because to find out if Dougie bought her a birthday gift. Right? Give me your thoughts on this rollout and her book.
I mean, you know, it's typical of what we continue to see in the publishing world. My company, and I appreciate you calling out some of the successes we had. You know, look, when I published Miranda Devine's Laptop from Hell, I mean, every publishing house in the country passed on it. They all thought it was a conspiracy theory, and these were all Russia collusion. And here we are with someone that is, ran the most failed campaign in modern day history, wasn't even really nominated to run for office in that regard. She kind of got there by default. And by the way, not only did she just get a book deal, Joe Biden got a $10 million deal from Hachette. And the man can barely put 2 sentences together. So all of this right now is really what I think left-wing media, left-wing publishers, people who covered for this administration for the past 4 years, they're still trying to cover their you-know-what. And I think this is just their way of sort of, tracing back and retelling history here that just we all know is a bunch of garbage. So it'll be interesting to see what ultimately happens. I was shocked, to be honest with you, that when she announced the book, it actually had a moment on Amazon where it shot up the charts, but I don't think it's going to last long. And a lot of that could just be her own donors buying up books, which is what, you typically see from the left. So it's a bit of, I wouldn't say it's a surprise that she's doing this. Clearly, it's a money grab. I don't ultimately know what they paid her, but I'm sure it was a lot. But I think the one good thing we can get out of all this, particularly from a conservative point of view, is that she's going to have to speak for her failures here. What is she going to do? Sidestep around it? Blame Russian collusion? She doesn't have any fallback right now. So it is going to be interesting to see how she spins it, and that alone will be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's interesting what you said, Anthony, because I looked down. I said, this is going to be way up in the charts. And somehow she was at like number 2. Maybe it was a big blast from all these left-wing groups. Buy one, get a signed copy free, because there's nothing there to see. Like, watch this cut 5 here. She can't even answer this basic question on Colbert. Let's go to cut 5.
Who's leading the Democratic Party? I'm just curious.
There are lots of leaders. And
there's generally a leader of the Democratic Party. You know, like, oh, that's the leader of the Democratic Party. And who comes to mind?
I think there are a lot of, I'm not going to go through names because then I'm going to leave somebody out and then I'm going to hear about it. But let me say this. I think it is a mistake for us who want to figure out how to get out and through this and get out of it, to put it on the shoulders of any one person. It's really on all of our shoulders.
Think about this. She's supposed to be the leader. He asked her a simple question, give me some names who are leaders. And she says, I can't answer that because I don't want somebody snapping at me. But you're a leader. You're supposed to answer a basic question like that. Stephen, give us a little bit more heat, please. No wonder you're getting canceled, right? You know, it was recently, Anthony, there was 199 guests, I believe, in the last year. It was a Colbert, maybe it was all of them, but it was Colbert, something like that. He had one conservative, Stephen Colbert, and it was Liz Cheney. I wouldn't call her a conservative, basically. Yeah. I'd call her a rhino in drag. But this rollout is pathetic, and I don't know how she did it, but, you know, give me your thoughts on that last clip, too.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. It's almost like she hasn't even written the book herself. Like somebody wrote the book for her. And how do you not even prepare for that kind of question? That is a basic, simple question. So, you know, and you know, it's funny. She keeps making that reference to, well, it's in my book. You got to read my book. I don't think she knows what's in her book the same way she can't answer who the leader is for her own party. So I think she's completely checked out. I think she's completely rethinking life. You know, I'm sure she's talking to celebrities about, you know, and celebrity PR people about what her next move is. Is she going to go down the road of a Michelle Obama podcast kind of route? But I mean, it's really amateur hour. And to keep referring, you know, when she's asked a question, oh, you'll have to read my book. That's the ultimate amateur hour response. She was ill prepared for this. I don't know why she's putting herself out there in this way. I think it was just bad planning, bad strategy, the same way her campaign was bad planning and bad strategy. So just the trend is continuing here. And, you know, again, you would think after the loss that she took, that she would go back, regroup, and, you know, get some media training, get a new sort of a team around her to plan her next move. And this is the same old that we've been seeing for the last several months. So it's quite frankly, it's embarrassing.
Jim Costa got fired. Terry Moran got fired. A whole host of other ones getting let loose. Don Lemon before the election. A whole host of these, Chuck Todd, they're all getting lost. Culture's moving. People want to hear and the CBS Paramount deal, the executives want a more fair, and a big story that Gayle King early in the week is they don't want to renew her contract because that whole CBS morning show is a bunch of woke hosts sitting around playing, I don't know who they're playing, what audience they're playing to. Right. But the book industry is not moving along. I mean, they're battling to get Kamala's book. For what?
Right.
I don't think the thing will sell well.
Book, yeah. You know, and it's interesting, you know, with Trump back in office, you know, we're waiting to see now, you know, how this Russiagate situation plays out. I mean, obviously, there's going to be more book opportunities there. But no, you're absolutely right. The publishing industry, which, you know, I've been around it a long time, and it used to be about giving a home and a voice to different types of messaging and different types of opinion. That's no longer the case. It's almost become like a college campus, quite frankly, where, you know, if you have a dissenting view, you're an outcast, you know. Or
Anthony, quick question. How did Miranda's book do? You took it. I mean, she's been a hit, and now she's really close with the administration and the president. How did her book do?
Excellent. It was one of our top sellers. It was, you know, a major, major success for us. Still selling today. Same thing for Kash Patel, Dan Bongino's book. Both Cash and Bongino's last books were very, very successful for us. So, we've been very fortunate. As you said, the publishing industry has not moved with the culture. with the culture. And that, quite frankly, has been good for my company because we're willing to give a home and a voice to a lot of these authors that are being completely overlooked.
Anthony, good luck, and we'll get you some more authors, and we'll do some more, hopefully, conservative books that will reach a good swath of America that the big houses are missing out on. Anthony, thanks for joining us. I'll see you soon.
Thanks so much, Adam.
Thank you.
This was great.
Up next, Representative Nancy Mace, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, is now running for governor. We're going to have her coming up on an exclusive interview here. That and more are coming up on Media Exposed.
Got your back as you start your day.
America's small towns with big convictions.
Real America isn't Wall Street greed and DC lies.
America ain't big cities and big tech.
It's the construction worker focused on building a better tomorrow. And it's the farmer who works all year to provide for a nation.
It's the teacher that leaves politics and policy out of the classroom.
It's the soldier ready to lay down his life to defend our flag.
We have not forgotten real America.
This is real America, where we put our faith in God and our families first.
Welcome back to Media Exposed. I want to bring on South Carolina Congressman Nancy Mace, who just made headlines by launching her campaign for governor of South Carolina. She's no stranger to political brawl, whether it's facing off with the media, breaking with her own party, or taking on culture war flashpoints. And now she's aiming for the top job in our home state. I want to welcome my next guest, Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Congresswoman, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, and thank you for having me today.
It was early, like 2000, beginning of COVID, when, the flock of New Yorkers like myself said, we went down to South Florida, Miami. I went to a client. He said, stop by and visit me. And he was having this massive party. And I was like, walked in, it was off the chart. I said, I think I moved across the street right then. But then I asked my friend, what's the best places to, as I was driving down from New York, he said, stop in Beaufort. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So I stopped in there. I said, my God, these houses are stunning, historic, but look like a liberal area. Your area, right? And I said, wow, this has got to be a Democratic stronghold. But you've run up the numbers recently. Congratulations on that. But more historically here, we do Media Exposed, and it was a major turning point in March of 2025 when big George Stephanopoulos, who probably shouldn't be working anymore after what he did to you and after losing, anybody who loses that kind of money for a corporation should be fired, but only in the media business they get to keep their job. So before we start, I'd love to play this cut 7, because this is where the president won his lawsuit and you were really treated terribly. Let's go to cut 7.
How do you square your endorsement of Donald Trump with the testimony we just saw?
Well, I will tell you, I was raped at the age of 16, and any rape victim will tell you, I've lived for 30 years with an incredible amount of shame over being raped. I didn't come forward because of that judgment and shame that I felt. And it's a shame that you will never feel, George, and I'm not going to sit here on your show and be asked a question meant to shame me about another potential rape victim. I'm not going to do that.
It's actually not about shaming you. It's a question about Donald Trump.
No, you are shaming me.
You've endorsed Donald Trump for president.
Right.
Donald Trump has been found liable for rape by a jury. Donald Trump has been found liable for defaming the victim of that rape by a jury. It's been affirmed by a judge.
It was not a criminal court case, number one. Number two, I live with shame. And you're asking me a question about my political choices, trying to shame me as a rape victim, and I find it disgusting. And quite frankly, E. Jean Carroll's comments when she did get the judgment, joking about what she was going to buy, it makes it harder for women to come forward when they make a mockery out of rape, when they joke about it.
Doesn't it make it harder for women to come forward when they?
It makes it harder when other women joke about it, and she's joked about it. And I find it offensive. And I also find it offensive that you're trying to shame me with this question.
I'm not trying to shame you.
Are.
Well, in fact,
I have dealt with this for 30 years. You know how hard it was to tell my story 5 years ago when they were doing a fetal heartbeat bill and there were no exceptions for rape, incest, rape or incest in there? I had to tell my story because no other woman was coming forward. No rape victims were represented. And you're trying to shame me this morning.
I'm just asking.
And I find it offensive, and this is why women won't come forward.
Women won't come forward because they're defamed by those who perpetrate rape.
They are judged and they're shamed, and you're trying to shame me this morning. I think it's disgusting.
I'm not shaming you at all.
I told my story. It took me 25 years to.
If any of you be taught in a university about what not to do in the media business, that was George Stephanopoulos, one of the largest morning shows on Sunday, and he berated you. And then glad that he lost, but he still has a job, Nancy. And give your thoughts on that moment in time, because that's kind of should be in the history books, the way you were treated and the way the president was able to win the lawsuit in December of the same year.
Well, right. Number one, George Stephanopoulos learned a $15 million lesson in defamation. He's the one that actually defamed the president of the United States of America over this. And then the second thing I want to say is this is what the radical left and even the mainstream Democratic Party is about now. They don't like women. They shame us. When you are a conservative woman, or just any woman, really, they don't like any women, whether they're Democrat or not. But the Democrat Party hates women. They want men in women's spaces, men in women's bathrooms, locker rooms, dressing rooms, women that come forward like me as survivors. They try to shame us. I mean, the kind of memes after that interview too, people from the Democrat Party saying, I deserve to be raped, like those kinds of things. It's just disgusting. And it's why I fight so hard for our daughters. And I want to say a thing too, is that a lot of men came forward to speak out to defend me, a lot of Republican men. And the thing that I appreciate about our party is that we have real men in the Republican Party, and real men protect women.
Right. It was you said you were pushed into the media fight. Was there a specific moment? Was that the moment when you decided enough was enough? Was that now infamous interview that we just watched? Or what was that moment you said, that's it, I'm going to be a cultural fighter?
Yeah, it definitely was a moment. I would say in the last 2 years especially. I mean, I came into Congress giving everyone a fair shake. Like, this is going to be a normal process. It's going to be balanced. And it just wasn't. And what I've discovered over the last 4.5 years in Congress, the way the mainstream media, it's not just Donald Trump, it's conservatives who support Donald Trump. The lies that they say, the smears that they make, the stories they just make up, the hoaxes. I mean, Donald Trump was right about everything. And it's worse than I could have ever imagined. And so I've gotten tired of it. I've gotten tired of the lies by the mainstream media. And I've continued to call them out because, quite frankly, I just don't care. I know what the American people want, Trump supporters want, and they want the truth. And they want others in the media to tell the truth. And that's why alternative media is so much more successful right now than the lamestream fake news. I mean, they're a dying breed.
Yeah, I know. I had so many corporations in the communication over the years that got attacked, and they didn't know what to do because they were so weak. And the media can destroy people's lives, as we know over the years. Yep. But at least one thing Donald Trump and you, too, have taught people: fight back, don't cower, lead by example, because they're ruthless, and no other business in America get away with what they do. George Stephanopoulos should not be working. Who can lose if you're in the military? You were in the military.
I was not in the military. I was not in the military.
Oh, sorry.
But I did go to the Citadel.
But people in the military get fired, thrown out for such small things. And this guy lost his company $15 million, and he's still on the anchor desk, right? You've been one of the few.
Tens of millions of dollars a year. It was spreading lies.
Right.
Yeah.
You've been one of the few Republicans to call out both the far left and your own party. How does the independent street play in the Republican primary for governor? How do you think it will play?
Well, I think it's going to play very well. I mean, you all know better than anybody, but it's been both Republicans and Democrats alike who have put all this debt, trillions of dollars of debt. And we have to acknowledge the problem that we have Republicans in our own party that are big spenders. And look what Trump just did with the big, beautiful bill. He gave the working class, hardworking Americans a permanent tax cut. He understands how hard it is for them. He has a huge economy that's growing. It just grew at 2.9% the GDP in Q2 in Trump's first 6 months in office. And so it's important that we call out when we have Republicans that are spending too big, or in my case, I'm in a red state. I'm running for governor in the red state of South Carolina, but you might not know it in some cases where we were supposed to have banned sanctuary policies. But when you know, over the last 4 years, my statewide leaders allowed a sanctuary sheriff to go rogue in South Carolina, let out illegals into the streets of South Carolina that were rapists, that were murderers, that were pedophiles, and not a single statewide leader stood up and said anything. I got her fired with the voters of South Carolina. We rejected her at the ballot box last November, and we got a sheriff in that worked with ICE on day one. But that was in a district or in a county that Kamala Harris won. I got Republicans and Democrats to oust the Democrat sheriff. But nobody else. I mean, that's the kind of thing that we're up against sometimes, even with members of our own party. We have a Republican attorney general in South Carolina, Alan Wilson. He doesn't like to prosecute pedophiles. There's a case right now that I'm bringing attention to where a guy had 1,900 images, and our attorney general pled it down to 1 day in jail. Like, I don't know how you walk around with almost 2,000 images. You're a convicted pedophile, and your Republican attorney general, Alan Wilson, I'm talking about you, allows the guy to serve 1 day in jail only. So I'm going to call it out when I see it, and I'm going to protect kids. I'm going to protect women. I'm going to protect men. I'm going to protect everybody.
I know you went to back Ray for the women in sports, women athletes, women in sports, but a lot of backlash. People were chasing you at the Capitol. Newspaper reporters were making up lies, smears against you. But did that make you more attractive when you went back home to the base and the people that saw through it? Because thank God we have alternative media, like you said earlier, because if it was up to that mainstream media junk that they put out, it would smear you, right? But did it make it more attractive 100%. To the voters?
Well, I think that people see me fighting, whether it's for myself or for other people's rights. They say, you know what, at least she's fighting for something. And that does seem to make people feel like they are a part of my life. They're a part of the process. They're a part of our team, to know that we're fighting for them. And I'm fighting for victims everywhere. I'm fighting for lower taxes, for for us to clean up the illegal immigrants that are here in South Carolina. I'm fighting for everyday hardworking Americans and South Carolinians, just like myself. And so I think they see a bit of themselves when they've been against the machine or when the machine has been against them. They see me fighting for them.
Congressman, I'm so glad you've been a fighter against all these woke and other, illegal alien issues. But tell us a little bit about the race, where people can go to the website. Do you have a website? I know you just launched it early in the week, but let people know where they can come and support you.
I would really love for folks to go to nancymace.org and just chip in $1. Put your name on the list and say you are a day one Nancy Mace supporter. Go to nancymace.org. You can click the donate button at the top right of the page and just kick in $1. I would love your help to shut down the illegal immigrants in South Carolina. We want to help President Trump. We have a huge opportunity to have MAGA governors, America First governors in the state of South Carolina and everywhere across the country. And I would love your viewers' support.
Wow, this is amazing. We got a congressperson, woman, that only asked for $1.
It's $1. That's it.
We should give you an award for that. Thank you, Congressman, for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you soon. Good luck on your race.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And God bless.
God bless you. Coming up next, we're going to talk about Mayor Adams. He's hanging out at the clubs again, late night clubs, and he was on a podcast telling us why. We're also going to talk about the New York Post. The legendary New York Post is going to California, and we're going to look at this redistricting battle happening all over Texas. That's big in the news. That and more coming up on Media Exposed. back to Media Exposed. Eric Adams, the New York City mayor, thinks rubbing elbows at a place called Casa Cipriani at midnight makes him relatable to the people because he says he visits the dishwashers. But New Yorkers want a mayor who's managing crime, managing homelessness, getting the economy back up, not the club scene king. Talking to dishwashers after bottles isn't leadership, it's deflection while the city spirals on public safety. He's justifying VIP access because these, clubs, these private members clubs are difficult to get in. But if you're mayor, you got the carte blanche. Come on in, sir, right? Well, the city spies on, he's justifying this access to, but it's public service he's supposed to be performing. This is the problem with brand over substance. Politicians, Adams campaigns on grift, grit, then governors with a selfie stick and a night pass. So I want to welcome my next guest, David Zier, host of Breaking Point, joining us on the set. Thanks for joining us, David.
Hey, what's going on, Adam?
Also, the New York Post just said they're going to launch the California Post. We're going to talk about that in the cut, but I want to go to this cut. It was, I kind of was so confused by this, but let's go to cut 8. It's Mayor Adams on Razima Azari's podcast. Watch this.
You brought up, being out all the time. You and I were both at Casa Cipriani this last Friday night.
I didn't see you.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't want to interrupt you. I should have. Right. So talk about being Nightlife mayor. Right. You seem to take pride in this title. I think people level it as some kind of,
negative.
Busy. We need a daytime mayor. What's Nightlife mayor?
And that's what people miss. Mm-hmm. What I learned from policing, I did overnights as a police officer. I did 11 at night until like 8 in the morning. Oof. Right. Yeah. For several years. And what I learned is that New York is not a 9 to 5 city. There's a whole body of people who they do day hours. Mm-hmm. They do these afternoons until 12 o'clock. And then this new group of people come. They sleep during the day. They're nocturnal and they're out overnight. Mm-hmm. And what has happened, mayors have never witnessed them, And so as this nightlife mayor, when I came into office, our nightlife industry was decimated. COVID,
yeah.
And people don't realize when you see that fancy Casa Cipriani, you're missing the fact of the cooks, the dishwashers, the waiters, the people who clean up after hours. And I knew I had to say.
But you weren't in the kitchen. You were.
No. I actually go in the kitchen. When you go to these major establishments and you ask them, has the mayor been in here? And what happened when he comes in? He stops in the kitchen.
Actually, the staff did tell me that you chat to them.
Yeah, I talked to them, and I knew I had to revitalize our nightlife, $30 billion industry. If I didn't get that industry back up and operating, working class people would have suffered. And so, I took hits for it because people thought it was, okay, he just wanted to hang out and, do X, Y, and Z. No, it was part of my overall plan of I got to revitalize my nightlife. I have to revitalize my business industry. I had to revitalize my 4 to 12s, as we call them.
Okay.
The whole city.
And now the city is humming. But you're still gone because it's also fun.
Oh,
it's also fun.
You meet people want to see you. They want to see you out.
Are you a member of any of these clubs?
No. I have so many people that are members of different clubs.
Okay.
You come in as their guests. These are too expensive for me on my salary.
So that's a Naima Raza, she's formerly of the New York Times, New York Magazine. She has a Smart Girl Dumb Questions podcast. Actually, with some smart questions to get this out of them, because if people don't know, Casa Cipriani is probably the hottest private members club, the chicest people, but nothing productive happens. People having dinner, socializing, and he's justifying that he's bringing nightlife back when crime's happening all over the city, homelessness. I don't mind, David, a mayor having a decent time. But when the city's not doing well, you shouldn't be hanging like at midnight, 1 o'clock at private elite members club. Give me your thoughts on that podcast and his answer.
Listen, Mayor Adams riding the gravy train for years as mayor of New York City. You're right. He's the mayor. He can't afford to join all these posh clubs. But how many free lobsters has he got in the last 3.5, 4 years? He's everywhere. He's in all the clubs. You and I were with Curtis Lee. We're listening to him speak at the Union League, and we were talking to Curtis about the homelessness problem in New York City. And I went down the street by Trump Tower and Avra, the high-end Greek restaurant. There's a big club in it. And I go back there, and Mayor Adams is there. Curtis Lee was still on the street looking for homeless people. This is like the difference in what's going on here. While homeless people are sleeping on every other bench in Fifth Avenue. I just think it's crazy. And, he says he can't afford these clubs. Well, who's paying for the $2,000 and $3,000 suits that he has in his private tailor? That's what I want to know. So, maybe he should be filing, receipts for all those free dinners he's been getting.
Right. So you're justifying this posh place by saying, I go in and meet with the dishwashers.
On whose tab?
Inside. But who's paying for these posh meals?
Is it influence
who's paying
peddling?
For the drinks? Right.
What is it?
What's going on here? I don't get it. I've never seen a mayor into such nightlife, bringing back the nightlife. It's not. He loves the nightlife. You're not elected to bring back the nightlife. I'm glad she interviewed him and got this out of him. It's kind of silly. But one of the great institutions, David, that New York was founded in the early 1800s by Alexander Hamilton. It's one of the few papers in New York. It's pretty moderate to conservative. The New York Post, legendary New York Post, has great content, has great articles, has very catchy headlines all the time. They announced early in the week they're going to California, and they're calling the California Post. So maybe they got one radical state on the East Coast, one on the left coast, and let's see if they can bring their wit, humor, and somewhat moderate writings and columns to California, because boy, does California need it, right?
Yeah, they do. And listen, there's like 40 newspapers in Los Angeles, and billionaire Patrick Soon-Shiong owns the LA Times. He's going public this year, so maybe the New York Post is making a play to get a presence over there in Los Angeles. But between the Los Angeles Daily News, the LA Tribune, the Los Angeles Times, it's a steady stream of homogenized, left-leaning, information stream. So, I think they could use it, and I think it'll do very well, right? Just like the New York Post is the counter to the New York Daily News, right? There's a lot of liberals in New York, the New York Times, but the Post is always safe refuge if you want a little bit of common sense and some fun.
Well, the people use the New York Post. A lot of the TV producers, segment producers, bookers, they really have interesting stories to post, and they do it in an easy manner. I mean, the New York Times, you have to fold out. It's like it gets lost on the side.
Yeah, it's a tabloid.
It's called an easy read in the business. Easy to read. You get the story right away, and then they go to TV with it. So the Post has done a great job over the years producing great sensational stories that sometimes they turn into best-selling books. Sometimes they turn into miniseries, the Post does. But they got the eye, and hopefully they bring that talent to Los Angeles because they need it. Los Angeles is losing too many people. Recently, the CEO of In-N-Out Burger decided to say, she says, I can't do this anymore with these regulations. He's suffocating taxes, suffocating minimum wage. So she's leaving California and going to Tennessee. Did you see that story?
No, but that's the story. A lot of people going to North Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Idaho, all from California.
There's this big story this week, early in the week, the Texas legislature, Democrats decided to leave the state. I think it was the lieutenant governor, the governor, and they decided to say, we're going to arrest you. And what happened was the left-wing media decided to rush down there, take the side of the Democrats, as they always do. Meanwhile, other states have these gerrymandering where they take one side of the state, throw it to the loops to the other side of the state. They're not even near each other, just to make it racially diverse. And that's really not what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have a congressional district in the neighborhood, fair to the constituents that are in there, fair to the public, not do this map because you get a certain percent, all because a state is 10.2% African American, all because that area, you don't have to make those percents so high. But this one jokester was this show on the Alex Stein on the Blaze. Let's see, he did the little photo bomb here. Let's go to cut 9.
We just watched the speaker gavel out with a whole lot of anger, Kelly. Here's the state of play. Here's
MSNBC sucks.
Hey, how are you?
MSNBC sucks.
Talk to you for a second.
MSNBC sucks.
You can see.
Okay.
You can see the frustration.
Sometimes this happens, and we understand that can happen. And while we love free speech, we're going to keep control here. So, Ryan, thank you. Shaq, thank you. A volatile story. We'll be following it. And apparently, not only Shaq cleaned up. Okay. Stay with us here because
Ryan has cleared the set, as we would like to say. The gentleman moved on. So, Ryan, let me turn back to you. Nicely handled there. Can you give us an update on, as you were walking us through this, we'll all take a breath there. Maybe not. Okay. Go ahead, Ryan. Hold
on one.
I think we do it in a little better manner, David. But you know, that's this little comedy sneak attack there. But you know, this MSNBC had to flood the gate down there and take the sides of the Democrats. What do you think about this?
Well, it's common for gerrymandering to occur all over the country, and nobody was saying boo on the Democratic side when they failed to redistrict recently in Wisconsin. They're heading to Illinois. This is common practice. And Texas, these 5 districts that they want to create here, they increase the Hispanic vote for the Republican Party and for Donald Trump by big numbers, like 10 or 15%, I think. So this is a gamble still for the Republicans to do this. They could lose a few of them.
It doesn't mean they're going to keep the Hispanic vote. They did well this time. A different candidate could lose the Hispanic vote. All because they, gerrymandered it that way. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean a guaranteed victory.
Right.
David, thanks for joining us on this set.
Thanks,
See you
Adam.
soon. A word from our sponsor, partner at Hotel Planner. Are you frustrated with how confusing it is these days to find and book a good hotel for yourself, your family, or for larger group events? Our friends at Hotel Planner are a cutting-edge hotel booking platform that's easy to navigate. AR has over 1.4 million global properties available across all travel categories, and they've been in the business for more than 20 years. If you call their reservations line, you'll speak to a real-life human, not a bot. Hotel Planner, high-tech, high-touch. I want to thank David Zier for joining us on the set, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, Anthony Siccardi from Post Hill Press, publisher, and also Justine Brooke-Murray from Media Research Center. See you, and Fran and Erin in the control room. Good job. See you soon on Media Exposed.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, America, it's Sunday. We're coming to you straight from Washington, D.C.
We're live from the White House with breaking news.
Brian Glenn.
Yes. My question is,
Bringing you the stories that matter.
you're putting the American people first. Your thoughts on that?
Thank you. I like that question. Boy, I want more questions like that.
And the conversations you won't hear anywhere else.
It is a privilege to report from the White House. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you own a suit?
I think he's a great guy, by the way.
A superstar in the media world, Brian Glenn.
Trump was right about everything.
Mr. President, I'll take one.
Brian, you're not a suit.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's Sunday in America with Real America's Voice. Now, here's your host, Brian Glenn.
Okay, so I was walking by the window and I saw Marjorie out there. I have no idea what she's doing, and there's really no telling what that woman is doing. So we're gonna go see. All right, I saw you up on the ladder. I was just walking into the living room, and what in the world is going on?
Okay, see the bird poop down there? I have been seeing this all over my porch, and I scrubbed the floor, and it came back, and I noticed that we got a bird nest up here. But I want to show you something.
Oh, okay. Be real careful.
Yeah, I thought that it was just going to be just a nest, but look, let me show you. There are 2 little eggs in here, and they got little specks on them. I don't know what kind they are, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to get back down this ladder because I don't want to disturb this nest, and I don't want the mama bird to be upset with me. So that'll be super cute. And now I know why I have bird poop on my porch. However, you know what, Brian? I think it's because you got me my favorite present recently, and I think that's why we're getting covered up in birds everywhere.
Apparently, we are basically a drive-through for the birds. We got a bird buddy, and if you're not familiar with the bird buddy,
It's the greatest.
It's the greatest. Let's go show them.
All right, let's go see the bird buddy right over here. So Brian got me for my birthday this year something called the Bird Buddy, and it's a bird feeder that has a camera in it. See? And so every time the birds land, we gotta refill it. Brian, it's like they've been chowing down nonstop. No wonder we're getting like 150 notifications. This thing is great. So every time a bird lands and the camera records them, you get a notification on your phone because it has an app, and the whole video comes up, and I absolutely love it. And so it's operated, it has a little solar panel down here, so it doesn't have to be plugged into power. But I think, you know who's been eating all this? I think it's the big fat boy squirrel.
Yeah, we got a massive squirrel.
Okay, so let's go refill it.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right, so we have to refill my bird buddy because I have so many customers. And then I'm going to scoop this up. Yeah. Great UGA football cup I have here. Okay, and then we are going to pop open the back. What do I need you to do? I'm too short. All right, trade.
Trade.
What I do is I get around this way, actually, and I cup it in the... It usually takes about 2.
Mm-hmm. It does.
About 2 things. You can see it's like sunflower seeds.
It's a mix. Something for everybody. Stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I make sure I pack it down a little bit.
That's good.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So, you get in there.
Okay.
So, there it is.
All right, and then it's right here next to this window in my living room, which is great because you can also see all the birds landing, watching from my living room. I love that. And, all right, well, our restaurant is open for business. Now let's see how many notifications we get on that.
How many do we have so far?
Today I have 105 events, and I've had 6 more bird visitors notifications on my app since you and I refilled it.
That's great. That's great.
It's the most fun thing in the world. I love it so much.
Okay, so we're about to go check out this new brewery in downtown Rome, and then.
Wait, no, I want to do some shopping too.
Okay.
Oh, and I have another stop too. I gotta go cash in my scratch offs. I won $30 and another ticket, so I want to get another ticket. I might buy some more ones too.
Get some tickets.
Yeah, gotta go cash in. $30, another ticket.
Okay, so I had the option of cashing out altogether or getting another ticket. So I decided to cash out. So I got $40, which was pretty good. So that means I made $10 because one ticket was a $20 ticket and the other ticket was a $10 ticket. So now we're going shopping, Brian.
We are at the River Remedy Brewing Company, and we're going to try a flight of the beers they brew here. I've got this one here. It's the Etowah Light. This one, number 3, the Ustanola Great White. Those are 2 rivers in Rome. They were out of the Coosa, or I definitely would have gotten a third. Number 4 here is the Rome, Georgia IPA. And number 12, we're going to try is Etowah Light with lime, so I wanted to try the difference, so we'll see how they are. Okay, so I just learned a tip from the bartender, which is really great. This is called Dream a Little Dreamsicle, and when you add it to number 3, the Ustanola Great White, it's supposed to taste like a blue moon. All right, so we're going to give this a try. Oh, color and everything. Okay, here we go. Very good. I like it a lot.
Okay, so now we're trying some of the food here, which looks amazing.
Okay, we got the river fries and the dipping sauce out of this world. And we got pot stickers. They were highly recommended by the owner's sister. And so you always listen to the people that own the business and our family. So these are delicious and great little snack to go along with our flight of this little brewery here.
Good, good.
Are those so good? Okay, they're nice and thin. And the sauce. They're very good. Okay, so I'm moving on and I'm trying Eddie the Etowah River Monster. And this one is aged in whiskey barrels. This one's probably the best one I've had. Yeah, it's really good. I tell you something great about this place is their proceeds and a lot of activities they do actually go to help they're doing this tonight. This is really cool. They're doing the Rome Celebrity Dance Challenge that helps the Sexual Assault Center of Northwest Georgia. So here's another great reason to come on out to this brewery.
We'll be right back with more Sunday in America here on Real America's Voice. Welcome back to Sunday in America with your host, Brian Glenn. to Sunday in America with your host, Brian Glenn.
Okay, it's Monday here at the White House. Now, when President Trump arrived on Sunday, he's asked a variety of questions about tariffs and foreign policy, but he was also asked about Sydney Sweeney to get his opinion on her. Take a listen.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Mr. President, actress Sydney Sweeney, it came out this weekend that she was a registered Republican. Any thoughts on that?
Who was?
Sydney Sweeney, she's like a very hot actress right now.
A registered Republican?
Yes.
Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President.
So President Trump's saying, well, if she's a Republican, I even love the ad now. And of course, I think she is a Republican. I just saw her recently on social media out at an outdoor gun range having some fun. I've also seen Justin Bieber over the weekend also shooting with his AR and also with some other handguns as well. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of a cultural shift when it comes to your Second Amendment right. Now, I was just on AVL. Steve Gruber asked me, what I thought about the ad. I do think that Madison Avenue and the advertising agencies got it right with Sydney Sweeney. They went so far left on some of this insanity ads. Look at Jaguar. Look at the message they pushed out during the Super Bowl and some of the messaging on that brand. That brand's dying off. Other brands are exceeding. So anyway, the advertising world is shifting to the culture that is behind the America First movement.
I'm not here to tell you to buy American Eagle jeans. And I definitely won't say that they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn. Or that they make your butt look amazing. Why would I need to do that? But if you said that you want to buy the jeans, I'm not going to stop you. But just so we're clear, this is not me telling you to buy American Eagle jeans.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
You see what I did there, right?
We'll be right back with more Sunday in America here on Real America's Voice. to Sunday in America with your host, Brian Glenn.
Okay, here at the White House now, Brooke Rollins just stepped in front of what we call the stakeout area. It's a little point right outside the West Wing where typically people will gather to ask questions. Brooke Rollins taking a few questions, one of which I asked that the USDA just announced that they're going to spend around $230 million buying locally sourced food that they can put out across communities in this country that are in need. Take a listen.
You just recently announced that USDA is going to purchase about $230 million of local fish, produce to distribute around the country to communities in need. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think that as we continue to focus on how we support and even open up the market to more small family farms, more locally produced produce. The farmers market, the Great American Farmers Market's going on right now. We're in day 3. Biggest farmers market, I think, in the history of America. We're so proud of it, celebrating America at 250. But part of that is the effort to ensure that yesterday, Make America Healthy Again Day with Bobby Kennedy, but to ensure that we're able to provide healthy, in many respects, locally grown produce and products. So that particular program, Brian, the couple $100 million we just announced is part of a larger $1 billion project to not only use this opportunity to move forward more locally produced, supporting more of our smaller farmers, creating more opportunity and market access for those farmers. But really, this is, from my perspective, I've been saying this is almost a national security issue. We've got to figure out how to feed and fuel and clothe ourselves and not be reliant on foreign adversaries, especially, but even other foreign governments. This is a piece of that. Very soon, we'll be announcing, I think, a really exciting program. USDA spends $405 million every single day. Just even taking a moment in Washington, where I'll sort of think about all these big numbers, we get a little bit numb to them. But when you think that USDA, not across the government, but USDA alone, spends $405 million a day on nutrition programs, food stamps, et cetera, that number is stunning. So what can we do, A, to reform the program, which I know we've all talked about we're doing, but B, to begin to shift some of that money into buying more locally sourced healthy food, which again supports the smaller farmers. So I'm really excited about that. We're building the plan right now. Only 5% of food that is purchased in bulk for schools, for prisons, et cetera, only 5% of it is locally sourced. So there's a huge opportunity there and more to come on that. We'll do one more question, y'all. Anybody else? All right. Thank you guys so much. Look at y'all. That's great. Have a great day. Bye. Thank you.
Then a little bit later today, President Trump is in the White House signing an executive order for an Olympic task force. Now, this will be for the 2028 Olympics. This will be a security-minded executive order. I know that security is on a lot of people's mind, especially with these big, large events. So we'll see exactly what that executive order looks like.
The 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a big day for a lot of reasons, and it's an honor to have you in this very nice venue across the street from the White House. And thank you all for being here as we take a major step to ensure the United States is fully prepared to welcome the world to Los Angeles for the 2028 Summer Olympic Games. Very exciting day of my life when we got nominated and we ultimately got it. And I didn't think I'd be here for the Games in this capacity, but it worked out that way. So I'm very happy about that. I had no idea that was going to happen. When we got it, I said, it's too bad I won't be president then. But sort of we took a very circuitous route, didn't we? In my first term, we were instrumental in helping the city of Los Angeles win the bid to bring the Olympic torch back to American soil. And today I will sign an executive order establishing the White House Task Force on the 2028 Summer Olympics, mobilizing the entire federal government to ensure the Games are safe, seamless, and historically successful. It's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be amazing. America is a nation of champions, and in July 2028 will show the world what America does best, and that's win. We're winning like we have never won before. You see that all the time. A year ago, we were not a country that was doing well, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. With today's action, I'm directing the Department of State, the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Department of Transportation, and many other departments and agencies to use every tool at their disposal to ensure a fantastic, safe, and beautiful event. In 2028, the Olympics is bringing back our national pastime, baseball. Wow, that's great. With teams playing under the lights at the legendary Dodger Stadium, and it is legendary. It's beautiful, one of the most beautiful. Squash players will go head-to-head inside the world-famous Universal Studios. Triathletes will sprint beneath the sun shining down on Venice Beach. This will be one of the great venues. I mean, when you think of it, right? It's going to be so incredible. Soccer teams will face off at the legendary Rose Bowl. Sailors will race through the waters near the port of Los Angeles, and the opening ceremony will take place at the beautiful Memorial Coliseum, just like the Olympics of 1932 and 1984. That was something. Those were very important Olympics. 1932 was a very important Olympics, wasn't it, huh? For 8 straight consecutive summer games, no one has won more medals than Team USA, which is incredible. We want to keep it that way. Over the years, Team USA has won triple the number of Summer Olympic gold medals as the next closest country, and I'm confident that that's going to continue in 2028. That's an amazing achievement, by the way. Between the LA Olympics and the FIFA World Cup next year, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics, got them both. It's a great time to be a sports fan in America, and maybe, I don't want to say most importantly, but it is a celebration of 250 years. We have our 250th anniversary also during the year, and it's going to be between the three of them. I think there'll be no other time that we've ever had in our history like that. So I'd like to ask the LA Olympics Chairman, Casey Wasserman, to say a few words, and I appreciate it very much, Casey. Great job you've done. Thank you very much.
These will be truly America's games. We expect millions of fans from around the country to participate and attend events. And for the first time in history, we're going to take the Olympic torch relay to all 50 states. The most states it's ever gone to is 38, but in 2028, we will touch all 50 states. And sir, if you'd like to run on Park Avenue again to revisit history, you're more than welcome. And we're thrilled. But this administration has delivered critical security funding in the recent bill that will be used by local and state agencies and the federal government to make sure that our games are safe and secure and ultimately the best place to experience and be an Olympic fan. We remain incredibly confident in our ability to deliver the greatest games ever, and that starts with the support of this administration every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is interesting. We've been told that the president will possibly be walking out on the roof for whatever reason. So we've had to move the stakeout point, and we've had to move about 2 times from the point we were set up for that shot. And you can see got the roof there, all the photographers behind me. But this is the first for me. I don't think the president has actually been on the roof since I've been here. Let's see why he's on the roof.
Everyone has moved. There's Will. What's going on over there? How many times have you moved?
3 times. We might as well do it for a 4th time. Why not?
All right, so what is President Trump doing on the roof?
Mr. President, where are you going up there? Taking a little walk. Come down and talk to us. Look for your help. What is the new road card and look? Put the door open. She's on the other side. Are you glad you're Hello, Peter. Looking good, Peter.
Are you going to blow up?
I do. Looking beautiful.
What does that mean?
What do you? 4 ways to spend my money.
Can you give us another thing?
Well, we'll show you. It's just another way to spend my money for the country. Anything I do is financed by me, so you don't have to worry. It's contributed. Just like my salary is contributed, but nobody ever mentions that.
What else, guys? What do you want to build? What are you trying to build?
What?
Sir, do you approve? Hey, more missiles? Are you building missiles? What? Come on, Dad.
We'll be right back with more Sunday in America here on Real America's Voice. To Sunday in America with your host, Brian Glenn.
So why Indiana?
Pardon?
Why Indiana for this latest attendance?
Why not? I mean, bottom line is the state should play a role in this administration's efforts to remove public safety threats from this nation as quick as possible, illegal alien public safety threats and national security threats. States are playing a role. I'm happy. I'm happy for their participation and coordination and efforts.
How quickly can we see it up and running?
I don't have an exact deadline on it. I know it's we're looking at about 1,000-bed facility, and I just, like I just said in another interview, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see bigger facilities that hold 4,000 or 5,000 people. Just creates more efficiencies. Near an airstrip, move people in and out quicker, bigger population, but 1,000 beds help. I've said from day one, we need 100,000 beds. That's what we asked for in the big, beautiful bill, and we got it. 100,000 beds will create more efficiencies and allow ICE agents to arrest more bad people on the street. And with us hiring at a massive rate, more boots on the ground, we need arresting more criminals, which means we need more beds. Everybody arrests needs a bed. They're going to be in custody for several days, several weeks, several months, depending on the specific case. But the more beds we have, the more success we're going to see.
Reaction to the judge considering halting operations at Alligator Alcatraz over environmental concerns?
I don't understand what environmental concerns are because I was down there. So all they take waste out of there every day. They're not having any impact. They haven't put 1 foot of concrete down that wasn't already there. I mean, the airport was already there. Runway was already there. They're moving waste in and out every day. They're moving, sewage water in and out every day. So I don't see any environmental impact. Again, if the judge is going to make that ruling, go down there and look at it yourself. I'm sick and tired of the radical judges trying to shut down everything we're doing. It's ridiculous. I thought the Supreme Court was pretty clear last month about these radical judges trying to, stop the Trump administration from implementing our agenda that American people voted for.
Can you give us an estimate on how many people are using
ICE agents you need?
We have no problem recruiting. We got record numbers. Border Patrol has a record number of people want to become part of the Border Patrol. Overwhelming number. ICE the same way. I've shared this a couple weeks ago. I actually used to have a LinkedIn account, and I had to shut it down because I had thousands and thousands of people reaching out to me, whether they're just got out of the military, whether they're police officers in the counties and cities, or retired ICE agents, retired border agents, your average Americans. I mean, I love them all for wanting to come part, but it shut me down. So there's no lack of men and women that want to come and join this administration because they've seen the great things this administration is doing. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
This afternoon, we're pleased to welcome to the White House one of the great and most esteemed business leaders and geniuses and innovators anywhere in the world, Apple CEO Tim Cook. It's an amazing job. Thanks as well to Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent and Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick for being here, wherever you may be. Oh, there you are. Hello, fellas. I missed you. Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion. It's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country all roaring to life. Areas that were not doing so well are doing very well. We have about $17 trillion coming into the United States, which is more than ever before. That's never even come close. There's never been anything like it. Even you, that's even a lot of money for you. But we have commitments of more than $17 trillion. That was as of a couple of weeks ago. These investments will directly create more than 20,000 brand new American jobs and many thousands more at the Apple suppliers like Corning, Broadcom, Texas Instruments, and Samsung, who all deal in that world. As part of this historic commitment, Apple will massively increase spending on its domestic supply chain for the iPhone and will build the largest and most sophisticated smart glass production line in the world in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, which is actually, I did very well there. I like it because I see I did very well there. I did very well in Kentucky, but it's a great place. You're going to be very happy. I thought maybe while we're up, I'll interrupt my own speech by you might show them a little bit about the product that you're going to be doing in Kentucky, Tim.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I step up?
Yes, please.
This box was made here in the U.S., in California, and this glass comes off the Corning line. It's engraved for President Trump. It's a unique unit of one. It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, that works at Apple now.
That's good. He's done well.
Designed it for you. And the base comes from Utah and is 24 karat gold. And it sits
I'll take the liberty of setting it off.
Wow.
Well, let's get it. There we go. Congratulations,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
President.
It's
Thank you
fantastic.
so much.
The great people of Kentucky. You're going to find it a great place to do business, too. It's fantastic. Isn't that nice? We're doing these things now in the United States instead of other countries, faraway countries. This is a significant step toward the ultimate goal of ensuring that iPhones sold in the United States of America also are made in America. With the mass infusion of capital it's announcing today, Apple will also build a 250,000 square foot server manufacturing facility in Houston and invest billions of dollars to construct data centers across the country from North Carolina to Iowa to Oregon. That's big stuff. Apple will also open state-of-the-art manufacturing economy. It's going to be a manufacturing academy in Detroit, and that's a great place to do. Well, you know, big things are happening in Michigan and Detroit. They're coming in because of what we've done with the, I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I added one word, great. But we have probably the biggest, most comprehensive piece of legislation ever passed. It's going to mean unbelievable numbers of jobs and no jobs on, think of this, whether it's tips or overtime or Social Security, no tax. So no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And there's just a small bit of it. For Apple and others businesses, we're talking about the deductions and all of the things. And actually for people that go out and buy a car, first time it's ever been done, we talk about deductions for companies, but they're going to be able to deduct interest when they borrow money to buy a car if it's made in America. It has to be made in America. So it is amazing. And one of the reasons I think I can say that Apple's coming here is the legislation we just passed with this kind of investment. Apple will also open other facilities, rare earth magnets from Texas, and build, oh, I love that you're doing this. I love that. I love that. And build a brand new rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California. I know that area. That's where they have a lot of truly rare earth. That's fantastic. I love that. And Apple will help develop and manufacture semiconductors and semiconductor equipment in Texas, Utah, Arizona, and New York. For years, Americans have watched as many of our leading tech giants built their factories overseas and exported American jobs abroad. But under the Trump administration, we're doing everything possible to make this the best place on earth to build a factory or grow businesses. I'm allowing them to build electric producing plants with their factory, because otherwise they'd have to hook into the grid. And I think it's one of the biggest things we've done, where you can build, Tim, your own electricity. You become your own electric manufacturer, and that goes along with the plant. So you become a utility. So congratulations, now you're in the utility. I hope they don't value your company based on utility, but that's okay. You're going to be making your own electricity, and as you probably know, for much of this and many of the things that we're doing, especially the AI, they would need actually double the electricity that the country now produces for everything. So it's massive electric, and they're going to be able to make their own, and they're getting very fast approvals. Lee Zeldin is doing a fantastic job, including with a 100% expensing on the one big beautiful bill. In return, we're asking our businesses to invest in America, and they're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. So I don't know when it shows up, but there are a lot of factories and a lot of plants that are either under construction or soon will be starting construction. So can't tell you exactly when, but I want to be around in about a year from now and 2 years from now, because we're going to see an explosion, I think, like this country has never seen before. Never. Today's announcement is one of the largest commitments in what has become among the greatest investment booms in our nation's history, and we've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. You know, I told you the story that, and Tim, I'll tell you, but I went to the Middle East, and I was with Qatar, I was with UAE, and the King of Saudi Arabia, all great leaders. And then I went to NATO and saw many great leaders, and we just finished that about 4 weeks ago. Virtually everyone said, in effect, that we were a dead country 1 year ago. America, this was a dead country. We were dying, we were dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, thank you very much for having me here today. You've been a great advocate for American innovation and manufacturing, and I'm grateful for your leadership and your commitment. That's a commitment we share at Apple because American innovation is central to everything we do. Our products are designed here, we're hiring and growing here, and we support 450,000 jobs with thousands of suppliers and partners in all 50 states. Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work, but he also asked us to think about what more we could commit to doing. And Mr. President, we took that challenge very seriously. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I'm very proud to say that today we're committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years.
We just got out of a major announcement there in the Oval Office. The CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, making a major investment in the U.S., a $600 billion investment here in the U.S., and even announced that every single glass that's on a watch or an iPhone bought anywhere around the world will be made right here in the U.S. Now, what's important to point out is all of the components, or not all of them, but most of the components that go into this iPhone are going to be made right here in the U.S. Even Houston getting a big server center built there in that region. Now, the assembly itself is still going to be assembled in some other countries, but President Trump seemed to put a little bit of heat on Tim Cook to try to bring that assembly process here back to the States. But other than that, this iPhone is going to be made in the USA. Also, one of my questions in the Oval Office today was about the news that Howard Stern was parting ways with Sirius XM in regards to his show. Take a listen.
Howard Stern announced that he and Sirius XM Radio are parting ways. Do you think the hate Trump business model that's been in the entertainment business is going out of business because it's not popular with the American people?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time, and I would say pretty much from the beginning. Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside on the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that. Howard Stern, it's a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show, used to have fun, but I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Yeah, they're going to separate ways because I think what they're offering salary-wise is real low than what he's getting.
You know when he went down?
Whenever you want.
You know when he went down? No, before. When he endorsed Hillary Clinton, he lost his audience.
Right.
People said, give me a break. He went down when he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
So Howard Stern making that parting ways with Sirius XM Radio. Now, what's really interesting is President Trump said, look, I haven't heard that name Howard Stern in a long time, but I can guarantee you this. Howard Stern has been talking about President Trump nonstop ever since 2016 when Hillary Clinton was in the presidential race, and he has a major case of Trump derangement syndrome.
We'll be right back with more Sunday in America here on Real America's Voice. Welcome back to Sunday in America with your host, Brian Glenn.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We're going to have just a quick session with Steve Moore. Everybody knows Steve Moore with the Heritage Foundation, highly respected, one of the most highly respected economists and people that watch your money and know more about your money and your life than probably anybody I can think of. And I want to thank Steve for being here. I saw this today. They came out. What he puts out gets a lot of coverage, and I saw some of them, and then he had a couple of others. And Steve, could you say a few words about the various charts?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I called the President because I had some very good news from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before, and I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the President that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. That's Mr. President, that's a gigantic error. And I don't know if she's, I'm not
Might
making
not have
it.
been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Whether that, you may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's incompetence.
Right.
Okay, so 1.5 million jobs overestimated. We have access to the some data that no one else does on what has happened month by month with median household income. This is based on unpublished Census Bureau data. It will be released sometime in the next 6 months, but we get an advanced look at it. And so I was telling the President in his first 5 months in office, starting in January through the end of June, the average median household income adjusted for inflation for the average family in America is already up $1,174. That's a
incredible number.
Yeah.
Just came out.
Just came out. So that's a giant gain.
And if I would have said this, nobody would have believed it. There's your number. We're doing well.
So the next one compares, we finally have the 2024 data on what happened with real family income in the United States. And so what I did was I compared the record in Donald Trump's first term with the Joe Biden first term. And you can see that, by the way, these dotted lines here, Mr. President, that's COVID. So if it had not been for COVID, these numbers would have been substantially better. But even taking account President Trump's last year in 2020, we saw a $6,400 real after-inflation gain in income for the average family, and that compares with Joe Biden, which was a measly $551. So, Mr. President, you gain 10 times more income for the average family than Joe Biden. It's because of your policies.
And that's taken into consideration COVID, which a lot of times you don't have to do that.
Because we were,
I'm very glad you did.
We were over almost 8,000 until.
Look at that number.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we looked at which families did the best. And we have data from the Census Bureau that shows by income percentage. So the 25th percentile is the lowest income, 75th percentile is the highest income. And what I find fascinating about this, Mr. President, is every income group did better. The red is President Trump, the blue is President Biden. Every single income group did better under President Trump. But what's really amazing is look what happened under Biden. The lowest income group lost income under Biden. They were poor 4 years after Biden's presidency. No gain virtually whatsoever for the middle class. And the rich was the only group that did better under Biden, which is ironic because Biden keeps saying he was trying to get rid of income inequality. He made income inequality worse, not better. It was President Trump that reduced income inequality.
These numbers just came out, by the way.
And then finally, these are the numbers just I just showed you in percentage terms. Mr. President, these are the numbers in dollar terms. So even the lowest income, 25th percent, gained about $4,000 in income. That's a lot for a lower income family. $6,400 for the middle class and almost $10,000 for the richest. So you can see every income group did better under Trump than Biden by a wide margin. That's the story.
I think when you look at them, they're all something, but this one chart really says it better than anything. If you look at this is great, but this chart is pretty amazing right here.
President Putin said this morning he was pretty dismissive of this idea of meeting with President Zelensky. President Putin was.
I don't know. I didn't hear
For
him.
you to meet with him, he doesn't have to agree to meet with Zelensky. Is that what you're saying?
No, he doesn't. No.
So when do you think that means?
They would like to meet with me, and I'll do whatever I can to stop the killing. So last month, they lost 14,000 people killed last month. Every week is 4,000 or 5,000 people. So I don't like long waits. I think it's a shame. And they're mostly soldiers. They're Ukrainian and Russian soldiers, and some people from the cities where, missiles are lobbed in and you'll lose 35, 40 people a night, which is terrible. But no, mostly it's soldiers, and you're talking about, on average, 20,000 a month. 20,000 people are dying a month. Generally young people, soldiers. We're going to speaking about soldiers. We'll see you over for Purple Rain.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Okay, so we're in Texas for the weekend. I had to get my youngest son off to college, but we're going to play a little game. I'm taking the car through a car wash right now, and we're going to try and come up with our top 3 things that we're the most proud of for President Trump in the first 200 days. You go. Your first item.
Okay, first of all, I love this car wash.
It's great.
Sorry, I'm getting thrown off by all the stuff happening. Okay, my top 3 things that I'm excited about what President Trump's administration has done. Number 1, Brian, 0 illegal entries across the border for 3 months in a row. I think that's awesome. Thank you, Homeland. Thank you, Border Patrol. Thank you, Tom Homan and ICE.
Okay, so close border. My number 1, we close the border. That's my number 1. Number 2, go. We got to do it before the end of this week. Hurry up.
All right, so my number 2 is I'm really thankful that they have taken a hard stance on biological men and women's sports. Enough of these men invading women's spaces. So I'm excited about that.
And my number 2 is tariffs. I love the revenue coming into this country, hundreds of billions of dollars. It's going to help lower the deficit, and who knows, maybe we even get a deficit check back. Check it out. We got the soap on it now.
Okay.
All right, cool. All right, now. So number 3. What's your number 3?
This is fun. Okay, I agree with you on tariffs. I want great trade deals. Okay, my number 3 is I'm really excited about all the regulations that are being cut, especially when it comes to energy. I think Lee Zeldin is doing an amazing job. So I'm very excited about that. But he's also tied with Secretary Kennedy really taking it to the big pharma, and we got to get rid of those mRNA COVID vaccines.
Okay, I have a tie for 3. Number 3 is the culture change that's happened in this country. It's nice to be proud of America again. We've got everything, we got the woke out of our culture. But also, being in Texas, we're right up against the Gulf of America, your bill that you introduced. So I'm really proud that we changed the name of that. And look, we're almost out. Look, red, white, and blue. Anyway, all right, we hope you guys have a fantastic weekend as we made it through the car wash. But I've got to put this thing in drive so we can get out of here. Until next time, everybody, we'll see you right here on Sunday in America.
See you next time on Sunday in America, only on Real America's Voice. for Smackdown with Daryl Scott. You've been served. No political nonsense here. The truth will set you free. Smackdown with Daryl Scott starts now.
Welcome to Smackdown. I'm Daryl Scott. I got my sidekick, personal manager, personal assistant, valet, driver, chauffeur, head of security, bobblehead right here, laying in the cut, and my road dog, James Davis, riding shotgun. What up, James?
Yeah, we here. As you can see, I'm in a different mode than studio mode.
Yeah, man, but you know what? See, I got to say something to our audience about that whack background James has behind him. And I'm lightweight pissed about this. You know, like last week we came back for our first show after being gone like 6 weeks. Wow, now. As soon as the show is over, he like, I ain't going to be here next week. I'm about to hit these streets. And I'm like, man, we just came back. Well, you're going to have to get somebody else to fly solo because I'm out here. And so he bounced. You know what I'm saying? And now he back out in these streets, and I'm here in the studio, so I hit him up yesterday. I was like, no, man, you're going to have to do the show anyway. I don't want to hear about no vacation. I don't want to hear about no fun in the sunshine. I don't want to hear about you kick back nowhere having a nice time. You know, we got to do the show. So he reluctantly agreed to come back. So he's right here now. He's here. What is it called when you have somebody appear in court but they don't want to? What is it called?
I don't know what it's called. Under duress. Right. It's not quite duress, but see, we had a black anus. I don't even know. You went off somewhere, and then so it was my turn. But that's how black people do. We get the job, and then within the 90 days of probation, we asking for time off. So this is my time off from you going on vacation and disappearing. Now I was supposed to not take a break.
Bounce, hey, when I go off, like ain't no show. When you go off, you got to do the show anyway.
Exactly. Now I gotta figure out how to, figure out something like you say, this whack background in the hotel room to get the show done. But we here, and some folk need some smacking, and we here to put the smack on them.
You daggone right. Listen, President Trump is back smacking too. He back out here in these streets doing what he does best, which is beat Trump. He having fun. He's kicking butts and taking names. And you know what? You know when things are good. When even the fake news has to keep it real. Watch this.
The Donald Trump administration is arguably the most influential this century and probably as well dating back a good portion of the last century as well. Love it, like it, lump it. Trump is remaking in the United States of America. Let's talk about tariffs first, right? There's all this talk that Donald Trump always chickens out when it comes to tariffs. No tacos for Trump. The effective tariff rate, get this, it's 18%, the highest since the FDR administration in the 1930s, up from, get this, just 2% last year. From just 2% last year, we're talking about an effective tariff rate level, get this, 9 times as high this year than last year. But it's not just on tariffs, which of course Donald Trump ran on, in which you're seeing a tremendously influential presidency. What about immigration? Of course, Trump ran and has always run on a very hawkish immigration platform. Get this, 2025 net migration in the United States down at least 60% from last year. In fact, we may be heading for the first time in at least 50 years in which we have net negative migration into the United States. And last year, of course, in 2024, the net migration in the U.S. was 2.8 million. This year, we might be talking about negative net migration. My goodness gracious. Now, of course, this is part of a larger story, as I was mentioning. We're talking about immigration, net migration. We're talking about the effective tariff rate. But get this, how is Donald Trump doing it? Well, he is signing a ton of executive orders. Get this, 180, the most in a year since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Oh, my goodness, you have to go back to the first half of the 20th century, the last century. And to make a comparison, Joe Biden signed, get this, just 77 during his entire first year. And we're only a little bit in August so far, and Donald Trump making history with 180 executive orders signed so far this year. So that's why I said that in my mind, Donald Trump is the most influential president of this century and probably dating back a good portion of the last century. country. That is because he is remaking the country in terms of tariffs, he is remaking the country in terms of net migration, and he is remaking the country in terms of how much policy changes he's putting through in executive orders. As I said, it truly is history-making. Love it, like it, or lump it.
Hey, man, and in the meantime, President Trump is out here basically kind of like just wilding out, doing what he wants to do, being who he wants to be. And like I said, there's always a gaggle of reporters out in the courtyard surrounding the White House, waiting to catch a glimpse of him, waiting to see who's going in and out the White House. And they looked and said, look, up in the sky, up on the roof, it's a bird, it's a plane. It's Trump. President Trump was up on the roof. Watch this.
Mr. President, what do you want to build? What are you trying to build? What? Sir, do you approve? You saying more missiles? Are you building missiles? What? Come on, Dad.
Might be missiles.
Did you say missiles? Taking over all of Gaza, sir. Anything I do is financed by me, so in other words, contributed. Just like my salary is contributed, but nobody ever mentions that. Sir, are you going to add another medal?
Enjoy this while you have it to enjoy. No other president is going to be having an impromptu press briefing from the roof of the White House.
Exactly. Me and my wife talk about it all the time. Like, I was just going to go back to being born in a couple of years because you don't know what to expect with this guy. And we've been around the places where he lives, and he's always said that the White House could use some upgrading. You know, it's some things that he wants to do, and he's going to write the check out of his own pocket in order to make it nicer. And now you can hear even the chuckle in these reporters' voice and the rest of it, that they're forced to come along with this fun ride, whereas before it was always, you know, let's beat him down and lie on him.
Yeah, and you know what? Trump has been traveling the planet, going to visit world leaders, and I know how he is. He's saying America is the greatest country on the face of the planet Earth. Why do their capital and presidential and or royal surrounded? Why are their lodgings better than ours? Ours should be the best. Remember what Kanye said? Kanye said our president should be the most fly and the freshest guy out here. But listen, while talking about the economy, watch this. Trump gave a brief speech on the economy about, and this tells you some of his train of thought. Watch.
You're going to either get all these things and make the economy strong, or you're going to literally have perhaps a depression where you people so rich, so beautiful, so nice to look at will be totally busted. And let's see how long your wife stays with you. She'll stay with you for about 3 weeks and she'll say, darling, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, darling. I'm leaving you. I said to one guy, he's a very, very unattractive man, but he's smart and he's rich. And I said, you better hope we get this thing passed because your wife will be gone within about 2 minutes. He said, you're right.
He said he's a very, very, and I'm thinking he's going to say brilliant, a smart guy, very, very unattractive man.
Hey, you better hope that we pass these bills, because if not, you know, you got to have money and be unattractive and keep a wife. You're going to be out of here. But again, it shows his approach that, you know, I'm trying to help everybody in this, you know, from the richest to the common man, you know, everybody that has a brain can see what's really going on.
You ain't never lied. Now watch this. Finally, you know, he has fun. He's media savvy. He's a product of the media as well as a participant in the media, and he watches stuff and he calls in from time to time to give these guys that are saying fake things a hard time. And he called in and had himself a good time recently. Watch this.
You know, here we go. So you did get the highest number of votes in Texas, so that's true. But when you were talking about,
you don't have to say anything more, Joe.
I got to say this.
No, don't say anything more. Don't qualify it by saying,
no, I'm not
I got the highest number of votes
you did.
in the
you
history
did. I'm moving
of
on.
Texas.
I'm moving on.
President Trump said he had the highest number of votes in Texas, and this guy Joe called himself going to fact check him live on air, and he wound up fact checking himself. Then he tried to add some disclaimers, and Trump was like, Joe, don't add anything to it. And since we're on it, watch Trump double down with some more stuff. Watch this.
I like to run. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. You know why? Because people love the tariffs, and they love the trade deal, and they love that countries, and they love that foreign countries aren't ripping us off anymore. For years, they ripped us off, friend and foe. And the friend was worse.
You don't. Overall poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had in overall poll numbers. You do. I cited one of those.
I have the best poll numbers I've ever had.
Among
I have poll numbers where I'm 71%. I have the best poll numbers. Look,
those are among Republicans.
No. Among Republicans, I'm 94 and 95%. No, I'm talking about generally. I have the. Let me put it this way: there was a gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN, and he went crazy over how well Trump was doing. Now, you don't put that on because I think CBS.
Listen, he said he had the best poll numbers, and he's got the best poll numbers. And we'll be back. Recently, the liberal left-wing media has been having a very rough time. Trump's critics are dropping like flies. And Trump is loving every minute of it. Watch this.
Have you I've got an entertainment-based question for you. A few weeks ago, Stephen Colbert announced that he was leaving his show. Howard Stern announced that he and Sirius XM Radio are parting ways. Do you think the hate Trump business model that's been in the entertainment business is going out of business because it's not popular with the American people?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time. And I would say pretty much from the beginning, Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside on the beautiful streets and pick a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that. Howard Stern, it's a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show, we used to have fun, but I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Yeah, they're going to separate ways because I think what they're offering salary-wise is real low than what he's getting.
You know when he went down?
Whenever you want.
You know when he went down? No, before. When he endorsed Hillary Clinton, he lost his audience.
Right.
People said, give me a break. He went down when he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
Give me a take, James.
Yeah, well, this is what these guys are running into now. It's a buzzsaw because they think the hate Trump stuff, the people are behind them. But as soon as you start that, you lose half your audience. I remember Johnny Carson saying, I don't get into that political stuff because I like my whole check. I don't want half of it by having half of the country, hate my guts because I'm against them. And it's not working. Colbert was bleeding $40 million a year. The show was, they're paying him 11 of that. And so how much longer can they continue to write a check? Because this is nonsense. And like Trump said, he's not funny. And all of them are non-funny because all they do is get on there and bash Trump every night, hour after hour.
Yeah, you're right. And you know what? It's now become easier for celebrities and entertainers to support Trump as well. It's not a career killer like it was, back in 2016 and even up to 2020 somewhat. It was a career killer if you went out there for Trump. You had a lot of people that had to take one for the team. They endorsed him, and it hurt their career. But now it's easier. And so they asked Trump about this Sydney Sweeney ad recently that the liberal, all the ugly women on the left had a problem with Sydney Sweeney's ads. And the men on the left had to act like they had a problem with it too because of their ugly women that had a problem with it. and all of the lesbians had to act like they had a problem with it because she's straight. So they got Trump to chime in on it, and this is what he had to say.
Actress Sydney Sweeney, it came out this weekend that she was a registered Republican. Any thoughts on that?
That who was?
Sydney Sweeney. She's like a very hot actress right now.
She's a registered Republican?
Yes.
Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, James. Now, he tweeted out something. He truthed out something last week, right, about her and the ad about the jeans, right? But you know what he dropped in there? He said, Barron like her. Now, how would he know? He talked to us, hey, son, what you think? You like that?
Yeah, it's a conversations that fathers get to have with their sons once they get grown. What you think about that?
Yeah. Don't tell your mother I said this.
Don't tell your mama I said it, right?
You know what else?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, what'd you say?
No, I'm saying, for the last decade, all of the Lizzos and all the chubbies, we didn't put up with all that stuff. So now we go back to some, just some regular models, and they having a heart attack. That's all it is because the ugly folk got a problem with somebody that's good looking. That's all this is about.
Yeah, and all that. And they want to make us not body shame some folks that need to be body shamed. We're going to body shame you mentally, even if we don't body shame you verbally. So it is what it is. Now, like I said, the media's been having a rough time. Look what happened on MSNBC. Alex Stein happened to be walking by, saw MSNBC having a little press, a little video stuff, and he jumped in. Watch this.
Have you been able to keep tabs on what's happening there? Can you bring us an update?
We just watched the speaker gavel out with a whole lot of anger, Kelly. Here's the state of play. Here's
MSNBC sucks.
Hey, how are you?
MSNBC sucks.
Talk to you for a second.
MSNBC sucks.
You can see.
Okay.
You can see the frustration.
Sometimes this happens, and we understand that that can happen. And while we love free speech, we're going to keep control.
He jumped in just to let them know that he said they suck.
We got to have the GOP has kind of grown a pair of late, right? And so we clowning them, we dragging them, doing everything. That's O'Donnell, right from our neck of the woods. Then now here they come. But they do suck, and everybody can see that they suck. That's the next one that's on and needs to be canceled and go out of business. Is probably going to happen sooner rather than later. I mean, who's watching that anymore?
Yeah, tell me about it. Now, you know what? They're beginning to panic over these indictments that are coming out over this Russiagate stuff. Watch this.
Well, half the country believes a lot of dumb stuff, including a lot of dumb stuff that comes from Republicans, but nobody's trying to put anybody in prison over it. Listen, we live in a.
He tried to put Donald Trump in jail, Van.
Hey, man, how in the hell did Van Jones say that with a straight face? I mean, everybody's saying this, but nobody's trying to put anybody in prison. Man, y'all kicked in Roger Stone's door. You raided Mar-a-Lago. They set up there and stuck all the didn't give the J6ers due process. All y'all been trying to do is put people in prison. And now, like as you say, James, the rabbit has the gun. Everybody's afraid.
That's right. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. And it's, now we're seeing all these documents saying that the whole thing. And then they jumping on the news, Clapper and Brennan and the rest of them. They throwing Beasley under the bus, trying to say that, we were just following the instructions of the president. But this was way more than just putting a dumb lie out on the news. This went way deep into our intelligence. People were believing our quote unquote 51 intelligence agencies that signed it and affixed their signatures to a letter saying that all this stuff was real. And come to find out, not only was it fake, but they manufactured the whole thing and got behind the manufacturing of it.
Thank you. They created it. It wasn't like they jumped on the bandwagon of something that was fake. They created the fakeness in the first place. And so now they have a lot of egg on their face. And they're trying to deflect from Russiagate by going back to Epstein-gate. And they even manufactured this artificial meeting that was supposed to take place the other day. And now they're looking stupid. Watch this.
Vice President Vance was expected to be the host of that dinner. In attendance, reportedly, would have been the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, and the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the president's former criminal defense attorney, who, of course, recently met with Maxwell. 4 sources familiar with the matter said this was happening. Then we learned that dinner might be in flux. Finally, late today, the president was asked about it.
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw it reported today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country. And that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total. Okay?
I knew that meeting was bogus from the get-go because everybody that was supposed to be in attendance is a friend of mine. And when I looked at the lineup that they say was supposed to be meeting over J.D. Howe, what he doing? He going to have a barbecue grill out or something that night at the VP residence, and we're going to sit around and talk about that? What the hell are you talking about it tonight at the VP residence for? Just talk about it during the daytime in the West Wing if you're going to talk about it, man. Come on with that.
Yeah, but the only people talking about it is the left-wing media, which is like the president said. There's so much winning going on right now. They don't have anything. They didn't care about this. Biden had the files. The previous attorney general, Garland, and all the rest of them, they all had the file. But none of it got released. Ghislaine Maxwell been in jail for almost 3 years now. They didn't go pull her out of cell and want to talk to her back then. But then now, all of a sudden, we want to talk about this whole Epstein thing because it's just a deflection because they're forced, just like CNN in our previous segment, they're forced to talk about all the winning that's going on.
Yeah, and then they look stupid because they made up this meeting, this fake meeting that never was going to happen. Then they had to come back and retract. Here's Trump's response to all of that. Watch this.
Let's go! Oh, he has it on video, too.
He got him a walk-off putt. He made sure that they filmed it, and he said, let's go. But anyway, now we're going to go back. Before we go off, this is what the American public has to say. New York, bastion of liberalism. New York, they caught a New Yorker walking down the street and asked him his opinion on the Trump administration, and this is what he had to say.
How would you rate Trump's presidency on a scale of 1 to 10 so far?
11. Perfect. He closed the border exactly like he said he was. He's protecting America. He's already taken out the nuclear facility in Iran, which was a total pain in the for many, many, many years in the Middle East. Ended several wars already. Inflation is not going up. He's bringing in billions of dollars as a result of his genius tariffs, or making the account square as it should have been all along. He's unseating corruption in the White House and in Washington, and it's just unprecedented. He's kicking. Everybody knows it, and the very small cabal of left-wing radical nut jobs are screaming and yelling. The only thing they can say, no, Trump's stealing democracy, as they're using the Congress to do everything they can to obstruct his presidency, the same way they did with the fake Russian collusion that's coming out so predominantly all over the world. Obviously, the only person who did not collude with Russia was Donald Trump. It was Clinton, it was Obama, it was all the jacked in the deep state, who are a bunch of unelected bureaucrats just screwing things up.
Hey, he summed it all up perfectly. And now I'm going to say it like they used to say it on TV back in the day. And now, a word from our sponsors. FAFO News, the Democrats are panicking right now. Old school Democrats and new jack Democrats are all panicking because of all these indictments that are coming down. Watch this.
Some more news breaking this hour to tell you about. Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered a grand jury investigation into the so-called Russiagate conspiracy allegations made by the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. A senior Trump administration official confirms to NBC News. That investigation was first reported by Fox News. These are unsubstantiated and largely debunked allegations by the Trump administration that former President Barack Obama and his aides in the intelligence community ordered a probe into the 2016 Trump campaign's connections to Russia to ruin his chances of becoming president. The source tells NBC News that a letter signed by Pam Bondi instructs an unnamed federal prosecutor to begin presenting evidence to secure potential indictments, although it is unclear what the charges would be and exactly who the grand jury will be targeting. We'll stay on top of that story.
James, I'm tossing the ball to you.
Hey, look how smug she is that she was forced to read that off the teleprompter because it's absolutely truth, right? And so she got to sit there and eat crow because she was one of the main ones out there all for the last decade talking all this crap. But you want to know what the highest Google search is behind realtors in the greater DMV area, in the DC, Virginia area? You know what it is? Defense attorneys. because they're throwing everybody under the bus, even down to the peons in these, because the top boys don't do all the work. You got little people, they squeeze their head and then they start squeezing bigger heads all the way up the food chain until the Brennans and the Clappers. And we'll see if the president has immunity. Maybe what Trump got done with the immunity piece in the Supreme Court might help Obama, but this thing goes all the way up to him. And now they're in a panic because they have no leader, no plan. And now the chickens are coming home to roost on all that nonsense they did back in 2016.
Yeah, and it's going to be Snitch City. Snitch City out here. Them damn's going to be snitching like crazy. I ain't going to jail for nobody. Hillary's on the hot seat, man. She went from hot sauce to the hot seat. Watch this.
There is no denying that the Russians interfered in the election. Right. Whether or not they had willing or unwitting help from the Trump team, they interfered, and they did so to help him and hurt me, and they did so to destabilize our democracy, and they have not stopped.
The report goes into great detail about the information that Russia and Putin had on Hillary Clinton, which included possible criminal acts, like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a, quote-unquote, clear preference for Trump.
Hey, man, let's unpack this, James. Now, first of all, when they said that they went to some religious organizations to secure her endorsement, I know it's going to be some snitching now because that's the black church. Them black pastors going to be singing like canaries on her, but I can tell you that right now.
I don't feel no ways tired, seeing the black church up there preaching in the black pulpits. And one thing we ain't doing, we like Nino Brown. I ain't going out like this. We telling everything.
Then notice what they said. She was totally unhinged, man. She was having psycho-emotional breakdowns. She was, she was drinking like a fish. She was snapping, going crazy. Now, let me ask you this question. Do you want her with her finger on the nuclear button?
Thank you. Unhinged. I mean, everything is saying that she had to be on tranquilizers. That's how bad it was. From one
daily tranquilizers.
Daily, right. one end of the emotional spectrum all the way to the other, and you didn't know what Hillary you were going to get based upon what was going on that day. Everyone that's around her, associates and aides and all that, always says, even the Secret Service detail talks about how she's unbearable, and that's the worst detail you can get is being on Hillary's detail. And this is somebody that wanted to run. We dodged a bullet and still holding on to this Russia lie. Tulsi Gabbard has clearly got the paperwork, taking it to a grand jury, but she's still going on The View to spout this lie.
Because you know what she is? She's the epitome of Karen. You know, Karen will lie on you and say you knocked it down when it's a video showing that she sat down herself and then called the police and acted like she's Karen out, man, freaking out, tranquilizers, everything she's doing is classic psycho Karen behavior. She's psycho Karen. So that's what she is. Now, yeah, Trump tried to tell everybody, and you know, Trump always winds up true. Remember this?
Oh, come on. Of course he is. It's the second biggest scandal. So the biggest scandal was when they spied on my campaign. They spied on my campaign.
There's no real evidence of that.
Of course there is. No. It's all over the place. Leslie,
Sir,
they spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I say something? You know, this is 60 Minutes, and we can't put on.
Hey, man, he said it. They didn't want to believe it. Now, like you said, the lights have come on and the roaches are scattering. Look at your boy right here, Brennan.
Not at all. So what they do is they misrepresent the facts, mischaracterize what is said, and then claim that we were engaged in this big conspiracy. Well, as Simone pointed out, President Obama told us, make sure you don't do anything at all that is going to any way affect the outcome of that election. Don't do anything. And make sure that you don't get these reports released that named individuals had American citizens' names in them. And so we did our utmost to make sure that we carried out our responsibilities with the integrity that we're supposed to.
The amount of information that relates to collusion and obstruction activity is really quite extensive in this report. I think by anyone's account, you can identify all the things that were going on between individuals associated with the Trump campaign.
Brennan scared, Lincoln Project, quiet, Bill Kristol and them, George Conway, we haven't heard a peep out of him. James, real quick.
No, exactly. They running for cover, but who's his lawyer? Because you shouldn't be putting the evidence out there on tape on MSNBC, you know, talking about what you did or didn't do. You should reserve the right to be quiet right now until you find your day in court, because I believe that this is going to go beyond congressional. This is going to wind up in a court.
Meanwhile, out in these streets, and every time I try to get out, I get pulled back in. Racist white supremacist Nick Fuentes.
Wow.
I'm kind of jealous right now because this guy is smoking me as the #1 Candace troll in America. Ever since he went out there and annihilated and obliterated her butt in that interview, man, he has not given her a minute's rest. Every day he's coming with some new stuff, and I'm loving every minute of it. Watch this.
Yourself $250,000 a year from Turning Point USA, and probably more, telling idiot boomers that blacks were going to vote Republican. I'm a somewhat articulate, okay-looking black woman. I'm a Republican, and the blacks are going to vote Republican. We're going to lead the black exit from the GOP. Like, please. So, but that's what these people do.
Hey, all he's saying is what I said for years. It's some bull crap. That whole Brexit thing is some bull crap. And everybody wanted to say I was hating. And I knew it was some bull crap then. And it's still some bull crap now. And Nick picked up on it. But watch this too, James. Now she's panicking with this whole Bridget Macron stuff. She accused Trump of being of treason recently. And all of this and that. Now we're starting to see some cracks in the foundation. Listen to this one.
Right, Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte are saying, you know what? We don't like that podcaster in America. And we are going to launch a lawsuit that's never been launched before, an unprecedented lawsuit to impoverish her for speaking. And both J.D. Vance and Trump have not issued a statement. In fact, where are the journalists even asking them to make a statement? Okay, a state leader is speaking about your constituent and launching a lawsuit and saying you're going to impoverish them for executing the First Amendment right. Where are you?
Now, all of a sudden, J.D. Vance and President Trump are taking up for me against the Macrons.
thought they was occupiers for Israel. So why you want their help? You know, they the kings of Zionism, and you hate Zionism so much that, and now all of a sudden you want them to come to your rescue to get them up off your back. But this is what you do. You kept digging that dumb rabbit hole with this stupid thing. You could have talked about anything else, but you want to perfect that. She's a man. She's a man. She's a man. And now you're going to spend $1 million trying to get your butt out the sling because they're not playing with you.
She said they're going to impoverish her. They're coming after some innocent podcaster, and I didn't even do anything. Yeah, right. Well, Nick, once again, Tricky Nicky, he summed it up, Nicky. Right? Her. Beep Nick again.
Even someone like Candace Owens, like she's just dumb and ignorant. I don't even say that for any reason other than I've watched her show and I've seen her mispronounce like a dozen words and just miss basic history.
If Nick wasn't a racist, white supremacist, neo-Nazi, right. Man, him can kick it, man.
Right. He's an excellent troller, and you know, I'm going to get on your coattail, and he's going to ride that coattail until she screams. But he's right. Everybody thinks because she's semi-articulate, and then the whole thing because she was saying all that stuff, I'll say it. She was saying all that stuff against black people. She used to be so anti-black. Anytime somebody black do something, she's jumping on there. And so that whole racist element got behind her. She got a little bit of an audience, but now you just stepped in at this time, and this conspiracy stuff is backfiring. And yes, the podcaster might wind up impoverished over this lawsuit.
Yeah, well, Nick got her, and he's been getting Tucker Carlson too. So keep doing that, Nick. We'll be back. final segment featuring our SmackDown of the week. Got Bobblehead still laying in the cut. James on vacation. And I'm hating, but he's riding shotgun from vacation. Hey, James.
Yes, sir.
We've had, in American history, we've had several gates. We've had Watergate. We've had Spygate. We've had Russiagate. We've had Epstein Gate. And now we have the worst of all. You know what it is?
What is it?
Dildo Gate. Dildo Gate, man. They throwing dildos at the WNBA games. Watch this.
Before halftime. Oh, look out. Something just came onto the floor. An object that just flew in as the free throw was being made. It looked like that hit a player, too.
Type of activity, yeah. And no one's picked the object up yet. You guys go, oh my gosh, okay. Okay. Inappropriate. Get him out of here, whoever it is.
Man, America's always coming up with some stupid stuff, man. They're going to the games and throwing dildos out there.
I mean, you got to stop by one of the stores or get online to Amazon and order it, and then you got to go through.
And they got to be a green fluorescent one.
Right. It got to be bright enough so to get on camera, and then you're going to take it and chuck it down at the basketball team. This is crazy. I mean, I know what they say inadvertently, but still, this only in America. You won't see that anywhere else in the world.
Listen to what Clay Travis had to say.
A third green dildo has arrived on a WNBA floor. I have been reached out to by, this is breaking news, the green dildo throwing community.
The green dildo community has reached out to them, and they're like letting them know, yes, we will not stop. And they're putting precautions in place to keep these people from bringing these things in, and they're getting them in anyway, man. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But look, even Michael Rappaport, he's become a regular feature on SmackDown. He has something to say. Listen.
This is what we're doing now. We're throwing dildos at women during WNBA games. You ever been hit in the head with a dildo? Huh? It hurts. I have. I was hit in the head with a dildo. It was 1998. Okay. Matter of fact, I don't want to go into the story. It's a little embarrassing, but I could tell you when I got hit in the head with a dildo, it hurt. Okay? It hurt. Those things sting. All right? It's not funny. It's not funny to be throwing. You're going to hurt one of these. You want to hurt Caitlin Clark, Paige Buchers? You want to hit her in the head with a dildo? Is that when it's going to stop? Is that when it's going to stop? When someone gets knocked out with a dildo in Madison Square Garden while they're shooting a three-point shot? Cut it out, okay? If you've never been hit in the head with a dildo, you might think it's funny. I have been hit in the head with a dildo, and it ain't funny, and it hurts. Cut it out.
Hey, man, we don't want to hear about how your girlfriend pulled that dildo out of you and hit you in the head with it. TMI, man. Keep that to yourself.
Have a visual Rappaport with a dildo on top of his head. What part of your escapade is this that's spilling out of your emotion and you talking too much? He started talking and it got out there. It hurts.
He talking about he got hit in the head with it. Now, they caught the guy that did it. They caught it. Here's a picture of him right here. They caught the guy that threw the recent dildo. Now, you want me to say something? In America, you know I'm very candid when it comes to matters of race. Yeah. There's some white boy crap right here, James. Ain't no black people. A black man, we ain't even going to touch a dildo. In fact, a heterosexual black man doesn't even want to look at a dildo. It's like, man, get that thing away from me. I'll be putting no dildo out. There's some white boy stuff right here. And I know how he got it in there. He got it in there the same way they smuggled drugs into the penitentiary. Stuck it up his... Come on, man.
This is totally so. When the story came out, I was like, I ain't got to worry about this being no brother because we ain't going out like this. We ain't touching. We ain't transporting. We ain't buying. We ain't doing none of this stuff.
And so anyway, now, next runner-up is, last week Shannon Sharp was our SmackDown of the week because he had the most expensive, Shannon Cottontail, we called him. He had the most expensive piece of tail in American history. It cost him $123 million, $100 million contract canceled with ESPN, $23 million payout to an OnlyFans girl. But he was back. And, he came, I got to be honest, he handled it like a G. And James, he did what black people do when our money, when somebody gets us for some money and we have to pay something, what do we do as black people? We go start looking for somebody who owes us some money. He had Chad Okocinco on there with him and watch what he said.
What point he's trying to prove? I have no idea.
I run this show.
I'm a show.
I'll pay you when I get ready. Like you do me. Like you do me over here $50,000.
Me?
You basically told me I'm gonna pay you when I get ready.
Oh no, I ain't say that. I mean,
no, your actions did.
I'm gonna take care of you, baby. I'm not Jerry. I don't like that comparison. Don't do me like that.
We come up on a year. It's a penalty for being late.
I got you. I got one thing about it. You know what? I got you.
I need to see you got it, but I need to get it.
Right.
Pocket's light right now, Joe. Pocket light right now. Just saying, pocket's light.
I need my $5,900, man. He said, hey, you know. He looked up, a pocket light right now. Pocket light right now.
Yeah, $100 million. I bet he got a list of everybody who was a gift versus a loan. He called all the people where it was a loan. 10,000 here, 5,000 there. The relatives, everybody got a phone call last week. I'm gonna need that money back, boss. Pocket light.
I don't blame him, man. And they're like, "Well, I thought you gave that to me." No, I ain't give it to you. I lent it to you.
That's right.
I want my money back. And now it's time. Now it's time for our SmackDown of the week. This week's SmackDown of the week is actually going to be a double SmackDown by, two fake people themselves. You got the fake Indian, and then you got the fake American, and they've combined for, hey man, he's an idiot on the ticket, and she's endorsed him. And I'll let everybody else bring it to us, and then we'll talk about it. Watch this.
I watched this lunatic, Pocahontas. She's a total lunatic. I don't know what she's on. She's all jumping up and down like I've never seen anything like it, talking about supporting the communist mayor. And he's not a socialist. He's a communist, okay? This is not a socialist man. This is a communist. If you look at any of his policies and go back 6 months, you don't even have to go back further than that. So they want to put a communist in New York.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zoran Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
Mandani the commie is running for mayor of New York, and he actually is the front runner right now. And it's a crap show of all crap shows. And Elizabeth Warren hopped out there to endorse him.
Senator Warren is a nitwit. I'm sorry. I don't usually do that, but my God. If Mandani gets elected in mayor of New York City, she doesn't think wealthy people and corporations are going to leave? You're a nitwit, madam. I mean, that's all I can say. There's no other word to describe you.
James?
Yeah, what she doesn't realize is that this happened when they went up on the taxes in New York just a little while ago. Everybody came down to Florida. Everybody went to Texas because they're tired of getting taxes. So now they have no message. And the one guy that's out there that's got a little flash in the pan in New York is a dang-old communist. And here comes Pocahontas to jump on the communist train. And I don't know what they think. Okay, that may work in New York, but it ain't gonna work nowhere else. And that
so ain't working in New York.
It so ain't gonna work in New York. But at the end of the day, they have no message, and now they want to go for the thing that's going to have complete state control, take all your money from you, tax you into the wazoo. He's talking about having grocery stores owned by the government and all the rest of this nanny state stuff. And it's never worked anywhere. All these guys like him, I wonder if they spent any time in the second world or the third world doing anything there, and they realize that all it does is make everybody equally poor. And then here she comes along, supposedly, standing up for the Constitution, and he's everything that the Constitution is not.
Listen to what Stephen A. Smith had to say about him.
But when this brother said that, what you were saying is nobody needs to make more than a certain amount of money. Who the hell are you to say that? This is America.
Elizabeth Warren popped up. Watch what she had to say out of her own mouth.
Progressive social. Is this what the party should look like?
Yes.
Democratic Party move.
You bet.
And then she said this as well. Watch.
When someone stands up and says, I will lead this city by making it more affordable. And here are my plans, real plans to deliver on childcare, plans to deliver on housing, plans to deliver. We're going to experiment. We're going to try things on groceries. That is the Democratic message.
It's a crap show, but now we want to see, you have to do some little research on your candidate. And this guy went to the Zelensky School of Political Candidacy, and he did what most new third world candidates do. He dropped him a video. Watch this dude with his rap video.
Go ahead, make a rap for your natty. It's a rap. Get the glass, spin the rack on your natty. Spin the rack. On through, give a dab to your natty. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your natty. Go ahead, make a rap for your natty. It's a rap. Get the glass, spin the rack on your natty. Spin the rack. On through, give a dab to your natty. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your natty.
I know.
He had a rap video, man. So Zandani or Mandani or Zohar, whoever the heck your name is that I mispronounce every time I try to say it, and Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren for you endorsing this clown on 3, James. 1, 2, 3, we smack y'all down. Smack it down. Don't bring that commie crap to America. In the most capitalistic city on the face of the planet Earth, New York, they don't want it. America doesn't want it. We don't want it. Go sit down somewhere, lose the election, and go off into the commie sunset. You know what I mean?
It's the bastard of American capitalism. He's coming in there with that nonsense. But you know what the greatest hypocrisy is? That both of them are rich. Both are rich. They don't want nobody else to get rich. Right.
Yeah, we want to keep our money and take y'all's money. So, all right, James, we made it through another one. We're going to try to be back next. Is you going to be back next week, man? Same smack time, same smack network. On behalf of Rodney, our producer that has to put up with our stuff, bobblehead right here laying in the cut. James, I'm Daryl Scott. And we will be back next year. Next week. Maybe next year, you don't know. I'm out of here. See ya.
America's Pop Culture with your host, Adrian Gray.
Tonight on Real America's Pop Culture, Sydney Sweeney's a Republican, Trump's building ballrooms, Skims is selling chin diapers, and Spencer Pratt is en route to Washington, D.C. Plus, find out why I'm defending Khloe Kardashian this week. I'm your host, Adrian Gray, and joining us tonight, we have Alex Stein, April Silverman, and Brylan Hollyhand. If you're new here, welcome to the party. You're in the right place. So let's get into it.
Rev family, it's time for Real America's Pop Culture.
Are you ready?
We're taking you places Hollywood would never go.
Let's make pop culture interesting again.
This is where Hollywood meets the heartland. Big name stars, real conversations, and no compromise.
I actually don't know anyone who's happy and has children.
That's simply not true.
We're talking to everyone, left, right,
and everyone in between.
We're taking you behind the scenes to show you real pop culture.
My way.
Big names, bold takes,
and zero filter.
Real America's Pop Culture with your host, Adrian Gray, starts right now.
This is Real America's Pop Culture. Let's see what's poppin'. This is what's poppin'. All right, welcome to the show, April. I'm so excited to have you on here. Another blonde, you're in LA, so this is perfect for this segment. How are you doing?
Good, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get into it. So wrestling icon Hulk Hogan passed away from a heart attack while secretly battling leukemia. During his final days, he turned to faith and was visiting children with cancer, truly showing that he was invested in leaving a legacy of compassion and redemption behind. So I want to get into this because I don't think I've ever seen such a horrible display from the left after someone's passed. I know you've seen all of this stuff online. How do you feel about this report coming out that he was secretly battling cancer and visiting kids in the hospital and devoted to his faith? Like, what do you make of that?
I think he is the real American hero, brother. I think it's incredible. In his own pain, he was lifting children up. And you would never know because the past couple of years, his schedule was relentless. He was doing all these public appearances. He even saved a teen from a car wreck last year, and nobody wants to talk about that. And after finding faith in God, he made peace with his past and repented about whatever the left is talking about, all of his past mistakes. And I just think he's a real life superhero, a legend, an icon, and just rest in power, Hulkster. You will definitely be missed.
Absolutely. Okay, so moving on, the New York Post reported that the Jaguar CEO, Adrian Mardell, has officially stepped down after the disastrous woke rebrand that we all saw. The campaign flopped on social media, sparked massive backlash, and became a textbook case of how to tank a luxury brand with bad messaging. So, April, I don't know if you're like me, but I can't understand why a company like this would choose a rebrand like this. I mean, isn't buying a car like sort of a masculine thing? Look, I know for me at least, when it comes to my car maintenance, changing the tire, anything like that, it's not my problem. It's my husband or my dad's problem. So why would they think that this would be a good idea when buying a car and everything in that is usually a very masculine thing?
I don't understand. I'm not a marketing expert, but the average Jaguar customer is mid-50s, and he's conservative based. That's the fact. So making this woke, rainbow, futuristic, I don't know if you're a man, woman, all shapes and sizes. I don't understand why they would think that they wouldn't lose their customers. And there's zero excuse for this man not to be unemployed because this was after the Bud Light fiasco. So there's no excuse there. Go woke, go broke isn't just a meme anymore. It's a business case study now. And they had the winning formula because you need to have a sports car, a beautiful mansion, and a beautiful woman. Those were the commercials. That's what sold sports cars. So pro tip for Jaguar, hire Sydney Sweeney, put her in a Jag, and you'll just watch the inventory fly off the lots.
Absolutely. So maybe that's why Ford is rocketing up now. So let's move on to Skims. They dropped a new line of faceware. Okay, this has to be a joke. So the internet isn't having it. They're calling it a chin diaper. And I have to call out Kim Kardashian here because I'm like, is she doing this as a prank? Has she finally gone too far? And if you look online, there's like actually a join the wait list. I don't know if you're joining this wait list, but what are your thoughts on this? Is this a prank? This can't be for real.
So I think it's a money-grabbing grift marketed as wellness because these are supposed to be like post-op garments if you're getting chin lipo, a face, or a neck lift. Maybe it'll help you without it, like in the morning with some morning bloat, but you'll just get tons of breakouts and skin irritation everywhere. This reminds me of when J-Lo told everyone she never even got Botox, but she just used olive oil, and that's why she looks so good. So she marketed her skincare with olive oil in it. And I don't suggest anyone put olive oil on their face. So I think they're just selling their surgery secrets as skincare. They think we're stupid, and a lot of celebrities don't want to tell us the truth about what they actually do. That's the big problem for me.
Yeah, I agree with you, April. Moving on, there is a Kardashian I'm defending this week, and that is Khloe Kardashian. She opened up on her podcast about caring for Tristan Thompson's younger disabled brother, Amari. So I want to highlight this story because I think it talks to the sanctity of life, and I think we should always highlight those stories. So I don't know if we have this clip, if we can play it.
Amari has LGS, which is a form of epilepsy, and he is disabled. He can't walk or talk. He's never been able to talk. Tristan and Amari's mom passed away a few years ago, and her name is Andrea. And Andrea was the sole caretaker for Amari, and they've lived in Canada. When Tristan's mom passed away a few years ago, me, Tristan, my whole family, we took Amari back with us to the States. Tristan is in the NBA, and he is in a different state literally every other day or every few days. And it's just not conducive for Amari to be on that many planes. Amari has a handful of seizures a day with the type of epilepsy that he has. So Amari stays in LA with me.
Okay, so I'm highlighting this story because I actually love what she's promoting. She's using her platform. I do think the Kardashians are secretly MAGA, but that's for another day, you guys. However, I think this message is super important for people to hear, not only her audience, but a younger audience. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it is really admirable and incredible. I do feel for her because I feel like she's always being mistreated by these men. And she goes above and beyond at all times, even the men that publicly humiliate her. So I'm happy for Amari because he doesn't deserve to suffer because of his dad's transgressions to Khloe. So it just takes a really big woman. And I just hope that someday somebody will treat her right because she really goes above and beyond for everyone. She is myself and many people's favorite Kardashian by far.
Absolutely. I love that. So I want to get into a topic about Lindsay Lohan. So she says she's finally found peace in Dubai, where paparazzi photos are illegal. And you know, you and I, April, we're both pop culture girls. We've followed Lindsay Lohan. She's had a rough spot. She's gotten sober. She's gotten married. She has a child. She's married. So she lives in Dubai, and she actually went on to say that it's illegal to do paparazzi photos. If you're in public, you actually have to ask permission, no matter who you are. What are your thoughts on this? And should it be illegal in the United States to take pictures of people, especially when they're at the beach standing on business?
Okay, well, I do want to highlight, I think that she's in Dubai because of a couple things, not just the paparazzi photos. I think that how can you compare Hollywood today with the chaos and it's dirty? Dubai is super clean and super safe. People told me they could leave like a Birkin and a Rolex on the street, come back 24 hours, it won't be touched. There is no tolerance for crime. So that's really number one, what it's all about. And in regards to the pictures, there's a reason for this because allegedly she has gotten significant work done the past couple of years, many procedures, not just the facelift. And There are no photos of her from 2020 to 2021. 2 years, no photographs. And that's when we suspect that a lot of her procedures that she denies having any of them were performed. You cannot get away with this in Hollywood. Remember what happened with Gisele Bündchen in Paris. She got caught in a hijab, in a burqa, because she was leaving a plastic surgery clinic. So I do think that there needs to be a balance when it comes to taking pictures. But then again, they did sign up for this. But then you have the other thing where it's like gets out of control, the paparazzi. They went after them in totally inappropriate private times. Look what happened with Princess Diana. So I do think that we need to find a happy medium in regards to the paparazzi situation and what's allowed.
I fully agree with you, April, and I want to thank you for coming on. It was so fun to have you. I hope you'll join us in the future. Coming up, Alex Stein joins us for The Brief, and you don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Joining us tonight is everyone's favorite primetime far-right comedian, Alex Stein. He has been making waves this week, which is the Alex Stein special. He looks like Tucker Carlson, and he is the ultimate pimp on a blimp. So we're excited to have him join us for The Brief. Let's take a quick look at this clip before we bring Alex in.
We just watched the speaker gavel out with a whole lot of anger, Kelly. Here's the state of play. Here's
MSNBC sucks.
Hey, how are you?
MSNBC sucks.
Can I talk to you for a second?
MSNBC sucks.
You can see.
Okay.
You can see the frustration.
Sometimes this happens.
All right, I'm literally so excited to have you, Alex, so thank you for joining me. I love that we started off that way. We'll get into some of the other stuff you've been up to this week, but I want to start off, even CNN, they can't spin it anymore. They just admitted that the left's kitchen sink attack strategy on Trump has backfired, and it's only making him stronger. I want to get your take on this because I feel Trump won for a variety of reasons, but one of them, the harder they went, the more that the human population wanted to see triumph. You know, the David versus Goliath, against all odds, superhero story. So what are your thoughts on this? Do you think that the harder they go, the better he does?
Yes. Are you kidding? Let me give you my first example, Adrian. Congratulations on the new show. But a lot of people in conservative politics, they think cats are lame. I have a beautiful kitten here. If anybody wants to adopt it, hit me up on Instagram. But I want to say that it is manly and conservative to like cats too, believe it or not. So I just wanted to make that. I wanted to make that statement. And yes, the more they attack Donald Trump, the more they turn him into a hero. So I think that's one of the reasons why I like Donald Trump, too, because I feel like when you see a person that was his whole first presidency, all they try to do is the fake impeachment. And then in 2020, whether you want to say it was stolen or not, it was heavily fortified by the Democrats against Donald Trump. So he got totally screwed over. So he's been constantly being attacked. And then they tried to kill him. And I think that assassination attempt was the nail in the Democrats' coffin, especially on the campaign trail. That was what put Donald Trump over. So the more they attack him, the more we like Donald Trump. But at the same time, Donald Trump he's a human being. You know, I know he doesn't like being attacked. So I wish we didn't have such a society where somebody that is well liked by over half the population of America and probably over half of the world gets demonized and attacked, and his supporters get attacked too. It's ridiculous.
It is totally ridiculous. And moving on to something even more ridiculous is Kamala Harris is dropping a memoir called 107 Days. So let's take a look at this.
Just over a year ago, I launched my campaign for President of the United States. 107 days, traveling the country, fighting for our future. The shortest presidential campaign in modern history.
All right, so it hits shelves September 23rd. She says it's personal, but critics are already having a field day with one, and you and I both know why. So when she said she wasn't going to run in California, I didn't think it was because she was going to release a book, but I'm glad that this is the option. I'm glad she's releasing a book and not running. Do you think this is creepy and crazy? And she mentions that she's going to be sharing some personal details about her and Doug. I mean, I think we can all live without that. What's your take?
Well, in the book, you know, some of the big details that she shared is that, you know, her birthday was in October before the November election. And she spent, what is it, like, you know, $1 billion on her campaign and somehow was $100 million in debt. But she was mad that Doug Imhoff did not get her a nice birthday gift. And you know what? I don't blame Doug for not getting her a gift. He saw how she was spending that campaign credit card. He's like, what the hell can I get her? She's spending literally $1 billion on her campaign. But the best thing about this book is that it's called 107 Days, but it's not even going to sell 107 copies. But there is another good thing. Jack McCarthy, a friend of mine, works at Barstool Sports. The newest punishment for all fantasy football losers, if you are in last place of your league, you have to read 107 days and do a book report. So Jack McCarthy came up with the best punishment. So I agree with that. So I'm happy this book exists so we can punish people that lose their fantasy football leagues for
I love that. I absolutely love that, Alex. I saw the clip as well. I texted Jack as soon as I saw it on the news, too, because I was like, you've made it yet again. Yes. Moving on to Judge Jeanine. So I don't know if you were like me, but I grew up listening to her in the House. But she took to X saying, imagine being 79, a billionaire, and still choosing to work 24/7 for the American people for free. You know, she just got confirmed as the next U.S. attorney, and she's not hiding her admiration. So does this signal his love of country? I know we've talked about this multiple times on the right and how he could be doing a million other things to build wealth, essentially over the last decade, but he chooses this. What do you think about it?
No, I agree with it because, you know, I do a lot of campus debates and, you know, that is one thing that, you know, I fully agree with. And I think most people agree with that. You know, the left will argue, they say that Donald Trump cares more about himself than the country. And I just think that's provably false. And then when I bring up the argument that he could be making billions of dollars, but instead he literally works for free. And not only that, he works his derriere off. I mean, he doesn't have a vacation at all. So it just kind of proves their point, you know, incorrect. So I just feel like with Donald Trump, yes, it's very important that, you know, he's, you know, president of the United States because, you know, it is, you know, helps him with his, you know, image. But I just know that at the end of the day, Donald Trump cares about this country more than any other politician on Capitol Hill. And that's why I support Donald Trump, because he truly loves this country, unlike these other politicians, some on the right, most on the left. They give us the impression that they care about our country, but really they're just globalists and they care more about their home country than America. So that's why I love Donald Trump. He does want to be successful. He's never going to, you know, shy away from wanting to be successful successful, but he wants to make America just as successful, if not more.
Absolutely. And that's a great segue into a politician that really doesn't care, and that's Nancy Pelosi. So she makes $174K a year, but somehow has a net worth of $413 million. So her stock portfolio somehow returned at a whopping 78%. Let's take a look.
As the president said in the Roosevelt Room yesterday, conceptually, he, of course, supports the idea of ensuring that members of Congress and United States senators who are here for public service cannot enrich themselves. And the reason that this idea to put a ban on stock trading for members of Congress is even a thing is because of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, she is rightfully criticized because she makes, I think, $174,000 a year, yet she has a net worth of approximately $413 million. In 2024, Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio, this was a fascinating statistic to me, grew 70% in 1 year in 2024, and her portfolio outperformed every single large hedge fund in that same year, and even more than doubled the returns of Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway.
All right, so a few things. One, I want to know who her wealth advisor is, Alex. I don't know if you're in need of one, but I could use one that's going to make me that much money. But how much money does somebody have to make in such an obscure way, blatantly in front of everybody's faces, knowing we know her salary before they get investigated, before they have to face an audit? What is your take on this?
Well, I mean, it's ridiculous because all of these politicians get to sit in closed-door meetings with government contract companies that they know are going to get a huge influx of government money, and they can go invest in these companies like Halliburton, Raytheon. I mean, there's companies that make the light poles, the red lights, the traffic lights. They know when these corporations are going to get huge government contracts, so it's not hard to tell, Nancy Pelosi's husband to go invest in this. And that's what happened recently. Believe it or not, CNN actually pressed Nancy Pelosi about this. It's a viral clip, and she said, I don't know. That's basically all my husband. He is in charge of all that. So it's obviously a lie. She knows exactly what she's doing. She has inside information that makes her a better stock trader than all the hedge funds, on Wall Street. That's not an accident. That is what I call an inside job. So we need to stop these politicians from going into office just for self-wealth, just to, self-preservation, just to make themselves better and not make our country better. So I think they should have to stop trading stocks or put a limit to it. It's ridiculous that somebody like Nancy Pelosi is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, yet she's been a career politician making under $200,000 a year. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Something that I want to go down a little bit too. So New Hampshire just outlawed transgender surgery for minors. I bring this up because I know you just had a little clip going on. You went to go testify against the bathroom ban in Texas. But, as a parent, I love this because we have just been gaslit after gaslit of information about how somebody can essentially say that your child wants to transgender or wants to transition without your permission, and they're changing their bodies, mutilating their bodies. We know this is crazy. We're very happy to see this. Do you think that we'll see other states follow? Like, is this just the first one? And obviously, you have many thoughts on the transgender population. Feel free to share.
Well, I have a lot of thoughts on the transgender population, but this is a serious thing. I do like to make a lot of jokes. Everybody probably has a gay family member, and if you're an adult, we live in a free country. I understand there's going to be trans adults. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand that it happens. But what's so evil and sick is to tell a child that they were born in the wrong body, to manipulate a child and to manipulate their parents, because there's a lot of medical people that do this. These doctors will tell the child's parents that, hey, if you don't transition your kid, there's a likelihood that they're going to commit suicide. So we have a lot of sick people that are manipulating children and confusing them and really ruining their lives before it even starts. So I'm so happy that New Hampshire is putting in a bill to stop child, gender reassignment surgery. It's something that should be outlawed. It's barbaric. You would never want to cut off somebody, a child's breast and tell them they're a boy. It's just, it's absolutely ludicrous. I think more states should follow suit. And I'm not saying you should be illegal to be a trans person, but if there's rules that you can't join the military, you can't drive a car until you're a certain age, there's all sorts of age restrictions for cigarettes, for tattoos. We should have age restrictions on life-altering surgery. So, this is an obvious bill, and every other state should adopt this, especially the states that don't currently have this.
Absolutely. All right, Alex, well, we'll be back with you in the next segment, so thank you for joining us. We'll see you in a minute. Coming up, stay tuned for Made in America with Brylan Hollyhand. We'll be right back.
America.
Today on Real America's Pop Culture, I'm sitting down with a young voice who's not just making noise in politics, he's truly moving the needle. At just 19 years old, he's been in rooms most people twice his age only dream of. From his best-selling book, One Generation Away, he has his sights set on making an impact with Gen Z. From Fox News and College by Day to his own show by night, he's doing it, and he's doing it well. Please welcome Brylan Hollihan to the show.
Thanks for having me. Happy Wednesday to you.
Hello. Thank you for joining us. So I want to start. Trump has called you out saying this kid is killing it. And you are. So no lies were told. Tell me a little bit about where this all began for you.
Yeah, I actually got interested in politics in the 4th grade at 11 years old. It was an election cycle where a lot of people were being pushed away from politics during the Trump-Clinton debates, and those actually drew me in. And I remember walking through the living room one night after finishing up some homework and seeing the president make one of those now viral remarks to then Secretary Clinton by just saying, hey, she was concerned with someone with the temperament of Donald Trump having, the nuclear button in office. And he said, because you'd be in jail. And I kind of stopped in my tracks and I was like, whoa, this guy is like not talking like a typical politician. The only politicians I ever knew were growing up with Bush and Obama being president, and they walked out with their talking point memo script and they didn't shy away from it. And this guy was different. This guy was unique. And I was like, I like this. I know nothing about politics, don't know anything about political parties. I was in 4th grade, but I started paying attention. And that paying attention turned into joining the movement. And at 11 years old, you can't run for office. You can't even start a Twitter account until you're 18, but I decided that I wanted to get off the sidelines and get involved, and I started writing articles. And those articles through the years turned into podcasts. That podcast turned into a book. I got to work for the president this past cycle to help deliver him the youth vote. So it's a full circle dream come true. And what I just want to say to you is so many of my peers think that the American dream is dead. The American dream is alive and well. I am living proof of that. In no other country could an 11-year-old join a presidential campaign and help catapult that back to the White House in such a surreal election cycle. This is only possible thanks to the American dream.
Absolutely. I love that. What a great story. So I want to talk to you. My show is all about the intersection of pop culture and politics.
Yeah.
How do you think it is for young conservatives showing up right now in culture? Are we finally reaching a point where conservatism is cool? Because I think so, but what's your take?
Absolutely. I love to say that the election results last November were a referendum for the president. It was a good win for the president, but it was also something else. It was a rejection of wokeness. What we saw when Gen Z got off the sidelines, went to the ballot box, a generation that previously didn't pay attention to politics, much less actually vote Republican, actually went to the ballot box and said, hey, we're tired of this woke nonsense and propaganda being shoved down our throats. It all started during COVID when Gen Z saw just how bad big government was at its worst. And we started to wake up and smell the roses to the fact of maybe the government doesn't always have our best interests at heart. Maybe this woke propaganda that's being pushed to us through these teachers and activist clothing, what's happening here? And that's a frustrating point of view for Gen Z that we finally decided, okay, we might not like everything that Donald Trump stands for, we might not like everything the Republican Party stands for, but we were able to win over Gen Z and put them in this category of saying this is the most transparent and accountable administration we've had in just the first 7 months that he's been in office. And Gen Z, as we're seeing in polling, is continuing to shift Republican and bring that loyalty to our base. We're looking forward to keeping them in 26 and 28. And I think that exactly what you said in the previous segment about these continuous, companies like Jaguar and stuff like that going woke and going broke and bringing Gen Z back into the fold of saying, we don't want that. That's crazy. What are you guys doing? And we don't need, Dylan Mulvaney, selling Bud Light cans. Gen Z wants this and wants this new shift, and that's why they've brought to the Republican Party.
I love that. And I've been pretty cued into Gen Z and the young men in Gen Z and why they've been joining the movement. But I want to ask you, what are the real issues that you think Gen Z cares about? Is this buying homes and things to set up your family, to have a young family, things that we promote on the right as conservative values?
Yeah, it 100% is that. You hit the nail on the head. It's hard enough under Biden's economy this time last year for the average American to make ends meet. It's even more challenging for somebody my age coming into college, coming into life for the first time as an independent adult to get your start under Bidenomics. And so that was kind of a frustrating point where I specifically remember a story. I was speaking in Dallas, Texas, and I decided to go travel and do some street interviews on SMU's campus that day. And talk to some young people, talk to actual college students face to face, not listening to polling or think tank groups, and ask them what the number one issue they were going out to the polls for. Didn't ask them who they were voting for, nothing like that. Just why are you going to go out and vote? Every single person on that college campus said the economy, because they couldn't make ends meet under the current economy. Regardless of how many people on social media told them that Biden and Kamala were the future of America, they genuinely couldn't have a future in this country because of how bad the economy was. And that night I went and gave that speech in Dallas to a GOP fundraising group, and I shared that story. And somebody said, well, that just can't be true. Gen Z doesn't care about the economy. Their parents pay the bill for everything. That's just not true. And I said, no, those college students on SMU's campus are the ones that are paying for their gas to go on road trips. They're the ones that are paying for their, rent bill. They're the ones that can't afford cable, and they're having to do streaming services and stuff like that because they can't make ends meet. And they're the ones that are taking second or third jobs as baristas or Uber drivers just to afford their classes nowadays. And I said, this is kind of a point where Gen Z is saying, we're fed up with this. This is not the life we were told we were going to live. This is not the American dream that we were promised. And thankfully, they rejected that. And we've seen a completely 180 turn of the economy in the past 7 months. And I think that results are how we keep Gen Z. It's not any trendy buzzwords. It's not a joy-filled social media messaging campaign like Kamala tried. Results are how the GOP keeps Gen Z in the midterms. And so far, we're on a pretty good track for that.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And I think I've seen your Instagram. I've seen you having an impact with Gen Z. So congratulations to you. You're making waves. So I want to ask you about your book in a second. But really quick, I just have a burning question. On your college campus, do people recognize you? Do they know what you're doing?
They do. Yes, ma'am. And I appreciate it. It's super nice and constant. Comments from when I travel to other campuses, people are like, oh, well, we must assume that you only get hate and all you see is this hate and vitriol reaction from your peers. And genuinely, there's a lot more of just a respect from people, even those that disagree with me, of like, hey, this is cool that like somebody my age is out there doing this. Like this kind of proves that maybe I could do something as well. And again, I traveled to 22 college campuses in the past year. There were a lot of people on those 22 college campuses that disagreed with me, but we still were able to have a conversation. And I think when we get back to this point in America where we can talk again and have conversations, especially on a college campus where I was raised to think that religion and politics were, taboo topics that you'd shied away from. That's why they've gotten so controversial today, is we don't talk about them. College campuses are supposed to be this breeding ground for conversation. All right, well, we need more of that.
Absolutely. Sorry to cut you off. We have 30 seconds left. I want you to tell us about your book, One Generation Away. Why now is it the time to restore American freedom?
Yeah, we're standing at a turning point in American history where Gen Z can get off the sidelines. This is a simple battleground strategy of a playbook of how to get off the sidelines. It was #2 on Amazon's bestseller list. Gen Z is reacting really well to it, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, we take a look at our favorite president, what he's been up to for the last week, and tracking Trump. to Real America's Pop Culture. Let's dive into one of our favorite segments of the evening, Tracking Trump, where we track the big man himself. Let's see what he's been up to this week, and spoiler alert, it's been a lot.
This is Tracking Trump.
All right, so first up, we have the ballroom upgrade. President Trump has announced plans to build a brand new $200 million ballroom at the White House. Yes, a ballroom for America. And if you're thinking who's going to pay for that, he's already answered. A reporter asked how many donors would it take to raise the money, and Trump said maybe one. Me.
How many donors do you think it's going to take to get the $200 million? Maybe one, me. But you would cut that check yourself? Yeah, I would, I would.
All right, so the left is having a meltdown over it, but let's be real. Have you seen the East Room? We could use an upgrade, so I'm here for it. And while the press cried about architecture, Margot Martin tweeted a behind-the-scenes glimpse that tells you everything you need to know about Trump's priorities. He took time to speak to every White House intern before boarding Marine One. Class act. Now let's talk about fitness. Trump just signed an executive order to reinstate the National Fitness Assessment in public schools. Yes, we're bringing back push-ups, sit-ups, and presidential fitness patches. And guess who he partnered with to get it done? WWE legend Triple H. And it's official, we're making America fit again. The White House even brought in 30 athletes to celebrate, and the haters still can't even do a pull-up. But he's not just building bodies, he's also protecting borders. Trump is taking action against Canada's inaction on drug trafficking, sounding the alarm that it's threatening American lives and national security. He's not playing diplomatic games. He's taking names and he's locking down borders. And for a little throwback to his first term, a reporter tried to grill him on why he didn't use certain tariff laws earlier. Trump responded, and I quote, "Because in our first term, I was fighting lunatics like you." Let's check it out.
Yeah, because in my first term, I was fighting lunatics like you who were trying to do things incorrectly and inappropriately to a president that was duly elected.
And that, my friends, is what a mic drop moment looks like. So I actually wanted to take some time to share some personal stories with you guys about my encounters with President Trump. I know we're kind of new here. We're meeting each other. This is episode 4, but I've probably met him, chatted with him maybe 6-8 times. So I have just some really great stories and I wanted to share. So a recent story, probably about 2 months ago, I was out golfing. Here we're learning more about each other. I'm an avid golfer at Trump National. I was out golfing and he was on the hole across from mine. And whenever he comes up and all the Secret Service, everybody's driving up, you want to stand around. You want to see who he's teeing off with and you want to take a look. So I was standing up. I had my MAGA hat on and I just waved to him and he said, "You want to come over here? I can sign your hat." And I was like, do I want to come over here? If you know, you know. If you get a long version Donald Trump's signature, you're in. You're actually in the inner circle. So I went over, and it turned into probably a 10, 15-minute conversation with him and his golf cart. So it was funny because he was asking for a Sharpie to all the Secret Service, and they were kind of grunting like, oh. And he literally had people that he was playing with. He completely stopped. And he just wanted to know, what do you do for work? I started obviously telling him that I work in media. I was like, you know what, sir? I talk about you every day. And he was like, in a good way? And I said, yeah, in a good way. And we just honestly had a chill conversation. And that's the type of person he is. And I bring this story up. And I have many other that I'll share maybe in the other segments we do. But he talks to you like you deserve to be in that conversation. He talks to you like you're a human being. And I think it's important that more people hear this side of him because he's very warm. He's hilarious. He's so funny. And so in that moment, of course, I brought my hat out. He started signing it. And like, if you know, you know. But when Donald Trump is doing the long version of the signature, you know, it takes a little bit of a time. So, you know, it's dead silent. He's signing the hat. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, this is so cool. There were no photos taken. We didn't take any selfies, you know. But it was so cool. And it just, you could tell the Secret Service knows that he does this often because they were super kind. They were super warm. But, yeah, so that's a fun story. I'll share with you guys some more stories. But on a Saturday or Sunday, you can find me on the golf course, and you can find him usually there too. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. But don't go anywhere, because Mic Drop is coming right up. Mic Drop. Welcome back to Real America's Pop Culture. It's time for the Mic Drop. We have April, Alex, and Brylan all joining us now, so let's get into it. We got a lot of fun topics, guys. I'm really excited. But first off, I want to start off with this crazy story. So a 22-year-old woman says she's so sure she never wants to have kids that she's getting surgically sterilized. So let's take a look at this clip.
I am 22 years old. I have no children, and I'm getting my tubes tied. Now, a lot of people would be very shocked by this claim. I'll tell you a few of the things that I have heard. That's such a permanent decision. Don't you think you're going to regret it one day? Oh, you're going to meet a lovely man and you're going to want children with him one day. Don't take away this opportunity to have kids. Oh, but the side effects, do you realize how invasive the procedure is? Why don't you just use the pill instead? Why don't you just use one of the reversible hormonal methods? Why don't you use the copper IUD instead? It doesn't have hormones, so it shouldn't affect you. No, okay? To all of this, no. My family was even able to testify on my behalf and say that I have never had an interest in having children. Didn't matter if I was with a male or a female, or any time for that matter, I have never once decided that I want kids in the future. And here's what I told my doctors to convince them that I actually want this tubal ligation. I would rather regret losing the ability to have children and my life remains the status quo than have a child that I regret that I have to commit to for the rest of my life. Because in at least one of those scenarios, at least I get to choose what happens.
All right, so super radical, super crazy. So my take on this is obviously we know the frontal lobe is not developed till 25. And she talks about in this video how her boyfriend super respects the idea that she doesn't want to have kids, so he's cool with it. My view is if your man is obsessed with you, he wants nothing more than to make little versions of you and him together. So I think that's crazy. I don't really think she's with a real man. That's my take. I'm going to start with April just because she's another mom on here. But let's get your take, April. What do you think?
Okay, so if this was a friend of mine or my daughter, I would never tell them to do this, especially at such a young age, because you would regret it. And the brain isn't developed. And she's at an age where she thinks like she's a know-it-all, she's perfect. But knowing that she's an unhinged lunatic and such a selfish, narcissistic person, I'm kind of actually happy because she is the type to abuse abortion as birth control. And I think that children deserve love and care, and decisions around parenthood shouldn't be rushed or taken lightly. And someone like this, if you really think that your life is going to be, changed for the worse to have a kid, it's like the end of the world for you, then please, you know what, just don't have it. Do what you got to do, honey.
Absolutely. All right, Alex, what's your take?
No, I agree with April. I'm happy she got her tubes tied so she's not doing a bunch of TikTok abortions. I mean, if she doesn't want to have a kid, that's her loss. If she doesn't want to procreate and keep her family lineage going, then that's up to her. That's her prerogative. I mean, it's obvious, like you said, her frontal lobe's not developed. And, any decision you make at 22, when you look at it from 10 years, 5 years, 15 years, you always look back and be like, I should have done it a different way. That's just normal human reactions to decisions we make when we're young. So the idea that people are going to let her do this, that there's a doctor that's going to tie her tubes at 22 years old, go ahead. She's obviously too far gone for any saving at this point.
All right, and Brylan, this is probably the closest person to your age here. So what's your take? I don't know if you've heard similar conversations like this on your campus, but what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's heartbreaking, and I think it's the sad reality of modern day, leftist propaganda and this indoctrination that we're constantly fed that it's a burden nowadays to want to get married and have children. For a majority of us in Gen Z, that's like the end-all be-all. That's your goal one day, is to do life so correctly that you meet that beautiful woman and you have amazing kids and you glorify the Lord together. And sadly, it's now being changed into this conversation of that's something that is a burden, that's something that people don't want to have. This is heartbreaking. Like you said, her frontal lobe was not developed. Her boyfriend, possible future husband's frontal lobe was certainly not developed. And I would hate to see them, like Alex said, 10 years down the road, be married and sit in that point of life where they're ready to have kids and they don't have that choice anymore. That is heartbreaking.
Absolutely. I want to move on to something Charlie Kirk said the other day. So he drew a very interesting conclusion. And at first I was like, whoa, but then I was like, he might be onto something. So he said that perhaps low testosterone equals leftist politics. Let's take a look.
The lower their testosterone, the more likely they are to be Democratic. Democrats are not going to be able to win over high testosterone men because they're too self-directed. So differently, the lower your testosterone is, the more likely you are going to be subservient and compliant. Our republic needs alpha men.
So, in Charlie Kirk's world, high T means manliness, rebellion, and maybe a MAGA hat. Low T, and you're apparently lining up for your 9th booster and asking the government to tuck you in.
Listen, to me, this makes a lot of sense for multiple reasons. Also, why the GOP has a great audience with the masculine men. So, Alex, we'll go to you first. What's your take here?
The left always says trust the science. Well, we have the science right here. There's enough microplastics in young people's testicles. Their estrogen levels are that of like a teenage girl. So he's exactly right. When you have no testosterone, your decision-making skills are affected and your hormones are that of a woman. And so, if you're a guy and you're, have the hormonal balance of a woman, then you're not going to be a leader. You're not going to be masculine and you're less likely to be conservative. So I think this is just science. And from the people that always tell us to trust it, we have the data right here. The more testosterone you have, the more liberal you're going to be.
Absolutely. How about you, Brylan? This again, I agree with it. Alex agrees with it. But give us your take.
Yeah, I mean, I think high testosterone is the #1 enemy of the left, and they're spending tens of millions of dollars right now over at the DNC to try to figure out how to win over us young Gen Z men, yet their #1 propaganda channel loves to laugh at the thought of an actual way that the Republican Party is winning over Gen Z men, of embracing our testosterone, of not calling our masculinity toxic, not labeling us as garbage and Nazis, actually embracing and having conversations with Gen Z men. What a novel concept to win them over, but the Democrats can never do that. They just like to laugh at us.
Absolutely. All right, April, your turn to chime in. What do you think?
So Charlie Kirk had a mic drop moment at a Turning Point College event where he said, you can have men with low testosterone. You know who those are? Those are the white dudes for Harris. So NPR did a study where they actually tested the whole staff to see their testosterone levels, and nearly all the male staff had near castrate level testosterone, that some of them even needed to see a doctor and get medication for it. So hormones really might influence the mindset and the interest more than we realize. I think it's very obvious. The macho men in the gym all day long are not voting for Kamala or whoever the Democratic leader is of today.
Absolutely not. Moving on to someone who does work out often, Joe Rogan. So he says he is sticking with Jesus.
And it's funny because people would be incredulous about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, but yet they're convinced that the entire universe was smaller than the head of a pin, and for no reason that anybody's adequately explained to me that makes sense.
Yeah. No,
instantaneously became everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't buy that.
I'm sticking with Jesus on that one. Like, Jesus makes more sense.
All right, guys. So obviously he's talking about the Big Bang Theory here. And I don't know if you guys have been locked in, but Joe Rogan's kind of been on an interesting faith journey. He's been attending church. I think we've seen a lot of shifts when it comes to how he's talking about religion these days. What is your take, Brylan, on this, that he is sticking with Jesus?
I think it's awesome, and it speaks to a broader trend that we're seeing across the country, specifically in Gen Z, which is a large category of Joe's audience. Is we're seeing a revival for the Jesus movement, and it started with a few years ago on college campuses. We're now seeing it kind of hit on pop culture and social media. It's an amazing concept, and he's exactly right. None of us are expected to actually believe that all of the beautiful creation around us was just created by some instantaneous boom and whoop, here's life. It's not possible. It's not real, and people are starting to see through that. And for years, we were told that it was a crazy idea to believe in Jesus, and now it's the only possible possibility.
Absolutely. So, Alex, I feel like Joe Rogan, a lot of people said, oh, he's getting into politics, he's talking this, he's promoting Trump just to get popular, just to get more fans, more fan base. Do you think that is the case, or do you think he's truly going on a faith journey and he's truly changing?
100% it's a legit faith journey, because when CNN said that he was on horse dewormer, I think it really kind of radicalized him to be even more outspoken. And, Joe Rogan's a very smart guy. And the idea that, everything came from nothing and that the human race evolved from literal pond scum through abiogenesis is just laughable. So the same people, he said the great point, the same people that doubt the resurrection of Jesus Christ literally think everything came from nothing. And the mathematical formation for the earth to be created, it would be the same probability as a tornado going through a junkyard and building a perfect 747 airplane on the other end. It's impossible. So there's obviously a creator. God is real. And I'm just very thankful that Joe Rogan is using his platform to try to wake the young kids that are just so demoralized to think that we're just, basically a cosmic accident with no sort of, spiritual essence. That's ridiculous. God is real. You have a soul. And thank you to Joe Rogan for, speaking out about this.
Beautiful. April, let's get a quick take from you before we go to our last topic.
He's definitely looks like he's on a spiritual journey, and it's like a growing trend right now of people that are reconsidering, spirituality beyond just science and politics. I don't know. I never believed in the Big Bang Theory. I never thought it was like something that you could it just didn't make any sense to me. And especially now the past 5 years with Trust the Science, and they got caught lying to us and changing it so many times. I think they made it so easy not to trust it, and they're just going to make people start trusting in, higher powers again. So they defeated their whole purpose of what they were trying to accomplish.
Absolutely. Well, I think we should leave it at that, guys. I want to thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I had a great time talking to you, and I hope you'll join me in the future.
Anytime. Thank you for having me.
And thank you guys for sticking with me for another episode. Follow us at Real America's Pop on all platforms, and follow me, your favorite host, Adrian Gray TV. Make sure to send me your hot takes, your weekly pop culture outrage. You know we live for it. So we'll be back next week for more. Until then, stay loud, stay proud, and tell your group chat about your new favorite show. I'll see you guys next week.
Welcome to Wayne Allen Root Show.
Good to see you again, man. How's everything going in Viva Las Vegas?
He loves Israel. He loves our country.
I'm always ready to fight, Gary. Always ready to fight.
One of the most popular hosts.
You are my Superman. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's got radio. He got television. He's got a beautiful wife.
We are under invasion at the border.
This is the kind of thing he talks about because he's about common sense.
Make faith and belief in country cool again. You are truly a breath of fresh air. Your fans love you.
Thank you very much. And they love you too. And for good reason, because you have a spirit and you get it at the same time. You're both angry, but a happy warrior nevertheless. Wayne Allen Root.
I salute you.
Where's Wayne? Where is Wayne Allen Root? Where the hell is he?
All right, welcome to America's Top 10. The Root's on fire. Yes, I'm the angry, happy warrior. I'm in the house. You've heard of the mainstream media? Welcome to the Waynestream media. I'm the loudest MAGA mouth in the USA and proud of it. Coming to you from Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. I'm the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz, 24/7. With the fastest show in the history of TV, this show is conservative, patriotic talk on steroids, squared to the 1,000th power. Reminder, my command central. Root4America.com at the top 4 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's podcast, watch Wayne's daily video podcast. Click and you're on live, or you get links to all the places to watch or listen to me every day, or you can watch or listen to a library of all of my recent shows only at Root4America.com. Go there every day, my command central. All my commentaries there too, by the way. My email, WayneRoot@gmail.com. Love to hear from you. I read every single email. I can't answer all of them. Try my best to answer a lot of them. I'm overwhelmed with them, but I read them all. You give me all my best ideas. WayneRoot@gmail.com. Now to the big news about my daily video podcast. It's going viral. I've joined forces with the conservative MAGA media powerhouse, the Gateway Pundit, for my new daily podcast, War Zone, with Wayne Allen Root. Now, every day, Monday through Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific, every day reaching 2.5 million unique daily readers at the Gateway Pundit. The Gateway Pundit's the most influential site of the MAGA movement, with over 1 billion unique views in 2024. My War Zone with Wayne Allen Root podcast is now the official podcast of the Gateway Pundit. If you like America's Top 10, this is 2 hours a day, every day, Monday through Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern at thegatewaypundit.com. All right, remember the photo and the cool moment I shared with you last week? Let's put that up on the screen. Photo of me with platinum-selling Christian singer Natasha Owens accepting my plaque memorializing the mega success of our song and video, The Chosen One, about President Trump. I co-wrote that song. It was a top 20 iTunes hit and has now had over 2 billion views on social media, billion with a B. Well, Natasha and I are headed to the White House to visit with President Trump so we can present him with his plaque to memorialize the chosen one. And we're working now with his office to find a date for our Oval Office visit with the President of the United States. I can't wait. All right, it's time for my opening commentary. It's titled, There Are 50 Million Illegal Aliens in the United States. We can and must deport them all. Here are the top 10 ways for President Trump to make it happen efficiently and quickly. So this commentary is the combined recommendations of yours truly, TV, radio, podcast host, Wayne Alaroot, and retired Deputy Patrol Agent in charge for the San Diego sector, J.J. Carroll. First, there is nothing we are asking for President Trump to do that has not already been done. There's nothing we're asking President Trump to do that is not already supported by existing laws and our United States Constitution. 3 previous presidents, Hoover, Truman, and Eisenhower, already used their executive authority to remove millions of illegal aliens from our nation. Second, let's be crystal clear on the correct number of illegals living in America today. The number is shocking, but it's based on truth, on facts. A Yale-MIT demographic study was released in 2019. This study's data was run through an algorithm 1 million times and concluded there are 22, or at the time, there were 22 million illegal aliens inside our nation. And this was before, 2 years before Biden took office. Now, based on border agent J.J. Carroll's 24 years of experience on the border and through extensive research, we believe that the real number of illegal aliens allowed into America under Joe Biden was 25 to 30 million. So it's a fact that as many as 50 million, added together, 22 million plus 30 million, it's right around 50 million, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, illegal aliens live in America. That equates to 1 in 6 residents of the United States. This is a demographic time bomb that's ready to explode right in time for the 2030 census. It's also a time bomb when it comes to violent crime, gangs, drugs, homelessness, organized retail theft, overcrowded public schools, overwhelmed healthcare system, the explosion of spending and debt and deficit and welfare, and the introduction of third world disease into America. In short, this third world invasion is turning America into a third world crap hole. Here are the immediate top 10 actions designed by the combined team of Wayne Alaroot and J.J. Carroll to successfully and quickly deport 50 million illegal aliens. I hope you're listening, President Trump. Number 1, appoint a military general with wartime experience to create a plan to detain and deport every one of the 50 million illegal aliens. This plan will oversee A, build, maintain, and staff detention facilities across the southwest border. B, military and DHS personnel, including retired military and retired border agents, to be designated, or cross-designated, I should say, as immigration judges that will process cases 24/7 throughout the Southwest detention facilities. C, coordinate deportation flights, trains, and buses to transport illegal aliens out of our nation. D, military special forces and other elite military units will be assigned to Border Patrol and ICE agents to provide protection and be granted authorization to arrest individuals under immigration law. Number 2, cross-designate and deputize state and local police and sheriffs across America to locate, arrest, and turn over illegal aliens to CBP officers. Number 3, hire retired military soldiers, retired state and local police, and retired Border Patrol agents. This will immediately increase the immigration law enforcement force by thousands of ready-to-work professional LEOs. You know what an LEO is? Law enforcement officers who are certified to carry firearms over state lines. Number 4, make it so difficult to live, work, and move around in the United States of America for illegal aliens that they self-deport in the millions. A, under that number 4, A, enforce E-Verify, so no illegal alien can work and no boss can employ them, no business can employ them. B, require real ID to ensure non-citizens cannot function in America anymore. If you have to show real ID to rent an apartment and you're an illegal alien, you can't get real ID. You got nowhere to live. C, all welfare, food stamps, free health care, and public school benefits for illegal aliens are banned permanently. Period. D, any sanctuary city, state, or county immediately loses all federal funding, and any politician or government official in those states and cities and counties standing in the way of ICE or Border Patrol will be arrested. E, workforce enforcement is increased nationwide to include heavy fines for first-time offenders who employ the illegals, but for multiple repeat offenses, the offending businesses will be shut down. With one caveat, and I did this for President Trump because I know he wants this, businesses like hotels, restaurants, farms, and agriculture will have a 1-year phase-in period to terminate all their non-citizen employees, i.e. illegal aliens, and replace them with U.S. citizens. They've got a year to get it done, but this period will end while President Trump is still in office and therefore will be strictly enforced. No one's getting away with this. Number 5, to make this ban of illegal alien employees work, all these foreign workers will have to be replaced by U.S. citizens. To accomplish that goal, every U.S. citizen on welfare, food stamps, or any other government check must be required to get a job or lose all welfare benefits. That will create millions of new job seekers. This new pool of legal U.S. citizens who need jobs will fill the jobs that used to be filled by illegal aliens. Number 6, we need to tax remittance monies sent outside the USA at rates so high, in other words, tax them so high as to make sending the monies out of this country no longer feasible. Number 7, the GOP-controlled Congress must pass voter photo ID, including photo and thumbprint, exactly the same as Mexico uses for all their elections. And we got to do this for all federal elections. I understand each state has state law only, but for federal elections, Congress, House, Senate, President of the United States, you got to have photo voter ID and an additional voting law demanding proof of citizenship for federal elections or you cannot vote. Number 8, President Trump must use executive action to institute census reform. I call it census security reform that permanently bans the counting of non-citizens. Remember that from last week, my number 1 story, my big 5? I pitched it, and right away this week, what comes out? President Trump is doing it. Thank you, President Trump. I think he watches this show. Number 9, self-deportation will save America hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars versus carrying out forced deportation. We recommend President Trump offer a generous $5,000 bonus to each illegal who self-deports. This $5,000 bonus is a bargain to force every possible illegal alien to pick up and leave compared to the gigantic cost of paying them in the United States, including welfare, health care, and public schools. We might pay $100,000 a year per illegal, $300,000 per year per family. Instead, we're paying $5,000 to get rid of them. Over time, we'll save trillions of dollars by paying them to leave. Number 10, finally, we point out that an invasion of 50 million foreigners, including MS-13, Tren de Aragua, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Chinese military-age males, is absolutely a national emergency. Therefore, President Trump must publicly announce that this border invasion is now officially declared a national emergency. Declare that Joe Biden, border czar Kamala Harris, and HHS Chief Alejandro Mayorkas committed treason by opening the borders and welcoming in tens of millions of foreign invaders. As a result, the Trump DOJ will prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. That's our top 10 ways to efficiently and quickly deport 50 million illegal aliens. All right, this segment of the show is sponsored by Energize Health. Actually, the entire show, because they are the main title sponsor of this show since the day it started. I joined the Energize Health program in November of 2020, changed my life, changed my career. I lost 25 pounds of fat, not weight. It's a fat loss program, not a weight loss program. Lost 25 pounds of fat, gained 10 pounds of muscle in only 88 days to start the program. That was almost 5 years ago. My life has never been the same. I gained energy. I gained intercellular hydration. I got in the best shape of my life, and I gained 3 new TV shows past the age of 61. I don't think it's ever happened in TV history. I know why that happened. The fat melted off my body, and then it melted off my face. I'm 64 years old. Next year, I'll be on Medicare. And I look younger now than I did almost 15 years ago at age 50. Put that up on the screen. That's me at age 50, and that's me today in the gym. It's impossible. I have reversed aged. Energized Health is a miracle. It is my fountain of youth. I will be on this program for the rest of my life. For decades, Energized Health has transformed the lives of thousands of people, but thousands of my fans alone in the last 5 years. Using the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration, here's your chance to be like Wayne. Energized Health can do for you what it did for me. They've created a special opportunity to share with you in a 5-day challenge. Lose 5 pounds in 5 days for only $5. Coming up Monday, August 18th. Register now at My555 Challenge. And it's only $5, but take advantage of their VIP special for only $99. Get a health assessment with a health professional and get your intracellular hydration measured by a device that will be shipped to your home. Now you know the truth about the shape you're in. Register at My555challenge.com. Coming up next, America's Top 10 Countdown begins.
Tonight's show is brought to you in part by Energized Health. Transform your health from the inside out with intercellular hydration.
All right, Wayne Allen Root. The Root is on fire. RootForAmerica.com is my command central. Always email me, WayneRoot@gmail.com. Love to hear from you. This segment sponsored by Lost soldier, oil, and gas. This is the second term of President Trump, and it's all about drill, baby, drill. And making America the energy capital of the world, this one project could be the centerpiece of that goal. Lost Soldier Oil and Gas has been founded by second-generation oil and gas legend Mark Bruner. His companies have created more than $15 billion in shareholder value, including Ultra Petroleum, which went from 15 cents to $200 a share at its peak, and a $10,000 investment grew over 10 years in the stock market. If you own shares in this company, to $13 million, $10,000 to $13 million. Lost Soldier is Mark's newest project. It took 40 years to piece together this 40,000-acre giant gas discovery field. Lost Soldier giant gas discovery could become as renowned as the Permian Basin. This is the right time, the right place, the right management team, and the right president. If you're an accredited investor and would like to know more about this opportunity, go to lostsoldier.com. Fill out the contact form. They'll get right back to you. lostsoldier.com. All right, ready for America's Top 10 Countdown, number 10. Well, this one's about the madness of Democrats. New York City's about to open the nation's first transgender homeless shelter at a cost of $65 million to taxpayers. How disgusting, how revolting, how disgraceful. But wait, it gets worse. Nancy Pelosi, she's not dead. She's alive. She's still in Congress. Who would have known? She says she's working on sex changes for children at the national level. She's angry that two major hospitals in California, Kaiser Permanente and Stanford Medicine, just announced as of August 29th, they will stop providing transgender surgeries for individuals under age 19. Nancy is angry that we won't have gender-affirming care for our transgender children. Remember, Joe Biden as president called it immoral to block these procedures. Democrats are mentally ill, mentally deranged, and I believe under the spell of Satan. The things they fight for are pure evil, and that's precisely why Democrats are polling the lowest in modern history. They're hopelessly lost, clueless, and out of touch with Americans. Countdown number 9. Exhibit A for liberal mental illness is Howard Stern. Insider sources say the shock jock and former king of all media, he did dominate America for 2 decades, is about to be fired and his show canceled at Sirius Radio. What a fool. What a woke loser. What a pussy cat. I think Howard had transgender surgery. When he met his new blonde liberal Hollywood wife, I think she had his balls removed. At his peak, Stern had 20 million listeners. Now he has 125,000. The joke is on him. His macho, raw, politically incorrect sexual humor only appealed to young, macho, testosterone-driven males. That was his entire audience. You know what that is today? The UFC audience. And it's 100% pro-Trump MAGA. But Stern went in the opposite direction, and he lost his whole audience. He hates Trump. He insults Trump. He insults anyone who voted for Trump. He endorsed Hillary in 2016, and he had Kamala as his guest in 2024. Howard Stern now has an audience of 1. His blonde, woke, empty-headed commie wife. Hope they stay married, because she's now your only fan, Howard. My guess, my gut instinct, they'll be divorced in the next year or two when Howard wakes up and realizes she destroyed his career and made him look like a clueless moron. Liberals lose again. Colbert gone. Howard Stern about to be gone. Up next, Jimmy Kimmel and The View. Countdown number 8. Next on the list of liberal losers to destroy their legacy, Bill Clinton. He's been subpoenaed by Congress about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. 26 flights on Epstein's jet Lolita Express. 17 White House visits by Jeffrey Epstein to the Clinton White House. What did they discuss? Visits to kindergarten classes? In 2016 deposition, one of the young girls who was molested by Epstein and his pals testified, and sexually assaulted, I assume, testified that Epstein told her Clinton likes them young. Another victim testified Clinton was seen by her at the island with 2 young women on each arm. We see you, Bill. We know exactly who you are. The Clinton legacy is being burned to the ground. When this is over, Bill Clinton will be remembered as a pervert and sex abuser, and Hillary will be in a prison cell. The Clinton legacy nuked gone forever. Countdown number 7. Well, the person I think is far worse than Bill or Hillary is my old Columbia College classmate, Obama. I have high hopes his legacy is about to be burned to the ground as well, and he too could wind up in a prison cell. Smoking gun found this week? I hope so. Obama made statements endorsing bogus claims of Russian collusion before the intelligence assessment was even finished. In other words, with no proof, he slandered and demonized Trump to try to destroy his presidential campaign in favor of Hillary Clinton. Documents show Obama to be a key figure throughout the Russiagate scandal. It was always Obama giving the orders, always at the tip of the spear. He is the weakest link. He is the evil, real-life Manchurian candidate. But be careful, President Trump. This is the most dangerous time in history for you and America. Obama is cornered. This man made a deal with the devil, and now him and his whole rotten, globalist, communist, deep state, DC swamp, rat cabal of traitors is facing decades in prison. Take my word, they won't go quietly. They won't go without a fight. Nothing is off the table, from assassination attempts to terror attacks to another pandemic to starting World War III. Be very careful. Countdown number 6. Here are just a few things I'm concerned about, a few headlines. Terrifying warning that deadly new China virus is already here. An insidious foreign army is already here. Bombshell national security reports reveal terrifying plan to tear America apart. What are they talking about? Chinese military-age men in the United States sent here to attack us from within. Taiwanese Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs says China is preparing to invade Taiwan. And finally, frantic terrorist manhunt begins across America as terrifying Iranian passport plot to flood the nation with terrorist jihadis is uncovered. They're coming to cause us trouble because Trump is the greatest president ever. Countdown number 5. And finally, as I predicted for a long while now, years, that a COVID vaccine die-off would threaten America, so many are dropping dead. I worry about how our country can function. This study is out. Most Americans reject the COVID shot for this fall. They don't trust the CDC or the FDA on vaccine safety. And here's why. A renowned oncologist comes out and sounds the alarm. Cancer deaths are now surging among only those who are COVID boosted. The unvaccinated have no such cancer surge. Up next, great interviews and the Final Four. Stay. Hey, welcome back. The Root's on fire. This segment of the show sponsored by Goldgate Capital. In just a few minutes, we'll speak with Andrew Eaton of Goldgate Capital. But first, my conversation with Dr. Kirk Moore from my daily video podcast, War Zone, which you can find at thegatewaypundit.com. We got Dr. Kirk Moore. I was really looking forward to having him on because I wanted to tell him my story on my end of things when I saw what was happening to him, the persecution, and I tried my best to help him get out of the mess and get those charges dropped. And I was more shocked than anyone that it worked. And so, Dr. Kirk Moore, welcome to the show. How are you?
Yeah, I was surprised that it worked too. So thank you.
Yeah, you probably don't know what I did. I don't know if you were listening in the last segment, but I'm good friends with President Trump. And I give him a lot of advice. Yeah. And I'm always sending him little notes, and I send him texts to his cell phone, and I send him all my columns. And I know he looks at my social media site. Sometimes he watches my shows. I went crazy last week on the show when I heard what was happening to you. I didn't realize that they had kept the actual charges going. I didn't even realize. I just assumed when Trump became president that they would drop the charges against you. So when I heard that Pam Bondi wouldn't even take a plea bargain, and they wanted to put you in jail for 35 years. I went nuts on this show, and I said, fire Pam Bondi. This is injustice. This is tyranny. This has to stop. President Trump, are you listening? Free Kirk Moore. Drop the charges. Your entire base wants this man to be treated as a hero, not as a criminal. Then I sent my social media out to literally have 500,000 people watching my social media. And then I sent a note to President Trump overnight, last Friday, and I said, drop the charges right now. The next morning, charges dropped. So was it me? Was it me and Marjorie Taylor Greene? Was it 10 other people? I don't know, Kirk, but I certainly helped. I tried my best, man.
Well, look, everybody's asking me if Donald Trump knew about it, and obviously he did. So having people speak in his ear and talk to him. So now we know the answer to that. He definitely knew. And I doubt that any of this would have happened without him knowing about it. So, and if you had anything to do with it, or, even if you didn't, I really appreciate everything that you did for us. It was tremendous. The amount of relief that we had on Saturday morning is just, I can't tell you how it felt.
Well, my logic for why I think this worked was that I said to President Trump when I texted him Friday night, I said, look, I'm always in your corner. I've been with you since the day you came down the escalator at Trump Tower, and I fight for you 24 hours a day on radio, on TV, on podcast. And I got a huge following, and they're all your base. And I got to tell you something, man. You really have blown it with the Epstein situation. You really should have released Epstein. That's the only mistake I've caught you making besides the COVID vaccine. I said that. But the way to get around it is there's this Dr. Kirk Moore, and Pam Bondi. I think President Trump blew this Epstein situation. She is the one who was at the center of it. And I said, she's at the center of making a decision whether this guy is on trial for his life or not. You got to speak to Pam Bondi, and you got to get these charges dropped. And sure enough, the charges were dropped. And Pam Bondi takes credit for it, like she was on your side all along. And I don't believe that for a second. But look, it doesn't matter why it happened. It happened. Thank God it happened, right?
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, the relief, like I said, was just unbelievable. My mom and I were on the phone here. She was still visiting me from, a couple of months ago. It's crazy. I mean, what we were going through and what you saw, they actually added to the charges in January. They added a charge of evidence tampering, which added 20 years to my potential sentence. So it was. And
this was not done by Biden in January. You're saying this was done by Trump's DOJ in January, correct?
No, they did this before. They did this on January 10th or 11th, where they added to the charges with a separate arraignment. Did it before Trump.
But Pam Bondi should have gotten you out of this right away. I mean, right away. It's so clear that this base believes, as I do, that the COVID vaccine is deadly and dangerous, and it was a scam, and it was fraud, and it was mass murder, and it was crimes against humanity. I've been saying that, Kirk, for 5 years now, risking my whole career to say it.
Wayne,
and you are a hero. You are a hero.
It still is. They're still killing people.
Right.
Those things are still on the market. They're still out there. They haven't. I mean, it's so easy to reverse this thing. Stop the state of emergency and those shots go away overnight. You take away that liability protection, they go away overnight.
You know, a friend of mine is in California right now, and he's a great guy. And his daughter he took her to California because they're getting a dog for her, a puppy, at an animal rescue foundation in California. And I saw this morning that he's staying at a casino, like a tribal casino in California overnight while they get the dog in the morning, right? And he said, do you know that they checked my temperature before walking in the casino? In California, they still worry about COVID. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. Between the vaccines and the masks and the worrying about people's temperature and the social distancing, Kirk, this was all a scam. It was nonsense. It didn't save any lives. It cost people's lives.
No, all of COVID was invented for the vaccine. Okay. There was no disease. There's nothing separate about this. There was nothing that was any different than just the regular flu. All they did was rename it. And then they put the whole machinery in place that was already present, that was run by the DOD. And they just, they invented this COVID disease in order to launch this mRNA technology on the human population.
So let's talk about what you did, why they charged you in the first place. So look, if people said, I want the COVID vaccine, and they came to you, their doctor, and you gave them a saline solution, I would agree that would have been wrong. But if someone comes to you and says, I don't want it, I want to save my job, I want to save my life, I want to save my kid's life, and they want to go to school, and you say, okay, I'll give you a COVID vaccine card so that you can save your life and be healthy and not take an experimental deadly vaccine, and you keep your job and your kid gets to go to school, that makes you a hero. I just want to make sure people understand you did not give the vaccine to people who wanted it. You didn't give the vaccine to people who didn't want it, correct?
Yeah, nobody came to me. I didn't advertise it. I wasn't putting it out there anywhere. Everybody that came to me got what they wanted. They didn't pay for it. There was no money exchanged. I just gave them what they came to get from me. The interesting thing is, Wayne, just give me a second here. The illegality started with the government requiring us to disclose our medical information arbitrarily to anybody that asked. That is illegal.
All right, Wayne Allen Root with Andrew Eaton of Goldgate Capital. He is a precious metal specialist. You can contact Goldgate Capital at 855-770-GOLD. I am not just a TV host or an interviewer or a spokesman. I am a client of Goldgate Capital. I just bought a ton of gold from, of all people, by the way, not just Goldgate Capital, Andrew Eaton. He's my guy. I bought the gold from Andrew. You made it simple. You made it easy. It's going to be delivered next week. Thank you, Andrew.
Of course. It's so good to be back, Wayne. Thanks for having us again.
All right. So let's talk about what's going on right now, because gold is going through the roof. Gold has hit record highs recently. On Friday, it came very close to 3,500. This week, it did hit 3,500. Then it went back a little bit. But 3,500, I remember when it was 350. This is amazing. What is driving this unprecedented demand for gold?
Well, Wayne, it's all about trust. It's all about preservation. And right now we're seeing a wave of demand from both central banks and everyday investors who are looking for something solid. The volatility, everyone's tired of that. And this doesn't depend on corporate earnings or political decisions. Gold has always been a safe haven. That's what it is. It's a safe haven asset. And right now, that's more important than ever. It's a hedge against everything. It's a hedge against currency risk, inflation, market volatility, even systemic instability. So people aren't just buying gold right now because it's going up. They're buying it because it still works even when other things don't.
Well, I have people who tell me that gold always sends messages. And this is gold's message, or investors in gold are sending a message that World War III is coming, whether it's with Russia, whether it's with China, whether it's with the Middle East. People fear that World War III is coming. And if World War III comes, you've got to own gold. What about silver? Yep. Why is silver going up?
Well, silver doesn't always get the spotlight, but it's been playing an important role right now in today's economy. It's not just a precious metal. It's an industrial one. It's used in solar panels, electric vehicles, medical equipment, and a lot of emerging tech like cell phones and computers. That industrial demand gives silver a unique dual role. So it offers both security, physical security outside of the bank, but it also offers upside potential. And compared to gold, it's still vastly undervalued historically. So a lot of investors see it as an opportunity to get in before the broader market catches up. You know, gold's reaching really high levels. I know it's going to go up. I believe it's going to go up a lot more, but silver's still far behind. So the upside potential, in my opinion, is a lot higher than gold right now. It's a powerful complement to gold, though. You know, investors should hold both positions, especially for both long-term security and future growth.
Well, that's why when I just bought from you, I bought 80% gold and 20% silver. Is that kind of a smart move? Is that the way to do it?
That's usually what I recommend. You know, out of the allocation they take from retirement savings, I like to put heavier position in gold unless clients specifically request silver more. But I like 80-20. That's what I've done myself.
All right. Explain to my fans what Goldgate Capital does and what makes you special.
So diversification is key, and physical metals play a big role in that. So gold and silver, they don't rely on earnings reports, central bank moves, or political stability. They just hold their value. And adding, like I said, even a modest 20 to 30% of your overall liquid investable assets can provide the kind of protection and peace of mind that's hard to find in traditional assets today. So the biggest piece of advice I could give anyone right now is to educate yourself. Education is key, especially when making these bigger financial decisions. Currently, we have highly experienced senior account executives who are available right now to go over and answer any and all questions in order to make this investment process as seamless and simple as possible. We even offer promotions to callers such as free safes, or even as much as $20,000 in free physical silver on qualifying purchases. Keep in mind that this investment is for anyone with any type of retirement savings or cash. If you're worried and interested in something a little safer, give us a call right now at 855-770-GOLD. That's 855-770-4653.
$20,000 in free physical silver on qualifying purchases for my fans only. Nobody else can get this. Nobody in the world has this offer. Only Goldgate Capital and only for my fans at Real America's Voice TV. Thank you, Andrew Eaton. $20,000 in free silver, at least up to $20,000, depending on what you buy. But you're going to get free silver, physical free silver. Go to 855-770-GOLD. Get a free consultation. Make it happen. Build safety into your IRA or into your savings, your assets. Thank you, Andrew Eaton. Thank you, Goldgate Capital.
Thank you, Wayne.
GoldgateCapital.com. Thank you, Andrew. Up next, Final Four. Root Madness. Don't go away.
The show is brought to you by GreatPatriotStore.com. Shop for the highest quality American-made products at GreatPatriotStore.com.
All right, Wade Alaroot, who would want to be a Democrat anymore? All the polls show they're at the lowest they've been in the history of modern polling. Nobody wants to be a Democrat anymore. And that's why I wrote the national bestseller, How Democrats Have Made America Great. It's 140 blank pages. It's a gag gift. It's a funny book. It's mine. Go to Amazon.com. It's been a #1 bestseller. How Democrats Have Made America Great. Everything you need to know. 140 blank pages by Wayne Alaroot. Don't buy one copy, buy 10 and give it to all your friends. They will laugh out loud. All right. This segment is our Final Four segment, the important segment, sponsored by GreatPatriotStore.com. If you're sick and tired of supporting woke companies, great news for you. You don't have to anymore. This is the answer to inflation. Hundreds of household and personal products you're already buying at your local supermarket or at Amazon or Costco or Walmart. And now you can buy online at GreatPatriotStore.com. But their products are much less expensive, higher quality, made with no toxic chemicals, all made in the USA, only American employees, delivered right to your door at incredible prices. This is how you beat inflation. It's not a secret anymore. Over 2 million members, 20,000 families joining every month, and they've expanded their beef division. Now you can get great beef, great steaks, great hot dogs, great hamburgers, every cut of steak. The beef tastes amazing. Sirloin's my favorite. Oh, I love it. It's all pasture-raised, no hormones, no antibiotics, no mRNA ever, inexpensive and exclusively available only to their members. So, like Costco or Sam's Club, you need to become a member. Don't wait. Go to GreatPatriotStore.com. Fill out the form. One of their team members will contact you right away. They're all conservatives and patriots. You'll enjoy talking to them. And in a matter of minutes, you are a member. For a limited time, everyone who becomes a member gets $100 in free store credit. Go to GreatPatriotStore.com. That's GreatPatriotStore.com. All right, time to start the Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness. Countdown number 4. All right, so with number 4, it's about President Trump signing a directive this week ordering the Pentagon to begin unleashing the United States military against the Mexican drug cartels. This is the official basis for direct U.S. military operations at sea and on foreign soil against cartels. Will it be the Marines? Will it be the Navy? Will it be Navy SEALs, Army Rangers? They could all find themselves killing Sinaloa cartel members in Mexico or Colombia or Venezuela. And these punks and pipsqueaks who mass murder 100,000 Americans a year with fentanyl and heroin and cocaine, your children think they're so tough. Each cartel has hundreds, if not 1,000 or more murdering scum at their disposal. That's like an army, right? Amongst the civilian population, sure. But we have 1 million U.S. military, highly trained killing machines. Good luck to the cartels. If Trump gives the green light, we're going to wipe these evil scum off the face of the earth. You know what I say? No mercy. Kill them all. Only way to solve the problem. And by the way, one PS. Trump this week also announced a $50 million reward for information leading to the capture of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro. God is great, and so is his weapon of choice, as I have named him the Chosen One. Chosen to make America great again. Chosen to keep your children safe. Donald J. Trump. Thank God. Countdown number 3. So the DOJ and Pam Bondi appoint Ed Martin as a special prosecutor to investigate Letitia James, Attorney General of New York. All the Democrat attorney generals break the law themselves day and night, it seems. And Adam Schiff, now United States Senator Adam Schiff, California, for mortgage fraud. Now, that's my buddy of 20 years, Ed Martin. I'm so proud. We've worked on many projects together. Ed is a killer prosecutor, the best of the best, and one of the great patriots ever in America. These people in his sights are going to prison. I predicted it. I wrote the book on the man, Trump Rules. Remember that? Trump Rules 5 years ago. Trump 2.0, meaning the second term of Trump, is like a different planet. Trump is throwing caution to the wind. Obama, Hillary, Letitia James, Shifty Schiff, Brennan, Clapper, Comey, McCabe. Trump's coming for all of you. Why? Number one, he let all the Democrat criminals off the hook in his first term, thinking if I let you off the hook, when I'm done, you'll leave me alone in peace, right? Instead, you rigged and stole the election from him in 2020, and then for the next 4 years, hounded him, harassed him, prosecuted him, and persecuted him. You tried to bankrupt him and send him to prison for life. You wanted him to die in prison. All bets are off. I know Trump. Trump's coming for you. Trump's coming for the hunters. The hunters have become the hunted. My prediction, Donald J. Trump will not let his foot off the gas. Number two, he's never running again. It doesn't matter what the New York Times or the Washington Post or CNN thinks. Trump is going to be Trump. The real Trump is now unleashed in Trump 2.0. And he is coming, not for revenge, or certainly not just for revenge, for justice. And a quick PS. The FBI fired this week all the senior officials involved with the persecution of the J6ers and President Trump himself. Trump 2.0. Enjoy the ride. Countdown number 2. Well, to paraphrase James Carville, it's always the economy, stupid. This is the golden age of Trump prosperity. We are all so lucky to be alive. Trump is the greatest rainmaker ever. He is the greatest economic president ever. We are all going to benefit. Some of us will get filthy rich. Some will just get rich. Some will just enjoy nicer retirements. Everyone will have a job. But everyone wins from the top to the bottom of the income scale when Trump makes America great again and prosperous again. A few headlines from this past week. Apple pledges to flood the United States with $600 billion of investment over the next 4 years, announces production of 19 billion U.S.-made chips across 12 states this year, and the exclusive use of American rare earth magnets. This is Apple. This is Tim Cook, a liberal who used to hate Trump. Do you remember in 2016, Democrat National Convention Hillary, Republican National Convention Trump? Apple refused to put their products in the Republican convention because Trump was a racist. Do you remember that? Now Apple is kowtowing to Trump, and they're investing $600 billion, and they're only using American parts. Wow. Despite fear-mongering, the Federal Reserve's favorite inflation survey shows no signs of any major inflation because of the tariffs. New mind-blowing data, again, from a friend of mine. Ed Martin, a great friend, glad to be him, his friend, to know him. And also Stephen Moore, one of the great economists in America, made a presentation at the White House yesterday. Great friend of mine. I just can't pinch me. I'm a son of a butcher, and I know these guys. I'm friends with these guys. We talk on the phone. We text all day. These are my guys. Stephen Moore proved Americans gained 10 times more income under Trump than under Biden. The poor got $4,000 more under Trump. And 20 other things that prove the difference between Trump and Joe Biden. And then finally, I just want to mention that J.P. Morgan changes their prediction about the next Fed meeting because Trump just got to appoint another Fed governor. And his appointment, a fantastic guy named Stephen Moran, is all for interest rate cuts. It's time to cut interest rates. So J.P. Morgan changes their prediction and now sees a September rate cut. Let me tell you, the only thing in the way of massive prosperity for the American people and the greatest run in the next 3.5 years that blows Reagan away is the Fed has to cut interest rates. Interest rates are too high because Jerome Powell, the Fed chief, has Trump derangement syndrome. And now we're going to outvote Jerome Powell, and then we're going to kick him out. And that's the end of Powell. And interest rates will start going down. And the next 3.5 years, prosperity, prosperity, prosperity for all of us. Thank you, President Trump. Countdown number 1. All right, the number 1 story in America. Well, listen, I already covered it in my opening commentary, right? Trump is the GOAT. Every week's the greatest week ever. And then the next week is even better. This guy accomplishes more in a week than Reagan did in 8 years. And Reagan was my all-time hero until Trump came along. President Trump made such an important announcement this week. Actually, there's like two for the price of one here. President Trump announces a new census that will start now. And I don't know if it's going to count before the 2026 midterms or right after them, but he's going to exclude illegal aliens. And that means Democrats are going to lose up to 30 seats, maybe more. Maybe more. Just think about it. A New York City, a Chicago, a Los Angeles, a San Francisco. All these cities are filled with foreigners, illegal immigrants who have no right to be in the United States and no right to be counted on the census. So if New York City has 10 congressmen, now they may only get 5 congressmen. So Republicans will dominate in the United States House. And there's a second part to this. An expert on the census, a GOP strategist, comes out and says the 2020 census was fraud. Every single time an error was made, it was to the detriment of Republican states like Alabama and to the benefit of Democrat states like Rhode Island. They gained congressmen. We lost them due to errors. We're going to have a new census. It's going to be a new Congress. It's going to be a new America. God bless President Trump. And that was my recommendation in the #1 story last week, and Trump comes out with it the following week. That's it for this week's show. God bless you. God bless Trump. God bless America. And as always, viva my tax-free Las Vegas. See you next week, America.
Where is Wayne Allen Root? Where the hell is he?
The following program contains political discourse, opinions, and footage that many viewers may find offensive. It should not be viewed by anyone ever.
So you made a way across the great divide, left behind heaven's throne to build it here inside. And there at the cross, you paid the debt I owe, broke my chains, freed my soul. For the first time I had hope. Thank you, Jesus, for the blood applied. Thank you, Jesus, it has washed me white. Thank you, Jesus, you have saved my life, brought me from the darkness into glorious light.
This nation was built on law, order, and pride. Immigrants came through the front door with papers in hand and hearts full of hope. But that America was betrayed by Democrats. They didn't lose control of the border. They opened the floodgates on purpose. 20 million poured in. Cartels, rapists, traffickers, funded by you, enabled by them. This wasn't immigration, it was an invasion. By design. And we paid the price. In chaos, in crime, in blood, while traitors in suits handed out benefits with our money. But now comes the reckoning. We're not deporting immigrants. We're deporting lawlessness and those who sold this country out. Law, order, sovereignty. Without them, we don't have a country. So now it's time for retribution, for justice. You don't get to destroy America and stay in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the best seat in the House, I can tell you, America's heart is still beating strong. In just 100 days, President Trump did what they said couldn't be done. He stopped the invasion, crushed the bureaucratic waste, brought prices down, and put America first where she belongs. He fought for peace when the world was rushing toward war. He gave this country back to you. And make no mistake, folks, the American spirit is roaring back. With every bit of my soul, thank you, President Trump. God bless you. And God bless this land of freedom we so love.
There's not a snowball's chance in hell that Canada will ever be the 51st state.
What say you, Mr. American Ambassador?
Canada, go!
This is after VBS, so sorry that I look like a sweaty mess. Welcome to Revival Today's Check the News program, a program where we get together once a week and we review some of the tweets that we've saved up all week long to review them with you, our viewer. Thanks for having us, Rav TV. If you didn't know, we have a wonderful church in 4 locations, and we would like to invite you to them. Here they are. We've got a church in Arizona. We've got one in Los Angeles, Fort Worth, and of course, the mothership here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So please come on down. We'd love to have you. If you have any questions, check us out at revivaltodaychurch.com. Let's get started on this very somber day here at Check the News. If you have not heard about it yet, there was a shooting that took place in our beloved Pursuit Church. It's a sister church that I call it a sister church in Seattle. And unfortunately, they had a shooting during one of the young adults. Now, I'm not quite sure all that has transpired, but we're going to take a look at all of the information that is being disseminated even now. So let's take a look. Here it is. All right, can you enlarge it, please, for me? A man was just murdered outside a church in the United States. We're grieving with his family and praying for Pastor Russell Johnson and the Pursuit Northwest in Seattle. No one should fear being killed for going to church in America. This is the second violent attack on Christians in Seattle in just weeks. Now we have a martyr on U.S. soil. When city leadership like Mayor Bruce Harrell stirs hostility towards the church and fails to protect them, it's no longer just a local failure. It becomes a matter of national concern demanding federal response. At Real Donald Trump, you've always stood with the church. We need your voice. And then, of course, he tagged on Harmeet Dillon, which is an amazing attorney, a friend of the church. But without a doubt, all eyes are on Mayor Bruce Harrell at this point in time. And this is exactly what happens when you embolden people like Antifa. You embolden people to be able to kind of like strut their stuff when it comes to violence against the church. You have a mayor like Bruce Harrell that not only, chooses to not come again or to side with the church and side with victims, he actually sides with the opposers, the people that are bringing about the violence towards the church. And so he should be booted as fast as can be. And so we're kind of still waiting to see what Donald Trump has to say. I'd like to see what the Faith Advisory Board has to say about this. Oh, good for you. Good for you. National Faith Advisory Board calling all pastors, faith leaders, and people of faith to pray. Bullets were fired. Okay. I'm not going to get frustrated because I just don't think it's the time and a place for this. But prayers can only go so far. When we have people at the helm of the National Faith Advisory Board that can actually implement, or at least that's what I think. I think that it was a board was pulled together to be able to pull some sort of weight as far as legislation is concerned, and as far as the voice of the church being heard. Prayer, yes, there is a time and a place for prayer, but is that time now? Absolutely not, especially with one dead. I'm going to tell you right now, this isn't the response that I'm looking for. What the response I'm looking for from the National Faith Advisory Board is one of, we're going to go all out. We're going to find who this was, and we're going to come against you with full force. We're going to come at the mayor. Hey, listen, mayor, this is a result. This death is a result of all of your shenanigans. That's what I want to say. I want to hear a little bit more coming out of the National Faith Advisory Board. God bless them. They're doing a great work, but I'm a little frustrated at this post, if I'm being honest with you. Okay? I'm a little frustrated by this. Next. Pastor Greg Locke praying for and standing with my friend Russell Johnson during this terrible tragedy. The media should be ashamed for not covering the story. And again, a man was murdered in front of his wife and son while walking into our church tonight. Not in Africa, not in China, not in the Middle East. It's absolutely crushing. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And so if you stay silent about this, there is something terribly, terribly, terribly wrong with you. Next. Russell Johnson, where the hell is the mayor of Seattle? You've turned this city into a lawless haven for criminals, encouraged violence against my church, publicly attacked Christian in this region. Now a father is dead. Are you going to help clean the blood off of our front steps tonight? Whoa. Mighty God. Mighty God. wow, this one really hurts. Okay. So again, this is a sister church. Russell Johnson. Wow. I can't even imagine. I literally can't even imagine. Next.
Hey, friends, this is Pastor Russell. I wanted to just take some time this evening to let you know about a tragic event that occurred at our Seattle campus this evening while the young adults were gathered for a ministry function. There was a shooting, and a young man who has a wife and a child was tragically killed. The people who were involved in this shooting have fled. Police are looking for the perpetrators now. The crime scene is still active. We're doing our best to try to minister to the family and to the other young adults who were gathered, who obviously are dealing with the shock and the grief of the unbelievable events that occurred at our church campus this evening.
Pause. I don't know Brother Russell very well. I have met him in person. He's a funny guy, but he is shaken to the core, and you can tell in his voice how much this is tearing him apart. But I know him also well enough to know that the day of reckoning is at hand. All right. And so we're going to cover more right after this break. So come back right after this.
Hey, friends, this is Pastor Russell. I wanted to just take some time this evening to let you know about a tragic event that occurred at our Seattle campus this evening while the young adults were gathered for a ministry function. There was a shooting, and a young man who has a wife and a child was tragically killed. The people who were involved in this shooting have fled. Police are looking for the perpetrators. Now the crime scene is still active. We're doing our best to try to minister to the family and to the other young adults who were gathered, who obviously are dealing with the shock and the grief of the unbelievable events that occurred at our church campus this evening. I'm asking for your prayers. If you're a pastor or a believer watching this from around the nation, I'm asking that you would pray for Pursuit,
Jesus, and
pray for the family that is now grieving. And I want to let you know we are going to be holding church on Sunday, and attacks from the enemy and attempts at intimidating the people of God will not prosper in the Pacific Northwest. The kingdom will advance. God will continue to do his best work in this region, and we are as committed today as we've ever been to seeking and saving the lost. We'll bring you more updates on details when we get them. But if you have a moment, please pray for our church and that family this evening. God bless. We'll see you soon.
Unreal. Next. Pursuit. Let's pull it up, please. Pursuit Church is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the individuals responsible for the homicide that occurred at our Seattle campus on Thursday evening. Anyone with relevant information is requested to contact us at contact@thepursuitnorthwest.com. And so this is something that is also, it just hurts my heart that they have to do their own investigation. You know what I'm saying? They can't even trust the county police. It's just such a mess in Seattle, for the love of Peter. Next. Russell, Pursuit has organized a GoFundMe for the family of LeBron Javon. And so if you would like to donate, you can follow the link at GoFundMe.com. The goal is to reach, $25,000 goal, organized by Pastor Russell himself. Next. There he is in the blue hat. Next.
What's going on, y'all? Just to follow up on that post I made. I didn't want to see.
This is the victim of that shooting. Let's play. Start from the beginning.
What's going on, y'all? Just to follow up on that post I made. I didn't want to seem all dramatic, but it is dramatic. It's a dramatic change in my life. Yeah, I'm taking all my old music down. I was gonna take a lot longer to make this video. I just been having so much to do here lately that I don't know when I'm gonna have the time to really sit down and iron it out and make a perfect video. So I'm gonna just tell y'all right now, I gave my life to Christ, and some people are gonna not like that, and that's okay. That some people are gonna not follow me because I don't want to push a negative type of music anymore. And I just want to apologize to anybody I've led astray. I'm sorry for that. I know that I'm a leader, that I've had an impact on a lot of people's life, and I'd like to say that I've had a positive impact too. But man, you can only be so positive without God. So I'm gonna start posting a lot of things about God. Everything's gonna be about God. Like I said, I know some people aren't really gonna like that, but I know there's a lot of people that need that. There's a lot of people who want that. And I'm here for y'all, and I'm here for those who don't like it too. It's all love. This isn't anything to judge anybody. This is my own convictions. This is how I'm living my life now. So that means, I'm not smoking weed no more. And it means a lot of things that, as if you continue to follow me and you don't unfollow me, you're gonna find out. But it's all good things. It's good news. It's the best news in the world. I promise you that. I want to thank Justice for really getting me back into church. And the church that I'm going to, it's amazing, man. It's called Pursuit. and the pastor there is he's amazing, man. His name's Fred, and it's really an amazing place. You can really feel God. I grew up Christian, and I strayed away for a long time because I didn't really believe in the fairy tale. But when I tell y'all God is real, man, God is real, and it's something I couldn't just explain in this first video, but I'm going to. I'm gonna show y'all the research. I've done research. I've really been digging into it. I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm not here to convict anybody else. That's between you and God. But I'm just here to make a change. Sacrificing all my music videos and all my music, that's not a small thing. I'll put my life behind that. Those of you that know me know that. I'm about to go do a show right now, and I'm doing Christian music. My music is gonna be all about God now. And, I'm not doing this for popularity. So, like I said, if people want to unfollow me, I'm okay with that. It's still love. It's still love here. And I'm gonna never stop loving all of y'all, because that's what God calls us to do. So, God's really been by me this whole time, even though I've strayed away. And it really makes me feel a lot of shame, but that's not what God wants us to feel. But yeah, man, I'm just a beginner right now, it feels like. And, I'm going to start posting a lot of Christian content. And, hopefully that'll really be able to change people's lives for the better. If you're going to continue to follow me, I appreciate y'all. I'm here for anybody that want to reach out and talk more about God. Anybody need help going to a church or trying to understand the Bible, just call me. If I don't know, I know someone that knows, for sure. So, yeah, much love to all of y'all.
That's so sad. He had a long life to live, and it was stripped away. Do we have anything else on the shooter? Do we have anything else? All right, let me see. I'd like to see that. Exclusive. I've obtained, this is coming from Jonathan Cho. I have obtained the surveillance video showing the gangland style shooting that claimed the life of Pursuit Seattle church member LeBron Javon. The shooter is still on the run and was last seen in this white Hyundai Thursday evening. Play.
Right there.
Okay, that's the assailant's car, and that's the victim's wife and son.
Victim's wife and son
on the corner. Okay,
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's another shooter in there.
There's two people.
So there's two people.
Because the glass breaks.
Okay, and did he get out of the car to fire the shots? Oh, there, one hit the ground. Okay.
I
mean, we don't see the victim though being shot. It seems like he was out of frame.
He was.
Yeah. But according to the people describing what they were seeing, that was his wife and son right next to him.
Yeah, they were the ones who were fleeing on foot.
And they're okay as far as you know.
They're okay. They're devastated. We're going to walk by this family and walk them through this tragedy, and we just know that God can use a tragedy like this and turn it to good and use it for good. So we're just going to believe for that, and we've got all the witnesses. The eyewitnesses are in there now. They're being ministered to. They're being pastored through this. We just anticipate that over the weeks to come, we're just going to be reaching out to the community and everybody that's been affected by this. It's devastating. It's just devastating.
Has anything like this ever happened at Pursuit Seattle or outside? No, right?
No, nothing remotely close to this. No.
Yeah, you have to start dealing with all the people that actually watched a man get killed. I mean, I can't imagine. I literally cannot imagine. But prayers for Pursuit Church. Continue. Church leaders say Javon recently gave his life to Jesus Christ, but may have been targeted because of his rough past. Javon's wife and kids were with him during the shooting, but made it out unharmed. Play.
Hey, this is Jonathan Cho with Frontlines Turning Point USA. I'm right outside Pursuit Seattle, the church where this tragic shooting happened.
That's how we heard like gunshots and people running around and like going inside and like.
Did you see the shooters or anything like that?
I just heard the gunshots. I was in my room upstairs. I was on the second floor in the house, and I just heard the gunshots.
One of our regular attendees was down and that he was bleeding and that they were trying to stop the bleeding. I got word that there was no one else that had been hit. just the one individual.
Pause.
And that he.
I hope that this doesn't allow you to become desensitized because the kid had a past. Because at the end of the day, there was 30 bullets. Now there's a picture, I'm not quite sure where it is, but there was 30 bullets that were sprayed. Whether or not it hit a human body, it doesn't matter. I mean, it killed one. But whether he had a past is irrelevant to this shooting. I think that because he was at a church event, this is basically whether it was a lunatic, actually trying to cause harm to a church establishment, whether the guy had a past or not, the fact of the matter is that somebody was emboldened by this mayor's politics to be able to do this right outside of the church. Continue.
He had a wife and a child that was with him. There were numerous young adults who were out having a barbecue in the parking lot, and that the assailant had fled in a white vehicle and took off eastbound on 50th.
Got it. What do you think the motive here is?
You know, we don't know the motive. We just we're perplexed. We're devastated, honestly. And
Can you tell me how long this young man was attending your church, or at least coming to some of the events?
Yeah, the young man recently did give his life to Christ. He gave his life to Christ. Pastor Fred Young led him to Christ probably about 30 days ago. So he's a brand new convert.
This young man who was just killed had given his life to Jesus Christ before the shooting.
Yes, he did.
Pause.
Again, the shooting remains under investigation.
Come back after this break. Welcome back. I am your host, McCall Griffiths. You're watching Check the News. Let's continue on with Check the News. Play. These murderers will be brought to justice. Car used in Pursuit Church homicide dumped at another church and torched. Wait, whoa. Can you pull up those? It was dumped at a different church and torched. Okay, so whether we like the gang-related violence or not, this isn't what it's pointing to. It's looking like this is an act of terrorism against the Church of the Lord Jesus Christ. How are you going to kill someone at one church and then torch the vehicle in front of another church? What kind of message is this sending to the church? It's a message of intimidation. It's a message of you better stop. But guess what? You picked the wrong dang on church. All right? You picked the wrong church. And there's got to be cameras. True? Not true? Unless everybody's in bed with these shooters. You know what I'm saying? Anything's possible at this point in time. So freaking frustrating. Next. Cops say the shooter is still on the run. Thank you, cops. How long is this video? 5 minutes to tell me that they haven't caught anyone? Let's see what he says. And then maybe I'll get infuriated with his overbite.
All right, we're good? Okay, right.
Underbite, whatever that is.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Sean Barnes, SHONBARNES. I'm the Chief of Police for the Seattle Police Department. Earlier today, around 7:37 p.m., officers responded to the southeast corner of 17th Northeast and 49th Northeast in reference to a gunshot victim. Officers got there and did life-saving measures. However, unfortunately, this person did succumb to their injuries, marking the 23rd homicide of the year. We know that a person pulled up in a white Honda Elantra with black wheels and potentially a busted-out front passenger window and fired upon this person. There were multiple witnesses who witnessed this, and our officers and detectives are in the process of gathering information from them. But what's important now is that we locate this vehicle. Again, it is a white Hyundai Elantra. It has black wheels and a busted-out front passenger side window. If you see this vehicle, do not approach it. Simply call 911, give us a good location and direction of travel, or if the vehicle is stationary, give us the stationary address. Can you forward it? So officers and detectives later today. And on that blotter, we'll attach a screenshot of what that vehicle looks like. Again, it is a white Hyundai Elantra with black.
Police seeking public's assistance in targeted fatal shooting at Pursuit Church, Seattle on Thursday evening. The suspect fled in a Honda. Well, okay, so they found the Elantra. It was burned assumingly in front of a church. And how is that not being covered by the media? I don't understand what's going on here. I feel like I'm in a dream. Continue, play. Fatal shooting on the steps of Pursuit Church in Seattle University's district. A 28-year-old man, LaRon Giovon, was fatally shot in the chest on the steps of Pursuit Seattle Church in Seattle's University district on Thursday evening, marking the city's 23rd homicide of the year. Up to 30 bullet casings were found at the scene. Next. A man was murdered. Okay, next. Seattle police responded to reports at around 7:18. Honda Elantra, black, blah, blah, blah. Continue, next. Giovon, who was recently become a regular attendee and given his life to Jesus Christ, was with his wife and child at the time, though they were unharmed. Church leaders, including Pastor Amy, indicated that Giovon may have been targeted due to his past. The young man recently gave his life to Christ. Again, irrelevant. Next. The church remains open for prayer and support with Sunday services proceeding as scheduled. Next. Police believe the incident did not appear random and urged the public not to approach. The suspect nor the suspect's vehicle, as occupants were considered armed and dangerous. Anyone with information to call 911. The timeline for the University of Washington alert system at 7:18 at report. All right, next. Altogether, next. I'm done with the thing. Listen. This is not the kind of transition that we need right now, all right? This is not the kind of transition that we need. Can we just do an ad or something like that? This just feels wrong. Thank you. Breaking 33 Planned Parenthood locations have closed so far in 2025. And some good news here at Check the News. All right. We have 33 Planned Parenthood locations have closed. There's the litany of them, and they continue to close in Jesus' name. Next. If you don't have a home church and you live in 4 of these cities, come on down. We'd love to have you on Sunday. We meet on Saturdays in the West Coast, Arizona and Los Angeles. But you know who still meets on Sundays in the West Coast? Pursuit Church. So you better attend there. We also have Fort Worth Sundays at 9 a.m. and Pittsburgh on Sundays, 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. For all information, go ahead and click on revivaltodaychurch.com and get all the information that you're looking for right there. Next. Also, side note, did you see Pastor Jonathan at the Southwest Believers Convention? Hello. That was monumental for this ministry. Absolutely monumental. So, I mean, give him a follow, because the things that guy is doing at JD Shuttlesworth. Bravo, my friend. Bravo! Benny Johnson, they know it's over. Kamala was asked who currently leads the Democrat Party, and nobody knows to this day. I can't wait to hear what she has to say. Play.
You're not running for office right now. Yeah. You're stepping away from that life right now. Who's leading the Democratic Party?
Wait a minute. I thought his show was canceled.
And there's generally a leader of the Democratic Party.
Can you guys take a look at that? When does Stephen Colbert's last show? I'm pretty sure he was canceled, right? The View was definitely canceled. Am I making that up? Did that happen in my dream? I'm pretty sure The View is canceled. Stephen Colbert is canceled.
May 2026 will be his final show.
May 2026. So the people of God have to suffer through till May 2026 with this guy. And then, of course, Kamala. How sweet. Play.
You know, like, oh, that's the leader of the Democratic Party. Who comes to mind?
I think there are a lot of, I'm not going to go through names because then I'm going to leave somebody out and then I'm going to hear.
She is so full of doo-doo. I mean, she's not going to give anybody, she's not going to give out any names because she feels like she's going to offend anyone that she leaves out. That is such garbage. I can't even, just be honest with the people of God and let everybody know there isn't a front runner in the Democratic Party. They are scattered. They are absolutely scattered. What was canceled? It is currently on annual summer hiatus, which is regular break between. That was for The View?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just on hiatus. Well, here's to hoping. Come on, God. Please do it. Do what only you can do. I can't. People isolate clips of The View. I don't watch The View, but people isolate these clips, and then I have to play them on Check the News, and it's absolutely taxing on me. All right, let's continue on with Kamala's nonsense.
About it. But let me say this. I think it is a mistake for us who want to figure out how to get out and through this and get out of it to put it on the shoulders of any one person. It's really on all of our shoulders. It really is.
Yeah. That's not the way the world works.
Madam
it's on everyone's shoulders.
Thank you so much for being
no,
here.
You need a front runner.
The book.
And everyone's scattered. And everyone's crazy. And everyone's disorganized at best. Next. Here we go. Kamala spirals into a full cackle outburst while failing to explain what her book is actually about. Do I want to watch it? I guess. Let's go. Play.
There's a lot of personal stuff in the book. I mean, poor Dougie.
You're blowing the lid off of Doug?
Did she read the book?
For example, my birthday's in October. The election's in November. You see where I'm going?
No, I don't. We don't. We don't know where you're going, lady.
And Dougie kind of dropped the ball on my big birthday.
That's what you wrote about?
Oh, you have to read the book.
You wrote about not having a birthday? A proper birthday?
All right. Just tell me the page. Tell me the page.
Yeah, she's like, I have no idea what page it is.
We're going to take...
Yuck. Next. Man, I'm so glad she lost. Thank you, Lord. It could be so different right now if she would have won. Okay, who did this play?
Look, all we're saying is that we want representation, okay? If Republicans are going to have beautiful girls with perfect titties in their ads, we want ads for Democrats too, you know? We want...
I pray to God that you guys bleep that out. Are you going to?
No.
You can say that?
Yeah, she said her ads. Yeah.
You can say the T word?
Yeah. Trans titties.
You can say that. I didn't know that you could say that without being barred. I mean, I would just double check because I thought the T word was a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Just take a look and then we'll go from there. Next. Oh no, not again. Not again. Next. God help us. French President Emmanuel Macron is suing Candace Owens for claiming his wife was born a man. Candace joins us to present her evidence and explain why she's looking forward to a legal battle. Not quite sure if you guys have done your research on this. I've done just kind of like scratch the surface a little bit. And let me tell you, it is jarring to the bone. Jarring. When was this? 3 hours ago? Was this today? This was just today. Yeah. All right. So I'm wondering where this is going to go because some of the insight that Candace has on Bridget Macron and some of the stories that are going on behind the scenes is so mind-blowing. It almost makes you sick. But we'll cover more about later. Bye. host, Miguel Griffiths. You are watching Check the News in our final segment of Check the News. Let's check the news. All right, here we go. French President Emmanuel Macron talking about this before the break. Of course, Emmanuel Macron is suing Candace Owens for claiming his wife was born a man. Candace joins us to present her evidence and explain why she's looking forward to a legal battle. Full conversation is out now. Does Emmanuel Macron's wife have a penis or not? We're fitting on finding out, because with this legal battle, I'm wondering why they are suing Candace for what seems to be anecdotal at best. I mean, I know that Candace makes a really good case against Emmanuel Macron, and apparently it's good enough for them to take notice and then file this lawsuit against Candace Owens. But I am hopeful that we'll be able to come to an agreement whether or not his wife has a penis or not. Next. Tucker Carlson talks to Candace Owens about the weird little gay kid, Nick Fuentes, attacking Joe Kent and being a controlled asset used to discredit people on the right. Are we ready for this? Let's play.
That's obvious.
Ready or not?
I've been around a long time. I know it when I see it.
Yeah, and I will say I don't understand it. We were very kind to him. Like, I truly, like, we almost said, like, we felt maybe he was a bit lonely. We should invite him back for dinner. I mean, that's how good of an experience I had.
Clearly it's
and then
sad.
It was a 180. So it's either A, it's being driven from like a little boy insecurity, and he just was so worried that he just went on the attack because he doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned everywhere.
Well, I think there's
that could be one element.
The angry gay kid thing going on. Yeah.
Or it's what you're saying, where he does this, he's lying to everybody and pretending that things are one way when it's not. I can say
why is he attacking Joe Kent, who, I mean, Joe Kent worked as a CIA contractor, paramilitary contractor. He was in the U.S. military for years fighting our neocon wars. And his wife was killed in Syria in one of those wars. Joe Kent is the single most sincere critic, and I would say the one with the most credibility in the United States to say this foreign policy is bad. It killed my wife. I was a part of it. Joe Kent is actually someone the CIA doesn't like at all because he understands how it operates. And for Nick Fuentes, who's like some child from Chicago, to go after him specifically, one congressional seat in Washington State.
It is random.
It's not random, though. It's the opposite of random. Joe Kent was number one on the list of people they wanted to knock off, people who believe in our neocon foreign policy. They wanted Joe Kent out because he could stand up and say, I actually know. I've got the receipts. My wife was killed in Syria. You had to take that guy out. And Nick Fuentes, this child, this weird little gay kid in his basement in Chicago, is participating in a super PAC to bump off Joe Kent. Like, I've been around this my whole life. I know what that is. It's just an organized effort.
Yeah.
And he also did the thing that David Duke always did, including to me, which is be like, oh, yes, my friend. And everyone's like, oh, Tucker Carlson's been endorsed by David Duke. I've been making like the anti-racist argument my whole life.
Right.
Like, I'm not for David Duke. Do I think David Duke is right when he's against affirmative action? You bet I do. But I'm not for David Duke. But David Duke would try to discredit people by hugging them. And that's exactly what Fuentes did. He goes out there and meet all these people, show up, hi, I'm Nick Fuentes. Can I get my picture with you? That's a campaign to destroy credible voices on the right. And Fuentes is part of it. And I know I'm inviting endless trouble by saying this because, this is a kid with a lot of spare time, but it's just a fact. And I've seen it a lot. Yeah. And I you can believe me or not, but I know what I'm talking about.
I can confirm he's dishonest. I mean, so it's like you use that as your, like, I could not determine what his motives were. And I said, you know what? I don't have time for this. I gave you a fair chance, gave you a fair shake, and you are a fundamentally dishonest human being. There was no reason to do it. If he had not done that show and screamed and yelled, his followers would have been like, oh, that was an interesting conversation between two people who agreed some, disagreed some, and like that was it. It was interesting that he got there. He doesn't want to be, and I can tell you that he doesn't want to be anywhere but where he is. He doesn't want to have normal relations. And it did sort of feel, and I said that to him, that he's like responding to orders somewhere, because why are you attacking me?
Well,
why are you attacking Dave Smith? What is the issue with Dave Smith? And he couldn't answer the question.
Exactly.
He couldn't answer the question. He was just like, well.
The fakest thing I've ever seen.
And I'm like, why do you hate Dave Smith over Joe Rogan?
Next. Brother Tucker, you are interviewing Candace Owens because she is being sued for saying President of France is married to his dad as a transgender. You aren't as reasonable of voices as you think. Tucker Carlson smears Nick Fuentes as part of his campaign to discredit non-crazy right voices. Next. I don't really know. I'm not following it that much to know what they are all talking about, to be honest with you. Not long ago, a lot of folks, this is coming from Joe Dan Gorman. Not long ago, a lot of folks were wanting Tucker Carlson to run for president of the United States. Not me, Tucker. Tucker's not doing himself any favors by featuring Candace Owens, featured on Iranian TV with Fuentes as a model Jew-hating American for 2 hours to talk things like, is French president's wife a man? Okay, get it. Next. I don't know why that was so hard to read. Can you enlarge this for me, please? Dude, the propaganda coming out from supposed conservatives is blowing my mind. I feel like I live in an alternate universe all of a sudden. Tucker Carlson sounds exactly like Ilhan Omar. He could get a show on MSNBC tomorrow. When I was being told men are women, I said no. When I was being told there was 97 genders, I said no. When I was being told men must play in women's sports, I said no. When I was told the vaccines was safe and effective, I said no. When I was told to bow down BLM, I said no. When I was told Kamala Harris was going to win the election, I said no. When Tucker Carlson and Ilhan Omar parrot the same lies about Gaza and Israel and the United States, I'm saying no. Agreed. Something's weird has happened to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Next. Just in, Tulsi Gabbard has now revealed she is currently trying to shut down Operation Mockingbird with the CIA and intel community, which never actually ended, which is kind of jarring. It's a propaganda program. Shut it down. She looks like a superhero. Next. UNICEF. Enlarge it, please. Thank you. UNICEF and UNFPA and UN Women are moving operations to Nairobi and out of New York City. This is part of UN's decentralization effort, but the U.S. Withdrawing funding really hurts them. These are the first major UN agencies to leave. Expect many more to do so in the next 2 years. So more of this. And then, of course, as you know, Pastor Jonathan has already prophesied that the UN was going to be removed from New York altogether. So that's what we're hoping for, and looks like we're on track. Next. This story made my skin crawl. 3-year-old baby boy dies after being left in a hot car while with child services, which took him away from his family. The boy was left for hours while a contract worker from the state ran personal errands, and the family's attorney says, I can't even imagine. Next. Ugh. Next. Dude releases baby, catches the foul ball, resecures baby, and only spills 2 drops of his beer. A legend. This is. Let me tell you something. This is the content that we didn't need today, but I welcome it with open arms. Okay. Final piece. Let's play it. Is this old? It doesn't matter. This guy's got a skill set that. Oh my gosh. What a guy. We have a shirt for you. Can we just watch that one more time? Because I thought he said that they said that he threw his baby. He dropped his baby. Can we play it again? One more time. So oh my goodness. He really did that. Whoa. That's impressive. Upon further, I thought at first I was like, that's okay. But he literally had both of his hands in the air and then was able to catch that baby. What a guy. We have a t-shirt for you. If you've not partnered with Revival today, now is your chance to do so. Our positivity can only go so far without God. Who made this t-shirt?
We just made it. And that's his quote.
Whose quote?
His.
Oh, so this is the what's his name? LeBron. Giovanni. Yeah. This is his quote. Our positivity can only go so far without God. What a guy. Prayers for pursuit. If you'd like to receive this t-shirt, you can partner with us for a gift of any amount. Go to revivaltoday.com/give, where you'll be able to check out all of the different ways for you to give to this ministry. We've got Zelle, Venmo, PayPal, #donate on Facebook, and of course, Apple Pay. You can also scan the code if you'd like to give via cryptocurrency or text GIVE to 75767. If all of this is too much for you, or if you prefer to mail in a check, please do so at Revival Today, P.O. Box 7, Prosperity, PA 15329. Give us a phone call, 412-446-2332 if you have any questions. And if you'd like to give in stocks and bonds, we have that method available for you now. Don't forget to claim your offer as we remember the man fallen earlier today, or earlier on Thursday, earlier this week. Claim your offer at revivaltoday.com/offer. It's a really pretty t-shirt, guys. Very nice. All right. If you don't have a place to worship, there's Pursuit Church in Seattle, has several campuses, but we also have churches in 4 different states. We've got Arizona, meets every Saturday at 10 a.m. Los Angeles, Saturdays at 6 p.m. We've got a church in Fort Worth that meets at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. And of course, our home base here at Revival Today Church, Pittsburgh, which meets twice Sunday mornings at 8 and at 10. Thanks for watching. See you next week. Bye.
destroy or enslave the Japanese people. But only surrender can prevent the kind of ruin which they have seen come to Germany as a result of continued useless resistance.
Would have been sooner, but I guess there's security arrangements that unfortunately people have to make. President Putin, I believe, wants to see peace, and Zelensky wants to see peace.
Trump says Putin wants to see peace. Of course, if Putin really did want peace, he could call off his deadly war at any moment. But he hasn't, and that's because Trump revealed what Putin wants in exchange for stopping the bloodshed.
You're looking at territory that's been fought over for 3.5 years with, a lot of Russians have died, a lot of Ukrainians have died. So we're looking at that, but we're actually looking to get some back and some swapping.
Let's be clear here, though, that is swapping Ukrainian sovereign territory seized by Russia by force, displacing countless Ukrainians and leaving cities looking like that there, killing an estimated 13,000 civilians, according to the UN. Now, a source tells CNN that Putin and Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, discussed an end to the fighting if Ukraine were to cede control of all of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions in eastern Ukraine, land mostly under Russian control, as well as Crimea, which Russia illegally annexed back in 2014. As for Putin, he has never been shy when it comes to what his true intentions are when it comes to Ukraine.
Russia isn't capturing territory. We are returning what's rightfully ours.
After Hiroshima, Tokyo wondered when the next atom bomb would fall. They did not wonder long because the president delivered an ultimatum: surrender or face complete destruction. The Japanese ignored the ultimatum. It was evident that atomic power to break the enemy must become the tale of two cities. Nagasaki was selected to become target city number 2. Exactly 3 days after Hiroshima, a B-29 set out for Nagasaki. Instructions were precise. To the north, Japan's greatest torpedo plant. To the south, steel and arms works were located in the heart of the city. The bomb was aimed midway between the two plants to cause greatest possible damage. Because the plants were located in a valley, surrounding hills shielded most residential areas and concentrated the damage on the industrial section. At 10:58 the morning of August 9th, the bomb was exploded above the city, and in the towering mushroom, Japan could read its doom. This was more than a routine bombing. It was the funeral pyre of an aggressor nation. The bomb had been purposely exploded high so that the greatest part of its radioactive material was dissipated in the stratosphere.
Matthew, can you take us through Israel's plan and give us a sense of the reception it's been met with from the international community?
Yeah, well, we don't have all the details of the plan. I mean, what we do know is that it's supposed to get underway on October the 7th. That date was picked on purpose, of course, to coincide with the 2 years since the massacres led by Hamas in southern Israel. We know that it's going to involve the mass movement of people from Gaza City, which is the most densely populated area of the Gaza Strip, still not under full Israeli military control, move them out to the south of Gaza, where they're going to set up humanitarian sort of evacuation centres where people can get supposedly some kind of humanitarian aid there, which Israel says it will provide. And it would clear the way in Gaza City, this is the theory, for Israel's military to attack and destroy Hamas, finally, after nearly 2 years of trying to do that. I guess the problem is that from a Palestinian humanitarian point of view, the cure for the disease is as bad as the disease itself. It's going to involve, I think everybody expects, a great deal of displacement of Palestinian people, many of whom have been displaced many times before. It's going to mean no humanitarian aid for people who stay in Gaza City, and it's probably going to mean a lot more deaths as well. We've seen tens of thousands of people killed so far. That's likely to continue. From an Israeli point of view, and the vast majority of Israelis, remember, are are totally against this plan. They see this as potentially a death sentence for the hostages that are still being held inside the Gaza Strip. There are 20 of them who are still believed to be alive, 50 in total, but 20 still believed to be alive. And of course, the country is utterly exhausted after nearly 2 years of constant wars in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, more recently in Iran as well. And they just want the country to return to some kind of normality. There's only one real group in Israel that wants this, and that's the hardline right-wing coalition partners of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. They've been pushing hard for a full occupation of Gaza for a long time now. They want to build Jewish settlements there. They're saying that publicly. And, you know, if they leave, if Netanyahu loses their support, his government could fall. And so this is being seen by many Israelis as a political move rather than a necessary one.
There will be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both, referring obviously to Russia and Ukraine. What's going on here? Where is this headed? The president's now going to decide who gets what?
Well, this is like, I mean, the idea that somehow Donald Trump is at the center of geopolitical conflicts, that is the person that is now apparently, according to reporting that we have this evening, going to be sitting down with Vladimir Putin to hash out an agreement over Ukraine somewhere in Alaska. I mean, this is pretty much a nightmare from any foreign policy vantage point. The fact that the White House is even announcing that the president may meet with Putin without any concessions that we've been told of is like a huge legitimization of a dictator that for a long time, several decades, has been one of our number one geopolitical adversaries. So like just off the bat stuff, it's a disaster. And the idea that somehow Donald Trump is going to be operating without Zelensky and perhaps without Zelensky's buy-in in the best interests of the Ukrainian people is nightmarish, not just for the people who have suffered through this hellish war, but it's also a huge line in the sand for Europe, and it's what it means to be a democracy in the West in the age of Trump, which is to say you can get sold up the river quite easily without any guarantees of your survival if it serves the ego of the President of the United States. I mean, I cannot underscore enough how dangerous and treacherous all of this is. And the idea that Trump, who has never really had a plan for anything, see the first conversation this hour, is going to approach this in the sort of slapdash, shoot from the hip manner he approaches everything else is, it's a desperate hour for not just Ukraine, but like I said, I think the entire global community that values liberal democracy.
From the air, the skeletons of the Mitsubishi plants made evident that Nagasaki's war-making power was totally destroyed. For the valley area of little more than 3 square miles, blast and fire reduced the industrial plants and surrounding buildings to blackened rubble. The Mitsubishi Steel and Arms Works extended almost a mile in length. Before the blast, these were modern buildings constructed like our own American factories. Closer examination of the ruin shows the same complete destruction that characterized the ruins of Hiroshima. Damage to equipment and machinery used in the manufacture of naval rifles, AA guns, and heavy artillery was such that even if Japan had determined to commit suicide by continuing resistance, she could not have salvaged much from the ruins.
Well, that is throwing down the gauntlet yet again to Europe and elsewhere. That is creating another nightmare, quite frankly. But can I just go back and quickly talk about Trump and Putin? Because I spent years of my life in the former Soviet Union, and I still watch a lot of Russian television. And someone should tell President Trump, a terrible slip there, President Trump, that, on the nightly television shows in Moscow in recent months, Vechir and things like that, they actually discuss very openly the idea that actually Russia thinks it should own Alaska. Russia has been incredibly expansionist in its rhetoric in the last few months. And so the idea of sitting down in Alaska, of all places, where people have been saying on Russian TV, shows like this on Russian television, saying, actually we think we should take back Alaska, shows just how either willfully blind people in the White House are to the mentality of the Russian leadership right now, or they just don't care and they're trying to strike a deal directly with Putin.
Saturday, the 9th of August in the year of our Lord 2025, with wars and the rumors of war about, this is the 80th anniversary of the commemoration of the dropping of the second nuclear weapon. It was dropped on Nagasaki. The Japanese have still refused to surrender. We've got a very packed show today, but we're going to start there, and also about Russia and Gaza and all of it. Dave Brett joins me right now, even as we speak. Steve Witkoff, the president's envoy for all of these deals, is meeting in, I think it's been reported, Ibiza, a resort island off of Spain, with the heads of Qatar. And they're coming up right now with a comprehensive plan that would be an alternative to the Gaza occupation, which has essentially been, as we said, greeted by the world. The chief of staff of the IDF, the Israeli army, and the rest of the world as maybe not the best idea in the world. We keep saying, as long as it's going to depend upon American involvement logistically, which it will, it's a terrible idea. Also, the Russians have put out their Titanic forces, already trying to destroy this historic meeting. I call it a summit. The mainstream media won't call it that, between Putin of the KGB in Russia and President Donald Trump, a historic meeting in a very historic place. Dave Brett joins with his co-host today. We've also got Cleo Pascal and Dr. Thayer going to be here to explain all of it about the Pacific War and how the Americans tried to bring that to an end. And also Tom Dance is going to talk to us about Alaska. First of all, we've got a couple of minutes here. Dave Brett, and by the way, I want to give our young charges here in the War Room just another bravo Zulu for an amazing cold open, intercutting so many different parts of history and modern geopolitics. Dave Brett, your thoughts on where we are on this 80th commemoration of the bombing of Nagasaki?
Yeah, well, that kudos for the cold open, Cameron. Again, that not only just the content, but the cultural situation we face ourselves in with these elites commenting, right? So Hiroshima, Nagasaki, war, and then the elites there. It was I can't remember which of them, but she says I can't believe this. The president gets to decide what we're going to do in Ukraine. President Donald, he gets to decide what we're going to do. There's been no commentary from the left on the establishment going in, right? This all started back. We took out Mossadegh with the CIA and MI6 back with Eisenhower, who went along reluctantly with the CIA, who yanked him in, right, with MI6. Sound familiar? Same as today. So the president did all that. Then you've got the Bushes and their deal with Gorbachev in 91. No comment on that. And then these elite bettors, the Financial Times, and she's, they're acting like they're the elitist know-it-alls. They are the bright ones. They're very smart, right? They write the A+ paper, but on the wrong subject. If you'll notice, these elite bettors don't bring up the thesis statement of our current modern world, which is China. All of these things we're talking about are takeaways, opportunity costs, wasted resources away from our mission statement and our strategic objectives. And so the cold open was just great at showing the irony of our elite bettors trying to frame the issues, and they missed the thesis statement. I'm glad you got Thayer with and all that today.
Hang on for a second, Dave. You're going to be with me for the next 2 hours. We're going to get into the mRNA vaccine. All of it here on a Saturday in the War Room. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return. We're going to talk about 80 years ago, the Imperial Japanese High Command and the bombing in Nagasaki, next in the War Room.
I got American faith in America's heart.
this family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, if you go to Getter, it's totally free. We're putting up stuff all day long. In fact, during the early morning hours, kind of see some of the general direction of the war room, where the shows are going for the day, what we're covering, what we want to sure you get access to. There is a book of the many thousands or books on World War II. There's one that's particularly good about a history of World War II, and I think Denver will have the cover here in a moment, called Annihilation. It's written kind of in a different framing and talking about how wars, and they use World War II as an example, as wars go on, because of deaths and destruction and people's families being destroyed and friends being destroyed and hometowns being destroyed, that the natural human element of revenge and vengeance takes over. And that as particularly people and sides dig in, these wars become wars of annihilation. This was what World War II was, and it reached a absolute peak in the bombing of Germany and the destruction of the Red Army in Germany, and also in the Pacific theater, where the Japanese, who started the war, would not surrender, led to the firebombing of Tokyo by Curtis LeMay, and then eventually to the use of tactical nuclear weapons. This is the lesson for today, and this is the big lesson in Ukraine. Remember, as we continue to say, and the only people that really understand how to frame this is much deadlier than the early years of the Second World War. From 1939, the invasion of Poland, to all the way to the Wehrmacht's Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of Russia. And actually, I would go back and even throw in the Asian part of the war, Manchuria, Nanking, and all that, all the bloodshed there from 1935, I guess, on. You still wouldn't get the bloodshed you've seen in the combination of Ukraine and Gaza today. And this is why what President Trump is trying to do is absolutely heroic. And you see right there, particularly in that cold open, Stephanie Ruhl's show last night with Wagner and Gillian Tett, absolutely losing it. How can Trump, this is authoritarianism, how can he do this? He's trying to bring these wars to a conclusion before they spin even more out of control than they already are. And in both situations, they're absolutely, totally out of control. And what President Trump's trying to do is absolutely heroic, right? And there's going to be some speed bumps, obviously. But the world right now is totally against the Europeans. They're meeting. They're trying to come up. There's titanic forces to try to stop this. Particularly, they don't want Putin. They don't want the Russian people and the American people to kind of come together and think this thing through, particularly about the Chinese Communist Party. So the infiltration of the West, you're going to see it all in all of its glory between now and the 15th of August. I want to bring in, I'll start with Dr. Bradley Thayer. So frame this for us. Nagasaki, the Japanese got hit by a nuclear weapon in Hiroshima and still would not surrender. We had to go and drop the second nuclear weapon a couple of days later. And still, they would not surrender. Go back in time and tell us, put the framing around this, sir.
Well, Steve, as you said, it's very hard to end wars. It's very hard, in particular, to end great power wars because of the sacrifices, the blood price, as Clausewitz put it, right? In a great power war, the blood price is going to be very high. So it makes it very difficult to end these conflicts once they've started. So what Nagasaki did and why it's so significant is after Hiroshima, the second atomic bombing demonstrated the U.S. had this horrific weapon, what the nuclear strategist Bernard Brodie would later call the absolute weapon. And the Japanese didn't know how many we had. And in reality, we had about one more that we could have put together really by the end of the month. So the Japanese didn't know how long this was going to go on, and that was critical for convincing the emperor to intervene and break the deadlock. The Japanese cabinet was divided between a pro-war faction and a pro-peace faction. That is, those who wanted to end the war. And the emperor came down on the side of the pro-peace faction, and that broke the deadlock once the emperor conveyed his will. It's very hard for the emperor to do that, and even when the emperor did come down, there was an attempted coup by the Japanese army, a small faction within it, which tried to seize the broadcast recording the night of August 14th and 15th. So that the emperor's peace message, surrender message, could not have been broadcast on August 15th, as in fact it actually was. So the Japanese, of course, were die-hard, and so many of them did not want to end the conflict. It took the emperor's intervention, and as you know, Steve, it was for the first time the Japanese people heard the emperor's voice ever to actually end that conflict. And of course, it was very important that he did end it, because it had avoided the deaths of so many Americans. And the millions of Japanese who would have died as a consequence of it, as well as, of course, it kept the Soviets out of Japan, because the Soviets would have invaded northern Japan had the war gone on, and Japan would have ended up divided into a communist north and a free democratic south, as Germany was divided, of course, and then later as Korea was divided between a Soviet faction, a Soviet proxy, and a pro-Western government. So Nagasaki, what we commemorate today, the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Nagasaki, was supremely important because it ended a war that was devilishly hard to end, and it opened the door to the nuclear era, of course, the era in which we live today.
Yeah. The reason I wanted to intercut it, and my team did the team did a great job, was that there was still the Bushido samurai faction that did not want to surrender. Remember, we were fresh out of nuclear weapons. I think we only had 2 that were operational, and still they got hit. There's also another big bombing took place, but they had been firebombed by Curtis LeMay brutally to try to break their industrial capability in the spring. I think the middle of March is one of the worst fire bombings of the world in the history of the war. And still they would not surrender. They got hit with 2 nuclear weapons, and yet there was still a significant faction of the high command and the Japanese army that just wouldn't put it down. My point is, these wars are so hard to stop. This is about the heroic effort of President Trump. Remember, in Ukraine right now, there have been 2 million casualties. That never really gets brought up that much. President Trump says all the time, the Ukrainian, actually, Zelensky's people play down the number of deaths of civilians. And Putin and the KGB never want to let the real facts out of how the Red Army or how the Russian army has been so, I don't say inept because they're kind of fighting the way the Russians do, but the casualty rates of the Russians are huge. President Trump, I think, said last week or 2 weeks ago, it was like 20,000 over the last couple of weeks. This war in Ukraine is as brutal as anything that was fought in the 20th century. And what's happening in Gaza is as brutal as anything that happened in the 20th century. Look at the aerial. I put up some drone footage the other day from I think they had it up on The Guardian, but drone footage, and it looks like Dresden in 1945. And Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood, look, that military capability has got to be taken out, but it's going to be very, very difficult, particularly as you've kind of waited this long to do it, and they've had kind of fits and starts, etc. So his efforts here in peace are a long way from getting done, right? And the key is for America first is to make sure that we don't get drawn in inexorably into these wars. Cleo Pascal, once again, the part of the world that you're an expert in is front and center on the 80th commemoration because it once again reinforces the importance of the Western Pacific to the strategic interest of the United States of America. One of the reasons principally because it's United States territory, right? People have to understand we're not going overseas to do this. This is part of the United States of America, ma'am.
Yes, well, Boxcar, which took off to bomb Nagasaki, in fact, I think it was a secondary target because the first one was covered by clouds, took off from Tinian, which is in the Commonwealth of Northern Marianas, which is now in the United States. And it was really very much this geography that allowed the U.S. to be in a position to end the war. And Alaska is a part of that. Billy Mitchell was talking about this well before the war in the 30s about how Alaska was pivotal to what we would now call hemispheric defense. It is part of the Pacific. So that whole hemispheric defense concept is very much embedded in a strategic understanding for over 100 years of how the U.S. can be safe. And an interesting thing to me is what happens next about the American way of winning. What happens when you win? And this was something that was put in place with the Atlantic Charter before the U.S. even entered the war, because the question is, what are you fighting for? All these people are going to die. The families are going to be destroyed. Economies are going to be ravaged. What for? And the U.S. and the British put together this Atlantic Charter to say what they were going to fight for. And fundamentally, at least in the Pacific, it is this free and Indo-Pacific concept that we're now trying to maintain again. So how do we prioritize what to fight for? How do we make it explicit? I think we need to do it again so we know where we're trying to head. Yeah. So if we do have to fight, we know where the limits are and what the goals are, and you don't end up in this sort of endless war that we're seeing again.
Cleo, can you hang on, Dr. Thayer? Tom Dance is going to join us. We got Dave Bratt on a Saturday morning. Wars and the rumors of war in the 80th commemoration of the bombing in Nagasaki. Back in a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Dave, Brad, can you pick up on Cleo Pascal's brilliance right there about the American way of winning, about ending wars? Because this is what we're talking about here, folks. Let me be blunt. America First is about taking care of business here, but we're not isolationist. The first thing we have to do is extract ourselves from these bloody conflicts in the Middle East and in Eastern Europe that are not in the vital national security interests of the United States. I'm just sorry, they're not. So we have to do that. And we have to focus on hemispheric defense, and we have to prioritize as adults, particularly against the existential threat we have, which is the Chinese Communist Party. Dave Bratt, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, thank God for experts like Bradley and Cleo. They're right on the money. I'll just connect a couple dots, starting off Bradley, the Japan establishment, beware of the establishment versus the wisdom of the emperor, right? Who's chosen probably has more historical awareness. And the establishment always wants war. That brings us to Zelensky and that choice. There's no choice for peace anymore, right? The establishment news media in this country never shows you the exact choice. He had a choice, a year or two back, maybe for giving up, a bit of the South and maybe a couple of the Oblast regions, small territories. Now the deal for Zelensky is Kiev or no Kiev. Right? It's not a peace deal. It's the survival of Ukraine. And the idea that this, unelected person gets to choose is way off base. And then finally, our U.S. establishment, to bring us up to the modern day, what happens when the dog catches the car? Okay, so our establishment actually wants to go to war against Russia. We're shooting missiles 500 miles in. What's the plan? Our establishment elitists in the news don't tell us that. What's the choice there? What are we going to do? Take Russia and break it up into 5 pieces, and then what? How's that go? Right? Talk about the war of obliteration. And so that ties into Alaska. If we do a rapprochement with Russia, which would be a very intelligent thing to do, then the Alaska piece probably fades off into some deal. That's their key interest if they want to go head to head with us. And we're still abstracting from China. But yes, President Trump should not be led by the CIA and the establishment who are out to get him, who are out to get you. He knows all this now, but he's got a ton of powerful people pushing him, and everybody pushed, right? They pushed us to lie on the NATO expansion back in 91. 17 countries later, we're at the end of the line with Ukraine, and Trump does not want to go there. So expert commentary from the experts.
Let's bring in Tom Dans. I want to talk about Alaska. In fact, you mentioned what Cleo just said a moment ago about the Billy Mitchell comment strategic. I think the governor of Alaska picked up your comment and put it up on Twitter today. Alaska is central to hemispheric defense. And folks, and you had John Bolton on last night. You had Biden's former national security advisors on TV nonstop, saying, oh, this is a huge defeat for Trump to have Putin come to Alaska. What are you talking about? It's absolutely brilliant. People should understand two things that Trump has done that is absolutely brilliant. Number one, he has chosen Alaska, right, as the place that they will sit down. Number two, it's on the 15th of August. Now, what is that? Oh, yeah. That's the 80th anniversary, the commemoration of Japan surrendering, not the formal document. That didn't take place until early September. But Japan, the emperor addressing his nation and saying it's over, was on the 15th of September, or 15th of August. And that's why it's very symbolic what President Trump's doing. Tom Dans, Alaska, you've been central to get the American public through the war room up to speed on this. Why is it so brilliant to actually have this meeting between Putin and President Trump in Alaska?
Well, Steve, thanks, and it's brilliant, and as your cold open showed, it's terrifying to a lot of people who are highly invested in Russia and America being foes and adversaries. It's because really this is where the U.S. and Russia come together and our history, and both President Trump and President Putin are keen students of history, and they get the significance of it. And both countries have a lot in common, and we're not not ever allowed to say this. We can't say this. Russia and the U.S. in a sense are both pioneer countries. Russia moved eastward, the U.S. moved westward. Alaska is where they met. And remember the context. People have all heard about Seward's Folly. Just go back in the history here. We're talking about the purchase of Alaska in 1867, right? This was started, that grew out of Russia's problems coming out of losing the Crimean War. So they had some financial difficulties after losing a war against England, right? So all these things kind of go back in time. At that point in time, they had Alexander II. The war room posses, familiar with your admonitions about becoming Russian serfs. Well, guess what happened? Americans all know about the Emancipation Proclamation of 1862. What they don't know is the Emancipation Law of 1861 was in Russia when they freed the serfs, Alexander II. Guess what happened to Lincoln? He got killed. Guess what happened to Alexander II? He got killed, right? So this is the same kind of dialectic that you've seen throughout history. And our nations came together and made a trade there, and it worked for both sides. And, there's some history there that continued in terms of like where we meet today is we're competing, but we're at our best when we are competing and cooperating.
Yeah. Dare I say it? Two Christian nations that would come together, they absolutely hate it. The elites in this country hate it. The elites in Europe hate it, absolutely hate it, despise it. They want us at war with each other and not focused on our common enemy, the Chinese Communist Party in Beijing. And the strategic centrality of Alaska in hemispheric defense, it's quite breathtakingly brilliant of President Trump, and also to put it on 15 August, on the 80th commemoration of the Emperor, saying it was over in the Pacific War. Dr. Thayer, any closing thoughts on this? You've done such a great job of putting this together for us and reminding us important. We're going to have you on as we do the run-up to the 15 August summit with Putin, because we're going to remind people of how this is all inextricably linked, because the two great allies of World War II, yes, Britain was our ally, there's absolutely no doubt about that, but the blood that the Russian army, the Red Army, shed is what drained the Wehrmacht of their power to really defend the West, and allowed us to get to, unfortunately, not take Berlin for all kind of political reasons, but to drive across Western Europe and actually be part of the taking down of the Nazis and Adolf Hitler. Sir.
Well, Steve, Alaska's a genius from the standpoint of political warfare targeted against the Chinese Communist Party. For the reasons that you mentioned, of course, but it also is, and August 15th as well, the end of the Japanese announcement that they'd accept the Potsdam Declaration and surrender. But it shows that the door is now open to a great improvement in the relationship between Russia and the United States against the CCP. So we're going to end one war, a war that really never should have started, with a war between Russia and Ukraine, and wouldn't if Trump had been in office. And what we're going to be doing now is moving forward to a great improvement, an entente in the relationship between Russia and the United States directed against the CCP. So very important. It's just genius from the standpoint of political warfare in terms of the location and in terms of the illumination of the next steps to be taken in the fight against the CCP. So it's absolute genius.
Cleo Pascal, you've done such a great job being out there in that part of the Western Pacific. Now something so monumental is going to happen on the Pacific Rim, and really reinforce the fact that hemispheric defense is centered on the Pacific. Your closing thoughts, ma'am.
As with the Atlantic Charter at the beginning of the last war, it might be beneficial to start thinking about an Indo-Pacific Charter based on what we actually want to see in the Pacific and which allies are ready to sign on to it. This is something that Congress has been looking at actually for decades. Ben Gilman was appropriated money for it. Congresswoman Radewagen from American Samoa has been talking about it recently. This has been bubbling around. But basically to say, what is it we would be willing to fight for this time in terms of this hemispheric defense, what it means to us, what allies are on side, how can we help them to fight, to defend themselves, and ultimately to defend the things that we believe in and were willing to die for and are willing to die for again. That has to be very clear, not some fuzzy concept or insecurities or cascade that's out of control. Let's try to make it explicit. Let's talk about it and figure out what it is that is framing the hemispheric defense to make it so important that we're willing once again to go right up to that line in order to be able to defend it.
Cleo Pascal, what is your social media? People want to follow you, so where do they go, ma'am, for your writings, commentary, observations, all of it?
I'm on X, just my name, Cleo Pascal, CleoPaskal. And again, because somebody took my name on Getter, I'm just real Cleo. And you can find me in both places.
Thank you, ma'am. Your travels. You want to follow Cleo's travels? Go to Getter and go to Twitter. Dr. Bradley Thayer, where do people get you? You're putting up great stuff every day, including notes of the Third World War, because we're in the kinetic part of the Third World War, which President Trump is trying to end. Ms. Wagner and Ms. Tett over at the Financial Times and MSNBC. Where do they go, sir?
Steve, Brad Thayer on X and Bradley Thayer at Truth and on Getter. Thanks very much, Steve, for calling attention to this. Nagasaki is so important, and it reverberates, of course, with the strategic problems and concerns and issues that we have today. Thanks.
It's important, folks, to understand you can get firebombed and then hit with 2 tactical nuclear weapons and still not be ready to surrender. This is a lesson for the modern world, particularly what's happening in the Gaza and what's happening in Ukraine. And President Trump gets that. So thank you so much, Dr. Thayer. Look forward to seeing both you guys next week as we do the run-up. Cleo and Dr. Thayer will be with us as we do the run-up to the summit on the 15th. I want to thank you guys. Tom Dans, you just got back from Alaska. You'll be part of this coverage, too, because you understand the importance of it, the importance of the Arctic, the importance, the centrality of Alaska in the strategic design of peace for the United States of America for our hemispheric defense. Where do people go, Tom, to get all your writings and observations?
Sure. Thanks, Steve. I'm on X at Tom Dans CFA.
Thank you, brother. Look forward to seeing you next week. This caught people like a thunderclap on a clear summer day. The establishment, the hatred last night coming at President Trump, a peacemaker. Think about it for a second. He's trying to bring peace to 2 areas of the world. And I understand, look, Qatar are, I think, some of the worst bad hombres on earth. But to understand that you're sitting down with them because they are part of the equation, you just have to embrace that reality, as unfortunate as it is. But to try to do this in the Ukraine war and in the Gaza war, after doing this amazing transaction with Azerbaijan and Armenia, it is America first, because to get ours sorted here, we got to make sure we're not drawn into these wars on foreign battlefields. Short commercial break. You'll see some madness as we come back in a new cold open next in the world.
For example, this is not so much about democracy, but you're seeing just today there was protests and arrests outside immigration courts here in New York City because people are outraged about the abuse of the way that ICE is abusing the court system to trap people. And so, again, I mean, I think that there is no need. You know, we've talked in this show. I've been on MSNBC for years, and for a long time we talked about we could be falling into authoritarianism. We could be losing our democracy. I mean, now we're in the authoritarian slide, and the models for reversing that are not simple. People have tried to prosecute Trump for crimes and other sorts of misdeeds, and so there's not an equivalent in them trying to prosecute the prosecutors for prosecuting him. And so, again, I think that trying to be decorous and uphold these norms while this administration goes after them with a sledgehammer, I just don't think it works. Where does this lead?
That case got him elected.
I don't know
that gave him his redemption narrative. You could argue that case.
You think the case in New York?
I think it helped. I think it brought him back from the political dead, and it gave him a comeback narrative that his people needed to see after January 6th. So I think that case did a lot for him in the judicial system, for him going through it and then being seen as this resurrection figure. So I think that the potency of what happens in the judicial system, I do think it matters when it comes down to the politics of it too, and how the electorate is going to respond at the end of the day.
From New York, I'm Ali Velshi in for Chris Hayes. Donald Trump campaigned explicitly on a platform of revenge against his enemies, and now he is fulfilling that promise.
My pick is another person who's fought back this week, which is the president of Brazil, Lula, who said he was not going to humiliate himself by just rolling over in the face of Trump's tariffs. Instead, he basically is holding firm. And what's particularly significant is Trump is imposing these tariffs not for economic reasons, but because he doesn't like the way that the judicial system in Brazil is going after the former president, President Bolsonaro. So my pick is Lula from Brazil, who's had the courage to stand up, and let's hope that encourages others.
This kind of rhetoric is nothing new for authoritarians. Benito Mussolini, Italy's fascist dictator for 2 decades, spoke of Italy's need for an avenger. But the point is the same. I'm going to reward my friends, but more importantly, I am going to punish my enemies. The revenge presidency is here.
In some respects, it makes Elisa's point, Ankush, that these cases, I mean, just start with the first impeachment. The man has weathered all of this stuff. And, you know, he wasn't convicted twice in the Senate on 2 impeachments. He comes back and he starts, as I started this conversation with, I'm your retribution. And to Elisa's, both Elisa and Elisa's point, his followers filled in whatever they wanted on that. And so, yes, the retribution, some may think, is he's out there fighting for them against this big bad government. But Donald Trump is fighting for himself, and he's winning. So that court narrative has played out in sort of a backhanded way to seemingly help him because he's beat the system at every turn.
The other meltdown last night was about Letitia James and Shifty Shift and these investigations. Now grand juries, criminal grand juries have been impaneled. They've given the great Ed Martin is now the prosecutor. He's over at in Maine Justice as the weaponization czar. He's now after both of these for, I think, for loan fraud, right, for taking houses that were not their primary residence and getting loans saying their primary residence. There's much more that's going to come there. Also, what President Trump's doing across the board as he's now winning and going on offense against seditious conspiracy, which they're in total meltdown. This is where we have momentum. We have momentum on redistricting. We have momentum in the courts. And as anybody will tell you in warfare, you press your bet, you drive it, you drive it, you drive it. Dave Bratt, we're not just winning, we're picking up momentum. We're accelerating at an accelerating rate, baby.
You took my buried lead. I was going to start with the conclusion first. Trump winning, coming from MSNBC. I mean, man, it's so good. First, oh man.
No, I can watch that. We can watch those. We can watch that all day. All day. You can watch it.
It's yeah. First off, I want to give a shout out to the Dan's brothers, Paul and Dan. Those guys, they got MIT brains. They're intellects. They know what freedom and liberty in the USA is all about. So, huge shout out to both of the Dan's brothers. I'll just start with these clips. I mean, they're just so good. I mean, so we first of all, democracy is in jeopardy. We've got a totalitarian dictator, and then she goes on to prove her point. This is in the context of illegal immigration.
Jay Bachtala.
Yeah, illegal immigration, and her subtext is all people matter. This census issue is huge. We've got to fix this. Democracy does kind of imply everybody matters. That's why the other day on the show I brought up we got to switch the language big time and drill down into this constitutional republic where your representatives represent these things called citizens. That's what we got to get back to. Mike Benz did a deep dive on this a couple years ago, right? The U.S. State Department, USAID, the logic was, and they changed in law, or at least through executive order under Biden, the democracy language such that democracy would be defined not by the people, but by the institutions set up that protect democracy, including the mainstream media. So that if you went after the mainstream media, you were violating and challenging democracy itself, and you could get put behind bars, which you did. So this is just stunning. And then, Financial Times, our intellectual betters, Oxford, Cambridge, just reeks of elitism, which I used to like. But she says what? My pick, Lula, right? I don't like Trump, so my pick. So it boils down to this. They're finally letting the buried lead out, right? The mainstream media don't like Trump, my pick. Doesn't have anything to do with American people, our leaders, nothing. So Trump's winning. That's the great news. We're winning.
Dave, you want to stick around? We got some special guests in the next hour. We're going to pivot, talk about mRNA vaccines. This amazing, a huge, massive announcement was made this past week by Bobby Kennedy and the team over at HHS. Birch Gold thinks times are turbulent. I think it may be a little turbulence ahead of us as President Trump tries to bring peace to the world. Blessed are the peacemakers, but you know what? The odds are always against them. Long odds as President Trump tries to do it. Birchgold.com/Bannon. End of the dollar empire. Julian Tett, the editor of the Financial Times, just saw the clip. She gave the MVP of the week to Lula. Why? Lula stepping up and trying to destroy the U.S. dollar. How's that set for you? Sound right? Birchgold.com/Bannon. The end of the dollar empire. Also, take your phone out. Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Back in a moment.
stands of living because Health Secretary RFK Jr. just pulled $500 million in funding for vaccine development. Now, we have 10 more months of this show, and I want to give a measured, nonpartisan response here. You roid-addled Nepo County. Specifically, Bobby Jr. is nixing 22 projects that use mRNA technology. But that's the latest vaccine technology. That's like saying, kids, I'm turning off the GPS. We're going to make our way to Six Flags by using the stars. Hand Daddy the sextant. Yes, crank down windows in Daddy's car. There you go. All right, there you go.
Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside on the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent.
Yesterday, RFK Jr. tried to defend the indefensible.
Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract.
Counterpoint. You roadkill munching, Luddite, human Slim Jim. You're gonna kill people. Why would you say that mRNA vaccines don't perform well against upper respiratory infections? The National Institutes of Health said they prevented an estimated 14.4 million deaths. Why on earth is RFK Jr. so anxious to fill our streets with dead bodies?
Okay, welcome back. It's Saturday, 9 August, year of our Lord 2025. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya joins us, the director of the National Institute of Health. Got a little heated this past week, Doctor, particularly with people like Colbert. Totally, obviously, crude and unacceptable, but it is what it is. Can you explain to us, really, because you were here with the Barrington Resolves and have been here at the beginning of this and had suffered professionally, exactly what happened this week, what brought it about, what was the analysis, why was the announcement, and what's the impact of this, sir?
Sure. So what Secretary Kennedy did is he ordered that that BARDA, which is an agency in HHS, Health and Human Services, cancel a whole bunch of contracts for the mRNA platform for production, mass production, essentially, of mRNA vaccines. The reason that he did that, and I think it's very important for people to understand, is that as far as public health goes, the mRNA platform, as far as public health goes for vaccines, the mRNA platform is no longer viable. If you look at the uptake of the recent COVID vaccines in kids, for instance, it's less than 5% of kids under 5, I think, have taken it. Less than 15% of kids between 5 and 12. Overall, less than a quarter of people have taken it, despite the fact that there's been relentless propaganda and pressure to take the COVID vaccines, the mRNA COVID vaccines, forever, for a very long time, dating to the Biden administration. And so you can't have a platform where such a large fraction of the population distrusts the platform if you're going to use it for vaccines and expect it to work. And what you're seeing with Colbert and those insane clips that you just played for me is frustration and that because they're no longer getting their way. They no longer control sort of the cultural high ground where they can essentially bully people to take a product that people don't want. When people have lost trust in a product or technology like that, you're gonna have to. The only way forward is to be honest with people about what you know, what you don't know, and then give excellent evidence, reason with people. This kind of this kind of like sort of mocking and bullying has no place in public health. And Colbert has done tremendous damage to public health. I think for several years now with this kind of like relentless propaganda and then now bullying. It's very unfortunate.
No, that's what we played from years ago when he had the dancing needles up there, just to show exactly what. And he will be held accountable over time. I want to go back though. Science is not a democracy, right? People have lost trust, obviously, with the relentless propaganda. But what is? Let's go back to the reason they've lost trust is although the propaganda is there, they've kind of see what they see. You're the director of National Institute of Health. What is actually the science tell us? What does the data tell us of mRNA and where we stand right now, regardless of this massive propaganda, effort to convince people that this experimental gene therapy worked? Where are we actually with the evidence and the science itself today?
Okay, so as far as like the platform itself as a technology, my bottom line is that the technology is promising, but not yet ready for prime time for vaccines. Promising, but in the sense of like given the public health moment. Now, let me tell you the scientific evidence behind for vaccines. For cancer, that's another story. We can maybe get into that at some other point. For vaccines, what you want is a technology where you understand the dose of the antigen being given. You want to understand. You want to make sure that the antigen. So for instance, in the case of the COVID infection, the strategy for the vaccine was to present an antigen of the spike protein, and then have your body respond to the spike protein rather than the virus itself. And when you respond to we see the virus, you have antibodies that deactivate the virus. That's the theory. The reality is that the vaccine did not work to stop people from getting and spreading COVID. That's just a fact. Almost everyone who had the vaccine has had COVID. I mean, I actually got the COVID vaccine in April 2021, and 2 months later I got COVID. My experience was not unusual, to say the least. And so as far as like the COVID vaccine itself, its ability to address the pandemic and stop the spread of the disease was severely lacking. Okay, so that's one. Second, when you have a platform like the mRNA platform, what you're doing is essentially you're turning your body into an antigen factory. You're taking your cells, which are capable of taking the mRNA sort of programming and turn out an antigen that you want to be produced there, right? So in this case, it was some version of the spike protein. The problem is that the mRNA, when it's taking over the cells and having it produce antigens, you want to make sure that first you understand the dose of the antigens that are being produced. You want to control the dose of the vaccine. The vaccine really is the antigen, not the mRNA. Second, you want to make sure that the biodistribution, you want to make sure that it goes to the places you want it to go, not to other places you don't want to go to. And then third, you want to make sure that you're not creating off-target proteins. Now, the mRNA technology fails on all three counts. It's not. I don't believe that it caused. I've seen people claim that it's caused large numbers of deaths. I'm not sure I agree with that in terms of the scientific evidence. I also don't agree with estimates that it saved. What I think you played a clip that said 14 million lives. Those estimates, especially the claims of lives saved, are based on modeling estimates. They're not actually NIH estimates. The NIH publishes the vast numbers of scientific links to vast numbers of scientific papers, most of which were not actually supported by the NIH. It's kind of a library. So I think those estimates, I don't know the answer. My general what I think happened is that it very likely the COVID vaccine protected people that were older for a short period of time against dying from COVID. And for younger people, because the death rate from COVID, the risk from COVID, dying from COVID was so low, especially for children, that the mRNA vaccine in that setting didn't do very much good at all. And we know for a fact that it had some side effects, severe ones, including myocarditis in sort of an unacceptably high rate in especially young men.
What you're saying is that, hey, it could be promising, but it's going to take kind of years to figure this out. That is essentially what people do when they try to develop vaccines. They take, I don't know, an average of 10 years or in these efforts. Why did Fauci and the medical community? Because I think in your great Barrington Declaration, very early on, you and your colleagues, I think, highlighted to people about what the problems are going to be here. Why did the public health, and particularly the most prominent schools, Harvard, all these other places, why did the public health officials in prominent medical centers and people on MSNBC every day with doctor this and doctor that, totally credentialized, why did they jump so hard on top of this that it was a panacea and that you had to take it, and if you didn't take it, no one at the war room is vaccinated, right? We just completely rejected it out of hand. But why were the professionals, and particularly people at the most credentialed places, why did they jump on this thing so hard to push it?
I mean, there's multiple reasons, Steve, and I think you can talk about, of course, the financial incentives. I mean, there were tremendous financial incentives, as you could see. When Secretary Kennedy canceled the contracts, it was on the order of just a vast amount of money was at stake. So there's financial incentives involved. That's part of it. I don't believe that's all of it, though. If you go back and put yourself in, say, summer of 2020, the fear and panic over the threat of COVID was so palpable that it led people to do really crazy. I mean, just if you look in retrospect, really crazy things, including closing our schools, including ostracizing people that who were sort of taking risks. When I was a Stanford professor back then, I was fairly I was out front saying that we shouldn't be closing schools, we shouldn't be doing all this. I was reflecting what I saw as the evidence in front of me, and I got crazy death threats just because I would say that the closing schools doesn't make sense. After we wrote the Great Barrington Declaration in October 2020 with a colleague of mine at Harvard and a colleague of mine at Oxford, where we called for opening schools and for not harming the lives of young people, protecting older people better, but not harming the lives of young people. The former head of the NIH, a man named Francis Collins, he wrote to Tony Fauci calling for a devastating takedown of the premise of the declaration, which then led to again more death threats against me. It was quite something. So in that sort of feverish environment, I think people looked at the vaccine as a sort of panacea, and they invested a lot into try to get the vaccine technology out. I mean, Operation Warp Speed, in a sense, made a lot of sense in that environment, because Operation Warp Speed said, let's try to accelerate the development of this technology that might address this threat. Now, I thought there were better ways to address the threat back then, but let's just as a matter of sort of strategy, it makes sense to invest all you can to try to address this threat as you see it. When after that happened, though, the evaluation of the evidence, it just involved a lot of wishful thinking. There was a clip of the then CDC director in 2021, Rochelle Walensky, talking about how everyone was just filled with hope. That hope blinded the public health establishment to the facts about the vaccine. Right? So it didn't protect you from getting and spreading COVID. It just didn't after a short time. It had side effects. I think that blind spot, really, that's the key thing.
Doctor, can you hang on just, we're going to have a short commercial break, and we've got a few questions on the other side about how do we go forward. Secretary Kennedy promised platinum-level science and radical transparency at HHS. I think that is what the American people have wanted for a long time, so we don't get caught up in some emotional situation when it comes to public health and science. Short commercial break. I want to thank the team at Birch Gold for being our Saturday sponsor. You heard Gillian Tett, the senior editor of the Financial Times, talking about Lula in Brazil. Of course, he's the leader of the de-dollarization effort. That's where they had the BRICS Nation Summit in Brazil, the Rio Reset. Learn all about it. We're here to teach you. It's not about the price of gold. It's the process of how you get to that price, the value of gold, as a hedge for 5,000 years of mankind's history. Make sure you go to birchgold.com/Bannon. The End of the Dollar Empire. 7 free installments, number 8 and 9 on the way. Go sign up today. Talk to the guys at Birch Gold. Short break.
family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Dr. Bhattacharya joins us now, Director of National Institute of Health. Sir, so in promulgating this to the American people, because they have a lack of trust in this platform, the mRNA, additional information, you guys' analysis of science, and kind of how do we go forward? If this platform's not working, what's the next step in promulgating this information to the American people? Because, as you know, the information war against you guys right now is pretty intense, as Big Pharma, as all the people that were cheerleaders for this, not understanding the science. They have to cover their tracks. They're just not going to sit there and go, oh, Bobby Kennedy and his team are right. So just walk us through, what should we look for going forward?
Well, I sit as the director of the National Institute of Health, so I'm in charge of how we devote our resources to scientific scientific experiments that are aimed at improving health. So I'll just talk to that. To me, the key thing going forward, first, we have to be absolutely honest with the American people about what worked and what didn't work. Right? We can't continue to try to paint a picture of everything's fine. This and the Stephen Colbert approach of public health, that's a complete disaster, a non-starter. This is almost tailor-made and designed to create lack of public trust. We have to be honest about what's known and what's not known, right? So I told you I don't know whether some of the claims that I've heard are right. That's just because I have as a scientist, I have to have a skeptical view of almost any claim. So we have to convey that what we know and what we don't know clearly. Second, we have to invest in technologies that actually have a promise of working, that have not lost the trust of the American people, right? So, for instance, at the NIH, at the behest of Secretary Kennedy, we've invested in a more traditional vaccine technology of whole virus inactivated vaccines for viruses for treating the flu or for preventing the flu, sort of a universal flu vaccine so you wouldn't necessarily have to get the flu vaccine every single year after year. If that works, I'll tell you. I'll tell you if it works. I'll tell you if there's side effects. I'll be honest with you about what the scientific evidence says. I'm not going to use my platform to say trust me. Instead, I'll show you evidence and I'll give you my honest assessment. I think that's really the only way forward. We have to pursue promising avenues, right? We have to and pursue them with scientific rigor, and we have to be absolutely honest with the American people about what we find, including some of the things that we don't necessarily hadn't necessarily expected to find. I don't know any other way forward other than that.
What is to make sure we don't have problems like we've had in the pandemic, and you don't have this gets into emotions instead of just data and science? Going forward, are you going to address this more to the American people? Are you going to take a more prominent role in talking about what you guys are pursuing? Are the actual scientists you're giving grants to, are you going to give them a higher public profile? I mean, how are people, just the average common citizen, right, that's bombarded by the entertainment industry like Colbert, how are they going to actually get access to this?
Well, Steve, I'm not particularly good at PR, but I can tell you, I have a podcast that I've started called The Director's Desk, where I talk to scientists. And we talk about hot button scientific issues, where we discuss the sort of a level at a level where people can understand what's known and what's not known. I think. Putting scientists actually thinking through their skepticism about things and expressing that publicly, I think that's one way forward. And I think we, just having honest conversations. I was thrilled when you invited me on this show. Like, having honest conversations in places where scientists don't normally go, I think was also going to really help connect with the American people. The mainstream media, I don't know. You know better than me, Steve. But I've I've had so much frustration in how the mainstream media has pursued its public health engagement. I think it's done great damage to public trust in public health. I still remember a clip from, I think it was MSNBC. There was some host that she was talking about how the COVID vaccine, every single time someone that takes it stops the virus in its tracks and it won't move forward. And I knew the data at the time did not support that. And yet there she was on a prominent cable news channel telling, sort of misleading the public, seemingly with an eye toward propagandizing the public. I don't know this for certain, but it looks to me like a lot of the money that comes from advertising for these mainstream sites comes from pharma. Right. And so they have sort of a vested interest in this propaganda. How do we get people to understand that they should be listening to real science, where the hallmark of it is skepticism. The hallmark of it is rigor. Hallmark of it is looking at data, and it's often the results are ambiguous. Like I believe that the COVID vaccine was good for older adults in 2021 during the Delta wave. I don't know now, because there's no real randomized trials on that now for the new variant demonstrating the kind of result which we wanted, protection against severe disease and death. But that's an ambiguity. But for younger people, I wrote a piece in April 2021 for kids that said it made no sense to make the COVID vaccine available for kids back then, because the likelihood of dying from COVID itself was so low, and there was the possibility of side effects. This kind of nuance, this kind of discussion, an honest discussion where scientists disagree with each other, we have debate and open discussion, that's my strategy for going forward. I'd love to get out more and talk with folks about this, because I think that's the only real way to restore trust.
I agree. Perfect. Where do people go to get to the National Institute of Health site, your social media, and your podcast? So we'll start with promulgating real science and the discussion and debate around science, which is always a debate. Where do people go, Doctor?
So I have a site called NIH Director _J on X. There's also an NIH site itself. So it's just like literally at NIH, where you can see, like, we don't just talk about vaccines. We have a whole wide range of science, of course, that we talk about. There's a Director's Desk podcast, which we're gonna you can see I've done a few already. I'm going to plan to do many, many more. I'm going to start highlighting some really exciting findings. Like that, for instance, did you know, Steve, that we now potentially have a cure for sickle cell disease, a genetic disease that affects many, especially black youths that I thought would never be cured, but we might have a cure. There are all kinds of exciting advances like this that I would love to highlight, so we can start to people can understand where this honest scientific process leads. And also, I want to highlight places where there's ambiguity, where I believe that ambiguity has been sort of suppressed. So that Director's Desk will be a fun place to follow me.
Thank you so much. You should also know the War Room is one of the leaders in helping this new group that's come together to try to stop all pharmaceutical ads from coming on television, because our theory of the case is that we monitor MSNBC and CNN 24/7. If you took ads off MSNBC, it would be a test pattern. Doctor, thank you so much for coming on today. Really appreciate you taking time on this Saturday. We'll make sure we'll push out all of your information.
Thank you, Steve. We're really grateful to have me on.
Thank you, sir. Wow, very refreshing. I've got the great Naomi. In fact, can we boot that ad up for the break? I want to play it afterwards. Naomi Wolf joins us. Naomi, many years in the vineyard, you fought and warned people and put together the Pfizer papers and had thousands of War and Posse under your and Amy Kelly's great direction do all this work. What are your thoughts when you heard the announcement this week, and also the firestorm that came back from the Colberts of the world and the mocking and all that, ma'am?
Well, it was an important announcement. I mean, I've been critical of HHS and to the leadership of Secretary Kennedy falling short, so many times in so many ways of the centerpiece of why the MAHA movement aligned with MAGA for this historic union of voters, and the centerpiece of that was getting rid of the mRNA injection that moms knew and dads knew by now has been so devastating and damaging. So I've got to credit Secretary Kennedy for a considerable amount of boldness. I mean, we know what he's facing. We can conjecture, the headwinds internally, the, many forces, lobbyists, different camps internally that would want to prevent an announcement such as his, which defunded about $500 million in funding for 22 mRNA programs. So that was, I want to credit him for that, right? That took a lot of courage. That said, like my headline today, especially, now always, but listening to Dr. Bhattacharya, whom I admire so much, whom I've known and respected since 2022 when I first interviewed him, I feel like it's such a huge announcement, right? And the predictable mockery, because you analyzed the battlefield so accurately, the predictable mockery from legacy media is largely because pharma pays for 70 to 80% of legacy media. So banning pharma ads in America the way every country but New Zealand bans pharma ads will indeed shake out the tree and leave, very few journalists present. But I was just going to say, my headline is that HHS doesn't have a working comms apparatus, and you see Secretary Kennedy, in my view, struggling much harder than he should have to. Jay Bhattacharya even not being equipped with, by a comms team with simple points and action steps that everyone can understand. And
Naomi, hang on one second. We're just going to take a commercial break. I want to get into all this and give you plenty of runway next in the War Room.
so tired of these ads.
Whoa, who are you?
I'm Big Pharma. We spend a lot to get into your living room. Over $18 billion a year. Selling medicine you can't even get without a prescription. All that spending buys off the media and drives up prescription costs for you. And that's why there are only 2 countries that allow us to advertise. Cheers.
Learn more at bustbigpharma.com.
Got any nachos?
We got a lot of work to do on the redistricting, on this, to help these folks with the ads, all of it. We can't have you occupied by worrying about some hard money lender got into your title and took out a second mortgage on your home that you need to pay off exorbitant interest rates. Remember, every dream you've had is in that home, also 90% of your net worth. Make sure it doesn't turn into a nightmare. Go to HometitleLock.com, promo code Steve. You get the triple lock protection, $1 million triple lock protection, 24-hour coverage, alerts in the middle of the night. If all else fails, I'll put $1 million up in legal and other to make sure that you get clean ownership of that title and nobody's messing with your home. Either sell it, refinance it, or give it away. HometitleLock.com, promo code Steve. We keep it simple. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team today. We cannot afford to have you not on the ramparts, particularly in the days and weeks ahead with so much work to do. Naomi, I want you to continue on, but I also want about the accountability. You know, we started with a package with Dr. J about Colbert, who was on a tear this week, but also went back to the time he had the dancing needles. And you know, he just said that he thought that people like Colbert did an immense damage to public health in the United States, and nobody would know that better than you, who they tried to shut up and deplatform and debank your daily clout and get rid of it, etc. So walk me through exactly where you think we are in promulgating this information, one, to the American people, so people have a full understanding of exactly where we are in this, and number two, what is your recommendation on how we hold people accountable that really damaged and hurt so many of our fellow citizens, ma'am?
Sure. Well, I love that trailer or that clip you just aired, how necessary to have a group pressing, and it shouldn't be a difficult legislative solution to simply make it unlawful, as everywhere else but one country, to for pharma to advertise. And I think what we're going to find, it's so fantastic, an approach is that, you know, just like we're seeing legacy media collapse without USAID money, it may simply fall apart completely without the combination of USAID money and pharma money, and that'll leave independent media to tell the truth. So it's a fabulous approach, and it's necessary. So Dr. Bhattacharya, you know, didn't just face opposition from legacy media. He actually faced, as he mentioned, internal opposition from the highest levels of HHS and the NIH. I mean, it's so unconstitutional, but we know that story, right? And now our people, our friends, our electeds are in charge, especially directly at HHS, NIH, and so on. So what I want to encourage, you know, our wonderful allies in those agencies to consider is that the time is over for the reaction to be, how do we tell this story? How do we combat legacy media? You know, they're so full of falsehood. They're so mean to us. You know, enough of that. We're in charge now, or you guys are in charge now. Yes, they're going to try to tear your story apart. That's their job, certainly for as long as they're funded by pharma. But what HHS needs to have, and NIH needs to have, and the FDA needs to have, is a really functioning comms apparatus. And that's not rocket science, and they don't have it right now. So let's just take the mRNA rollout of, you know, big announcement. I think it was kind of botched, and it shouldn't have been. They should have gotten nothing but good political capital out of that announcement. It didn't come with links to the original science, right? And Stephen Hadfield, an advisor to HHS, as I understand, was on your show. He was on Emerald Robinson's show, and he said the quiet part out loud, you know, great journalism from Emily Robinson and from you, but he said there are 500 studies showing the damage outweighs the benefit of these injections, but Stephanie Spear is sitting on them, essentially. I mean, his words were more diplomatic. And then, you know, Gray Delaney, who is my former editor, a really serious young man who had a role advising, he was fired, you know, subsequent to the mRNA rollout. He actually knew how to run, you know, comms better than it seems the existing infrastructure. So I can tell you as a sympathetic journalist, Steve, that when I run a critical essay about HHS, I don't have anyone to call to get a quote. There's no one to reach, right? You can go to the HHS website, there's press person, it goes into a black hole. I don't get emails from HHS. I'm a reporter with 2 million people listening a month, right? I'm sympathetic. I don't get press releases from HHS. When you look at the press release for the mRNA, and I'm talking now so people will understand that a press release from a communications shop, right, which every agency is supposed to have, is the DNA of messaging from any successful administration, right? You know, there isn't a database of journalists that's getting press releases. And when you get the press release, say for the mRNA rollout, it's so convoluted, so bureaucratically written, and kind of sneakily phrased, which I wish they would stop doing, that you end up noticing, okay, well, they're defunding 22 programs, but they're reinvesting, you know, in something over there. And meanwhile, they're acknowledging there are still programs that they're not going to pull, putting this mRNA injection in people's bodies, because it's already taxpayer funded. So anyone with common sense who can make it through the language is going to be going, what? I can't even write about this. And, you know, also, with a rollout that important, which is going to get news coverage from certainly all the financial press, all the legacy media, why isn't there an op-ed penned by someone with, you know, RFK Jr.'s name on it, Dr. Bhattacharya's name on it? Well, it would be RFK Jr.'s name on it. You know, in the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times. I mean, maybe the case for this was made and I just overlooked it. But really, a functional comms team should have op-eds, USA Today, regional newspapers, you know, and they should have a battery of surrogates, right, who are equipped and trained, again, with these 3 message points and an action step, so that they're all on the same page, which I will tell you, Democrats do it. You know, we're awful people, or, you know, I'm a former Democrat, but, you know, the opposition are awful, but they know how to get in line and send everyone talking points, right? And literally, I don't see surrogates, and there are many who would be willing, going out and carrying RFK Jr.'s message. He took $500 million away from mRNA. Lastly, I just want to say there's no one, it seems, thinking through the emotional impact of what they're doing, right? So, you know, 70 to 80% of the American public, Steve, has taken this mRNA injection into their bodies once, twice, 3 times, a booster, and they were told for 4 years, safe and effective, you know, the dancing syringes, et cetera, on Stephen Colbert. Now, Secretary Kennedy, who already has been branded a lunatic by legacy media, stands up and tells him something very, very emotionally charged, right? Very difficult to hear. There's more risk than benefit. That is scientifically and medically correct, and everyone who got that message should have been directed to all the studies that show that, so he's not standing out there by himself, unsupported. But it's emotionally traumatic to hear that. that. So they need someone in the comms shop needs to think through, this is going to be very difficult for people to hear. We need to be patient. We need to be informative. We need to have op-ed after op-ed after op-ed explaining, this is how we're going to help. We're going to work on vaccine injury compensation issues. So that's not a morass. We're going to give you somewhere to go. We're on your side. Otherwise, people are just traumatized and want to shut down.
Hang on. I'm gonna have you on. I'll work out with your schedule the comment because I want to have back on and go through deeper. Because here's why. It's not just the $500 million. That's kind of the BARDA part of it. It's so much deeper than that. The $500 million is like, okay, that's shut down, but it's like, this was an experimental gene therapy. Everybody had the highest hopes for it. They wanted it to work. A lot of the scientists lost their scientific, not just credibility, but their moorings. And of course, people like Fauci and others in the pharmaceutical vested interests went over the top. But this thing is so deep. This gets to the whole situation with the pandemic. This gets to the situation of public health going forward. And the Colbert stuff can't be unanswered. It has to be answered, and people eventually have to be held accountable. So this is what, and I do agree with you. I'm so blown away that it was just like I read the press release. And like I said, you know me, I'm not a doctor, but when I read that, I go, holy mackerel. Does this say what I think it says? So this is why it has to be a massive effort. In fact, I believe it's the most important thing that Secretary Kennedy has done. It will have the most profound implications if properly managed, not just on the messaging side, but the action side. Naomi, we got to bounce, but I want everybody to go to your thing, but we'll have you back on. This thing is so massive that we're at the very top. And I want people to understand, just because Bobby Kennedy and the director of NIH and all these came together with the science with Hatfield and put this out and made a decision, this fight's far from over. Don't think the farmer thinks that they're going to lose this. They look at us as just they still look at this as a collection of just kind of marginalia. This fight is in, and if we want to win this and do what's right for science and do what's right for public health, hey, this is the opening salvo. This is so far from over, and people think you just put out a press release, oh, it's done. That's holy writ. It's not. That's not the way the imperial capital works, and that's not the way modern capitalism works, particularly when you're talking about the concentration of power that Big Pharma has. Naomi Wolf, an amazing job you did over the years. We'll get more into that about the Pfizer papers and what led to this. Where do people go over the weekend to get you, ma'am?
Well, they should come on August 21st at 6 p.m. to the Republican Club, the Donald J. Trump Republican Club. That's me at the Republican Club, everyone. This day has come, and they can meet the candidates, this groundswell of amazing young candidates, former Democrats who have walked away, who are now running as Republicans to save Brooklyn and save New York. So everyone come say hi then.
Wow.
It's really happening.
I want to talk about that next week also. It's good on you, because that is another fight. That is horrific right there. The Working People's Party, the DSA, they've got ground game. I'm telling you, this is going to be a battle royale. Naomi Wolf, social media, where do people get you, ma'am?
At Naomi R. Wolf on X and on dailycloud.io, and over on Substack, I am Outspoken. It's my Substack. And thank you, Steve.
Thank you, ma'am. You are outspoken. On that, I can guarantee you, Naomi Wolf. Wow. This thing is huge. The director of the IRS was made or nominated to be the ambassador for Iceland. So he's stepping down after 2 months. That would be 60 days. Scott Bessent's currently got it. I've strongly recommended on Getter and pushed out on social media. Grace has helped me. Jason Smith, the congressman, I think it's Missouri 8. It's a plus 27 district, MAGA district. He's the head of Ways and Means. I think they need immediately to get someone like Jason Smith. They got to take the burden off Scott Bessent. It has to happen, and it has to happen immediately. Short break. Back in a moment.
your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tax Network USA, 800-958-1000. One of the issues, the IRS, they need to find every piece of revenue they can. Hey, I realize we want to take apart the IRS, but right now they are quite active. If you have a letter from them, if you failed to file, if you're late filing, stop the anxiety. Call 800-958-1000 right now. The folks over there solved over $1 billion of tax issues, and I believe they can solve yours, but you don't know until you actually call. You get a free consultation. 800-958-1000. Just don't let the letter sit there in the desk. It ain't going to go away. It's just going to metastasize. Do it today. 800-958-1000. They've solved $1 billion worth of these tax issues that are just like yours. There's nothing new under the sun when it comes to IRS. Go call them and check it out today. Tax Network USA. Dave Bratt, tie it all together for me, brother.
Yeah, Dr. Bhattacharya, just outstanding objectivity, honesty, the moral foundations come through. Naomi, the same thing, more political. Let's get it out there. Transparency matters, right? Where's the comms director? All this ties into President Trump's position on the universities, and he should stay at it, right? I have people from the universities, right? Everybody sees the news clips of the University of Chicago professor. She says, I hate this place. It's run by white men. I hate white men. And I'm staying here to use this as a platform. And that's what Bhattacharya said. Science is not a platform. You should be able to reproduce your results. If it's publicly funded, we should demand all science is put out publicly after they publish the paper, right? So, it's competitive academically. So, but you should have to put your data and your methodology out in public so people can replicate it. And just a quick in closing, the university, right? It's not just science, which is way better than the rest of them. The university is roughly a third hard science, a third social science, and a third humanities. All three are supposed to explain the same reality, the real world. And I'll just leave you with a closing thought. The most important thing or person for all of humanity, 6 billion people, is God. And why can't a university study God? The most important thing. Ethics and religion and God are off limits to science, social science, the humanities. That's got to be turned around. And Trump should explain that to our leaders in education.
Social media, where do people get you over the weekend for you back here next week?
Yeah, I'll put a little of that up from that last little blurb there. Brad Economics on Getter and X. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for co-hosting. Tej Gill, now more than ever, as we wrap the show, I need a bunch of coffee, because I'm about to give a speech in a couple hours. Sir, where do I go?
Good morning, Steve. Warpath.coffee, and then for the War Room posse, use promo code War Room. So Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room. It is the best coffee out there. If you haven't tried it, try it. Just go on the website and look at the reviews. Over 12,000 5-star reviews, which is crazy. Most websites don't have that many reviews on them. So you don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to take Steve's word for it. Just go on the website and read the reviews. People absolutely love it. We can't roast it fast enough. We roast it on a perforated drum, and that's how we don't burn it. And you don't need milk. You don't need sugar. You should drink it straight black. It is the best coffee you will drink. It's incredible. Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room, 20% off this weekend. Sunday night, we're going back down to 15% for the rest of the month. So Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room. It is the best coffee.
Tej, I know you guys are roasting like crazy. I'll let you go back to work. The founder, CEO, and chairman of Warpath Coffee, a coffee that is on fire. I get so many great compliments. Go talk when you go to the site. Look at the 12,000 people. Don't take it from Tej and don't take it from me. Go check it out for your compadres. Trevor Comstock, you're also on a roll. Sacred Human Health. What do you got for us today, sir?
Yeah, appreciate it, Steve. So I know I've come on a few times to share the news about the launch of our new tallow moisturizer, and we technically have been selling out, and it's our team's been doing an amazing job just to keep it in stock and keeping the ball rolling. So again, we don't have to list it out of stock, but I also just wanted to quickly touch on one point. We've had a good amount of people just reaching out, asking how this compares to, their everyday skin moisturizer. So again, I just wanted to quickly touch on that. But Compared to most commercial skin creams, the issue with those is that they're usually full of synthetic ingredients and like alcohols, fragrances, and cheap fillers that can actually damage your skin barrier over time. So although they may be effective to some degree, they usually again contain a ton of chemicals that really aren't natural, and they're typically just mass produced. So the quality in general is pretty questionable. So in turn, our formula is very clean. We only use the 2 ingredients, which is the 100% grass-fed and finished beef tallow, and then the raw Manuka honey. And again, there's no synthetic ingredients, no fillers, no alcohols or anything like that. And in terms of a use case, it's great for dry skin. You can use it on anywhere where you have some red spots, eczema, or just irritated skin in general. And you can also put it on your face, your hands, your neck, or anywhere where your body needs it. And I mentioned too, but my mom's been using it for the past week on her neck, and she's been loving it.
This product is on fire, along with your other immunity, grass-fed beef liver. Where do people go right now to look at it over the weekend?
Yeah, you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com, and then also you can use code WARROOM for 10% off any one-time purchase. And yeah, let us know if you have any questions. We're happy to help.
Trevor is available. We make all the leaders of the companies we're in business with make sure they make, whether it's Philip Patrick at Birch Gold or Trevor Comstock over Sacred Human, Tage Gill, build a relationship with them. This is what they want. This is why these guys are entrepreneurs and starting these companies. They are people persons. So go check it out today. Speaking of a people person, the one, the only, Mike Lindell. No Mike? No. Oh my gosh. I went through an entire Saturday and no Mike Lindell. We'll have to put up mypillow.com, but thanks for the heads up. Okay, incredibly big next week. The redistricting are going to start not just Texas, across the nation. We've got the summit with Putin. We're going to have special analysis every day. And guess what? I think three of our own people may actually be up there in the press pool to cover it. A historic week. President Trump understands history. 15 August, when the Japanese finally surrendered in World War II, and that's what he's going to do it. He's going to do it right in Alaska. Strategically important for hemispheric defense. Also, I'm sure we're going to get three updates on the entire situation in Gaza and everything else that President Trump's doing here domestically. I'll be up on Getter all weekend. We're going to leave you with the right stuff, an absolute American classic, a historic book. It's actually nonfiction. Movie that was classic from Philip Kaufman, and a magnificent score from Bill Conti. We'll see you Monday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.